The House will come to order. This morning, the pledge will be led by William Freyer, 21st United States Space Force, Colorado Springs, Colorado, guest of Representative Jackie Phillips, House District 31.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Barone, Byrd, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown,
Excused.
Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, Representative Clifford,
Excused.
DeGraff, Duran, English, Representative English,
Excused.
Espinoza, Ferre, Representative Ferre, Froelich, Garcia, Representative Garcia,
Excused.
Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Rep. Lindstedt is excused. Luck, Representative Luck,
Excused.
Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Representative Marshall,
Excused.
Martinez, Morrow,
Here.
McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutinell, Representative Rutinell
Aye.
is excused.
Excused.
Ryden is excused. Sirota, Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Representative Story is excused. Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Representative Valdez is excused. Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Representative Wilford is excused. Winter, Representative Woodrow is excused. Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
Members, with 52 present, 13 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Fiscal.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. It's a joy to serve with you.
It is always a joy and an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I move that the Journal of Monday, April 14th, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion. That the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we have business. I will invite you to take your seats. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 16.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 16. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to our resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 16 by Senators Liston and Hendrickson, also Representatives Byrd and Hartsook, concerning strengthening the sister state relations between the state of Colorado and Taiwan, and in connection therewith, reaffirming support for Taiwan's international participation.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and thank you. I move Senate Joint Resolution 2516 and request that it be read at length.
Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read our resolution.
Whereas the state of Colorado and Taiwan have enjoyed a mutually beneficial sister state relationship since 1983, and whereas Taiwan and Colorado share the same values of freedom, democracy, rule of law, free markets, and respect for individual human rights, and whereas Colorado and Taiwan have maintained a mutually beneficial trade relationship so that Taiwan has consistently ranked among Colorado's top 10 trading partners, both as an export destination and as an import source. And whereas on behalf of the state of Colorado, Lieutenant Governor Diane Primavera led a trade and investment promotion delegation to Taiwan in November 2024, along with officials of the Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade, the Colorado Department of Agriculture, and a Colorado delegation of economic development professionals and industry leaders from the state, who explored opportunities with Taiwan in high-tech industries, including aerospace, agriculture, and semiconductors. And whereas negotiations for a fair and reciprocal bilateral trade agreement between Taiwan and the United States are an important step between further strengthening of bilateral trade and mutual investment between Colorado and Taiwan. And whereas pressure from the People's Republic of China has excluded Taiwan from full and effective membership in several international organizations. And whereas the People's Republic of China continues to threaten the sovereignty of Taiwan on a daily basis. And whereas Taiwan, as a responsible stakeholder in the international community, is seeking to meaningfully participate in the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the International Criminal Police Organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, and the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, launched by the United States. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, strongly support Taiwan's sovereignty and vibrant democracy and celebrate the 42nd anniversary of sister state relations with Taiwan, strongly support further strengthening of Colorado-Taiwan trade relations and academic exchanges, strongly support the signing of the Agreement on Avoidance of Double Taxation between the United States and Taiwan to further bilateral investment activities, and strongly support Taiwan's inclusion in international organizations which are significant to the health, safety, and well-being of its people and the world.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. One of the great things about Taiwan, aside from over 40 years of being a partner here with Colorado, is they have so many things in common with the United States. They have freedom. They love education, technology. We do a lot of quantum computing here and that technology in aerospace and defense, and they're a huge partner in that. They're a huge partner in education exchange programs where we'll have students going back and forth to each country, learning about culture, learning about technology, learning about trade, learning about commerce. This is what builds free societies. This is what helps people grow and learn about the world. And unfortunately, good for Director General Bill Hong. He finally got to rotate back to Taipei, and he's over there now with his family enjoying. They finished his tour of duty here. We don't have the new Director General in yet, but he was so instrumental in building relationships and partnerships here, and just the growth of the economics was monumental to this state. And it also transcends into the Colorado National Guard and the Department of Military Veterans Affairs. There was a lot of exchange programs between our National Guard and their military. And that stuff just continues to build great relationships, great economic exchange, great education exchange, and that's how we continue to grow. And that's why I'm so honored to run this. And with my co-prime, I will turn it over to Representative Byrd and let her go.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I am honored and delighted to join in this resolution recognizing our good friend, Taiwan. So there are many things I was thinking about, all of the things I wanted to share with you about Taiwan. I will say that this is one country that has worked so hard to grow a relationship with Colorado specifically and Colorado leaders, making sure that we know that they are a friend to us. They are trade partners. They are willing allies in the pursuit of free people and democracy across the world. We share so many values with Taiwan. They are also, as my good colleague mentioned, strong trading partners, providing us with very important manufactured materials that go into technology that we use every single day. This is what we depend upon our relationship with Taiwan in many ways. They've been strong friends and allies. I will also say something I didn't know prior to getting to know Director Wang a little bit better, that Taiwan has already, they've been doing lots of work in the areas of sustainability and renewable energy. And how does a very small, confined geographic space navigate these issues in a way that's affordable to their people, and learning more about the ways that they have innovated in this space. So I've appreciated them for so many reasons: their innovation, their partnership, their example of democracy on the other side of the globe, and am grateful for their partnership and their appreciation of our fine state of Colorado. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 16. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 0 no, and 6 excused, the resolution is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for third reading of bills, final passage.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for third reading of bills. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1123 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1123 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1049.
House Bill 1049 by Representative Garcia, also Senators Mobley and Gonzalez, concerning communication rights for persons in custody.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1049 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1049 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 ayes, 17 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1049 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1098.
House Bill 1098 by Representative Stuart R. and Soper, also Senator Michael Sinjane, concerning establishing an automated protection order notification system in the Division of Criminal Justice.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1098 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1098 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 20 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1098 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 152.
Senate Bill 152 by Senators Frizzell and Michael Sinjane, also Representatives Garcia Sander and Foray, concerning requirements for healthcare practitioner identification.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 152 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 152 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 10 no, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 152 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 164.
Senate Bill 164 by Senators Winter and Marchman, also Representatives Jackson and Wilford, concerning opioid antagonists with the primary focus on the youth opioid epidemic and in connection therewith clarifying requirements for school policies about possession and administration of opioid antagonists, requiring the State Board of Health to determine who a prescriber may prescribe or dispense an opioid antagonist to, and requiring the State Board to consult with the Colorado Youth Advisory Council on issues relating to the youth opioid epidemic.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 164 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I come down to say that I am in support of this bill. I did vote no in committee because I got confused. There are 2 opioid antagonist bills going through, and I thought they were duplicates. They are not. I did further reading and research, so I just wanted to come and say I am a yes today on this needed bill, and they actually complement each other very nicely to make sure we are getting our youth the services and the resources that they need.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also support this bill. In my other job, one of my other jobs, I am the facilitator for an opioid region in Southeast Colorado and their legal counsel. And prevention and education for students is a huge issue. Especially in Southeast Colorado, we have seen a lot of deaths, especially of children. And so we want to make sure that we are raising awareness. I think this bill helps do that. I was a little bit concerned about the COIAC piece, but the COIAC, having students be able to interact and talk to legislators about this issue. Again, they do not have drafting authority, but encouraging those conversations, I think, is incredibly important. And so I'm an aye on this bill and really appreciate the hard work you all are doing. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 164 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 164 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 146.
Senate Bill 146 by Senators Rich and Michelson Janelle, also Representatives Hartsock and Lukens, concerning alignment of fingerprint-based criminal history record check laws with federal requirements.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 146 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 146 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 3 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 146 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1299.
House Bill 1299 by Representatives Duran and Armagost, also Senators Robertson, Pelton R., concerning a voluntary contribution of all or a portion of an income tax refund as a donation to the Animal Protection Fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1299 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1299 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1299 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bills 1039, 1083, 1088 is amended, 1149 is amended, 1167 is amended, 1171, 1188 is amended, 1198, 1259, 1275 is amended, 1293, 1318, 1320 is amended, and Senate Bills 174, 176, and 177 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on Tuesday, April 15th, 2025 at 9:29 a.m. House Bill 1321, House Bill 1291, House Bill 1167, House Bill 1026, House Bill 1314, House Bill 1017, House Bill 1183, House Bill 1149, and House Bill 1275.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today, April 15th at 9:29 a.m. Representative McCormick. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative McCormick will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request to reading a bill at length. Committee amendments are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 25-1321.
House Bill 1321 by Representatives McCluskey and Byrd concerning use of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act cash fund to support the state's defense against adverse federal action and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, too. Thank you.
I move House Bill 1321 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in committee, we appropriated funds for the purposes of this bill. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lot of thoughts on this bill, but I do want to stick to the Appropriations Committee report at this moment and offer, I move Amendment L002 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, that's been moved. Give this a moment. It is now displayed. Minority Leader Puglisi to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, the way the bill is set up right now, it has rollover authority. So if this money goes into the governor's office, it can continue to be used for this purpose. And we can talk more about the purpose and whether I agree with the purpose or not later. But the reality is, I do think there needs to be some accountability for this money. I do not want it to roll over without there being some report as to how the money is being spent, whether it's being spent for that purpose. I think just going to the governor's office without any accountability, especially because personally I think some of this money should be going to the Attorney General's office if we were even going to do this, that it should be going to the Attorney General's office, and I'm still confused why the governor has all this power. But regardless, I think it should not be unchecked power, and because of that, I do think it would make sense that there be accountability for the governor's office, how this money is being used, and a report about that. And so this basically just takes away the rollover authority and makes it subject to annual appropriation. And with that, I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. We at the JBC, as you saw in some of the orbital bills and overall, have sought to do two things. One, to stop on a continual basis, continuously appropriated clauses, and as well roll forwards. We would much prefer bills come to us that state that these are subject to annual appropriations. And therefore, I rise in support of the minority leader. This needs not have roll forward authority.
Is there any further discussion on L002? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I appreciate the comments from our good colleagues and just want to say I'm going to respectfully ask for a no vote. My concern with the requested amendment is that it would deny our state the necessary flexibility that we might need when entering into contracts. Also, as something just to address any concerns that might remain, when we discuss the bill, we're going to be talking about different transparency requirements that are already in law so that this body will always have the knowledge and understanding of how these funds are being spent. So again, with that, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been fighting for a reduction of the rights of the governor. I will continue to do this through the last couple weeks of this session and all through the next session, and you will see after that that I actually believe that the governor should have less powers, not more powers. We need separation, and these kind of bills blend the two. And again, this is also the language that is turning off the people of Colorado and give them less confidence in their government. So we need to continue to separate this, and I strongly urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment too. I don't understand. I just sat in State Affairs yesterday and listened to bill after bill after bill talk about transparency and accountability of the people of Colorado. And here we are, an amendment offered to have an annual appropriation come to the legislative body versus giving a blank check to the governor, which is what we're supposed to do. There's 3 branches of government. Hey kids, 3 branches of government in the state of Colorado. To have some accountability instead of millions of dollars when we should be accountable to the people of Colorado about the money being spent in the state of Colorado. And here we are offering an amendment to be transparent to the people of Colorado. We're already asking for $4 million and now a rollover and no transparency. So I'm confused. Do we want transparency to the people of Colorado? Because I was in committee last night till 7 o'clock asking for transparency, and now here we are again not asking for transparency. So people of Colorado, I think you're asking for transparency. We should accept this amendment for transparency, and let's do what we're saying that we're going to do. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on L002 to the committee report? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment because I think we need to, for the reasons already stated, I think we need to make sure that everybody stays in their lane. And this, when we give the blank check to the governor, this just kind of bypasses the glitter-powered unicorn delivering legislation from the governor via the rainbow of good intentions, just bypasses that whole mechanism and just gives them a blank check. So I think we ought to at least, well, there's a there's fortunately not a supermajority in here, but there's a strong majority in here that is largely doing the governor's bidding, that we at least have some transparency here where the people can see what the money is, what's a little bit of what's happening with the money. So I think we ought to pass this amendment. We need to, I think maybe we need to have a civics lesson about the different branches of government, and making sure that we recall that the purpose of this body is to represent the people of Colorado, and not an ideology that that overwhelms them with taxes and restrictions.
Is there further discussion? Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be perfectly honest, I'm actually very disappointed at the opposition to this amendment. I don't understand why in the world transparency and accountability would be something that at any point that any of us would oppose. We want to stay away from a blank check to the governor, and I do take exception to the word flexibility, that this would somehow impede our flexibility. I don't want to give a blank check to the governor that has ultimate flexibility. I can't imagine that anybody would want to do that, and if you want to do that, I just really would like for you to explain to me why you would want to do that. I'd want to know why. Why do we want to do that in the absence of transparency and accountability? The least we can do is hold our government, our governor, accountable and responsible, and ask for transparency to these things. I honestly am, look, I'll get up here and I'll oppose things from time to time, and I get that those are sometimes arguments that cannot be won. I get that. This I can't understand. I cannot understand why there would be opposition to an amendment saying that we want to have transparency. This amendment needs to be passed. Honestly, a no vote, I'm befuddled by, and I would be very disappointed by, honestly. The opposition is just, it makes no sense. Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our pain is self-inflicted. Let me repeat that. Our pain is self-inflicted. Why do we have an Attorney General that is supposed to fight on our behalf, and we're giving the money to the governor instead of the Attorney General. It makes no sense whatsoever. This is a very good amendment. It is transparency. Again, why do we keep poking the bear and expect for the bear not to turn into a grizzly? I support the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, in my opinion, one of those things that really creates that level of distrust between the people and the government. This is one of those things where we're funneling money into a slush fund for political infighting, political battles, instead of the betterment of Colorado. The things that we're struggling on in this state, on our budget, the deficit that we're in, and we're doing this to set a playing field of money for political battles. This is, in my opinion, it's a huge slap in the face to our taxpayers, to our citizens, to our constituents that expect us to be here to make good laws for Colorado, and instead we're funding an ability to have legal battles with opposition in political agendas and narratives. So I don't like the fact that we're passing bills in this building that are going against what the federal government sees as necessary to enforce. And in doing that, we're losing money. And when we're losing money, we're now building up money that we don't have to put in a slush fund to use for political gain on something that we don't agree with as a state. So I don't think that there should be something funding a sanctuary state, funding something that makes us look like political enemies, or as a state, we are enemies of the state. So this is, in my opinion, funding something that makes us just going against the grain, and I don't think that's what our taxpayers really want us to be doing with their money, fighting political battles and agendas. I think this is just something that we should be redirecting into something maybe that does better. Everything that we've dealt with in our budget last week, and balancing that, now we're doing this, and after our budget is balanced, we're talking about setting money aside to simply try to be prepared or win political battles. To me, that's a joke. I would definitely encourage a no vote, or yes vote on the amendment, no on the bill.
Representative Kelty. I don't know, Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. I too am in support of this amendment. When I'm out campaigning and when I was out talking to the people, my constituents, one of the number one things they mentioned was transparency. Without something like this, we've already saw in the budget, that the governor snuck in, $1.5 million for flowers for the governor's mansion where he doesn't really even live, and he snuck that in there. And now we're going to hand him $4 million to do whatever he wants with. We had to fight for $70,000, a drop in the bucket, for kidney disease prevention. But yet we're just going to hand over $4 million and have absolutely no transparency for it. I got a problem with that. This is literally the governor's dream slush fund, and we do need to have an amendment like this to make sure that the people understand and know where the money is going. I'm tired of their money being wasted and thrown out to the wind, and this at least will allow us to know what's going on. At least let the people know what's going on, and that's what's most important. I don't believe that we should even be giving any money. Actually, the entire bill for me, I have a problem with, but we do need an amendment like this. Thank you.
Colleagues, it's getting a little bit loud. If you could turn the volume down, please, that would be very helpful. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is also an honor to serve with you.
Members, I want to clarify a couple of points. This is not a dream slush fund. The dollars do need to be used and have been designated with a very specific purpose. That is to protect the state against any adverse federal action. However, I want to speak to this amendment. This amendment would eliminate the funding to continue, and when we are looking at contracts, when we are looking at the need to rise in defense of protecting our federal funding streams, we cannot predict at this moment when those demands would come. We need to have the flexibility and have the dollars in this fund and available to us. I also want to assure the General Assembly that in the spirit of the currently created IIJA account, there is quarterly reporting that occurs every single quarter to the Joint Budget Committee, the General Assembly, the Senate Committee on Transportation and Energy, the House Committee on Transportation, Local Government, and Energy and Environment, to ensure that there is transparency on the use of the IIJA dollars and these dollars that will be going to defend our access to federal funding streams. I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I respect the position of our Joint Budget Committee member and the Speaker. However, I disagree. I think the governor should have to ask for money just like the rest of us do. I think there is a supplemental process if they need additional funds. And while I appreciate the reporting requirement, as we have seen in SMART Act hearings, is just a report, which is good. I believe in the report. But it does not say necessarily we need this money for these purposes. These are the contracts that we're doing. It will talk about hopefully where the money is going, but it doesn't actually require or request that the JBC continue to appropriate. As our JBC members said, we are trying to get away from continuous appropriations. The JBC has put forward a bill in the supplementals that say, subject to annual appropriations. Actually, that's where I got this language from our own JBC members who came together and said, we shouldn't be rolling over these funds. We should continue to use our processes to ask for additional funding. And right now, I believe that as we have for a lot of our bills, we have taken away rollover authority. I don't see why we wouldn't take away rollover authority to the governor and have him ask for the money. And especially right now, it says any unused funds will revert back to the general fund after July 1st of 2028. What happens in 2027? There will be a new governor and a new administration, and why shouldn't they be accountable and talk about this money? Additionally, in the fiscal note, it says actual expenditures will depend on how the governor decides to use these funds. He has so much
Minority Leader,
discretion.
just 1 minute. I want to try to get it to quiet down in here. Members,
Thank you.
please lower your voices or take your conversations off the floor. It's getting harder to hear. Go ahead, Minority Leader.
Thank you,
Puglisi.
Madam Chair. I was not intending on yelling. I just wanted to get my point heard. And so anyway, there will be a new administration. I think the reporting requirement is great, but if we truly depend on these reports to be able to assess where the money is going, I don't understand why we couldn't take away the rollover authority and just allow it to be annual to appropriation. They can go to the JBC, they can ask for the money, they can tell you where your money is going. In this tight budget year and continuing tight budget years, there should be accountability for the governor's office, just like we all have as well. And I'm just holding him to the same standard that we all do for our bills. So with that, I would continue to urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with all due respect, and also as a member of the Joint Budget Committee, I do want to just make clear the point that one size doesn't fit all. We know that good lawmaking requires us to respect different needs in different circumstances, and this is a special circumstance where this state needs flexibility to be able to do everything we can to fight, to defend our state, and to draw down federal tax dollars that our good citizens have paid into the coffers of Washington, D.C., and pull those funds right back into Colorado to serve the good people of our state. I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment, and also want to reiterate the importance of our state maintaining the flexibility it needs to do everything we can to fight for the people of this state.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the sponsors. I find the argument of why we should do the rollover very interesting, to say the least, because I would argue, if you want to use that logic, that we need to be prepared, then we could use that logic for every single piece of legislation in this body. I would then take it further than, what's our point of even being here? If we're just going to automatically roll over so we are always prepared, write the budget, give the governor whatever he wants, we all go home and we don't do our job. To me, that is dereliction of duty. We control the purse. Our job in this legislative body is to control the purse, not the governor's office, the executive branch. They don't just get to roll it over and go, oh, you know, let's figure out what else I can do it for. So this amendment specifically states on the lines it's talking about striking. Any money appropriated in this section and expended prior to July 1st of 26 is further appropriated to the office of 26-27 state fiscal year for the same purpose. We're saying strike that. And why are we saying strike that? Because we should not be giving funding and power to the executive branch. We should be holding them in check. Because the argument to say, oh, we need to be ready, is to say we need to be ready for everything. We need to be ready in healthcare. We need to be ready in education. We need to be ready in public safety. We need, good Lord, we need to be ready in our roads out here that are not fixed, that have potholes. What has happened to all of that money? So if we're going to make the argument that we need to be prepared, then we have fallen woefully short because our roads aren't prepared, they're not fixed. Our schools aren't fixed, our healthcare system isn't fixed. Yet every year we gotta appropriate that. Every year we have a debate. But on this issue, we're going to just carte blanche, throw our hands up and go, roll it over, let the governor have it and do as they see fit. Again, that is dereliction of duty. We are acquiescing our authority, our purpose, our job in this case to do our mission out there. And we're just going to say, the governor, you know best, you do that. That makes no sense. If that is what we're going to do, then that argument would apply to everything, and then we should all go home. Now, as appealing as that might be to some people, we have a job to do, we have a duty here. And our duty involves the purse. Our duty involves the fiscal accountability and responsibility of where taxpayer money is spent, not just to roll it over and let the governor have it at their whim to do what they think is best to be prepared. Because I would make that argument for everything if that's the logic we're going to use. That is flawed logic. That does not apply. If it did, it would apply to everything. You can't use a set of logic for one circumstance that doesn't apply to another circumstance when it comes to same funding. That doesn't work. Either we maintain accountability of everything we're spending in this building, and we understand what's happening to the taxpayer dollar, and we are accountable for it, and we answer the people, or we don't. And we should not give up our job, our responsibility to maintain accountability of that money. We are supposed to be stewards of that money. We are supposed to be stewards of the taxpayers' money and how to spend, not just giving it to the executive branch to roll over and do with as they see fit because they want to be prepared. Everybody in education wants to be prepared. Everybody in healthcare wants to be prepared. Everybody in public safety wants to be prepared. Heck, the Colorado National Guard would like to be prepared every time, and they're certainly short on funding. But we don't just fund it arbitrarily and let it roll over. And neither should we in this circumstances. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in support of this amendment, going back to the spirit of last week when we were talking about wants and needs. And we had 65 of us in the House and 35 in the Senate rigorously debating where the money that we had in the state. It's a finite amount of money. We're in a tough budget year, and next year is going to get even tougher. And we had to argue our cases between wants and needs, but it was done in a transparent process. Why are we saying then on this bill, the House and the state, the House and the Senate have to be transparent, but our governor does not? If we look at civics, we have 3 branches, and those branches need to put checks on each other. So if we're going to put checks on each other, for the people of Colorado, when we do the budget year, you remember the State of the Union, the governor, whoever that might be, because we know they change every 4 years or every 8 years, and that's something to be known is they do change. But a lot of what we do in this body is permanent until we go and change it again. So let's put that out, that we're probably going to have this bill last longer than the next governor or the next couple of governors. And we need to be mindful of that. We need to put a check on so they can't just roll over funds. So the way that we do that is the governor gives his State of the Union, or her State of the Union one day, and they say what they want the budget to be, the governor's budget. That is then sent to the JBC to look at very intensely, and then sent to the body of the whole in both chambers, so then we can match where our district's needs, our district's wants, maybe what the governor put in there, but this is the checks and balance we have at the state. To go past that and say, no, now we don't need that, where's the governor's budget even going to come in if they're going to get this slush fund of money and we don't have accountability to use that? We need to make sure that we have a checks and balance on the executive branch with the legislative branch as the Constitution states. Ironically with this bill, because we want to make sure we're not having any recourse from the federal government, but we need to follow the Constitution. I support this amendment for transparency and to offer that checks and balance that our government was built upon.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do want to thank my colleagues for a very robust debate. I want to be clear about something. We are in uncharted territory. In this moment where federal funding has been frozen, we have examples of that with Medicaid, SNAP, and numerous individual grants. We need to have the flexibility to respond to protect the state's interests. It is very concerning and should be to all of us. Nearly a third of our entire budget is federal funding. In the moment that another freeze comes forward, in the moment when numerous grant programs that are still frozen or additional ones become frozen, we need the ability to respond in the moment to address and protect the state's interests. Not only is it challenging to have these funding freezes come down, it is even more challenging that we have not built the capacity or resources in order to defend the state's interests. By requiring an annual appropriation, we hamper our ability to move in the moment and engage in contracts that may be necessary. Again, quarterly reporting on how these dollars will be used. That quarterly reporting is something that I invite all of you to pay attention to. This is bipartisan in our responsibilities to oversee and evaluate the use of the funds as they are utilized. That transparency is already in place. So I lift up the need for checks and balances. I lift up the need for transparency. I believe that those mechanisms are in place, and I encourage a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you. Here's where I'm troubled, and I appreciate that explanation. If we truly want to defend the state in legal actions against potential adverse actions by the feds, why is this money going to the governor's office and not the Attorney General, whose actual job is to defend the state? So I feel like there's some pieces missing here, and I still think that making this subject to annual appropriation, in addition to the reporting requirement, is just good governance, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been mentioned that we're going to have a administration change in a year and a half here, so I have been studying a lot on the role of the government, the job of the governor, the role of the legislative body in the process. And this is, the reason that this bill has to have this language in it is because we have in our Constitution and also in statute that there is that the governor is accountable to this body. And we've been giving the governor more and more powers and less accountability to this. The reason we have to have this language in the bill is because this is not expected of the governor. It specifically is a separation there that puts a wall up between the governor to be able to have this kind of power, and people keep calling it a slush fund. I don't actually believe it's a slush fund. If we're funneling millions of dollars into a fund because we've broken the law, and we're funneling all this money into a fund to defend the people in our state that are breaking the law at the cost of the taxpayers, I don't think this is a slush fund. We know exactly where the money's going. It's to the governor so that he can get himself and a handful of other people, keep them out of jail. A slush fund to me feels like you don't know for sure where it's going or what it's about. We know exactly where this is going, and we know exactly what it's about. So this isn't, to my colleagues, I don't think this is a slush fund. I'm okay with you using that term, but I don't think it's a slush fund. This is a get out of jail free fund because we've been breaking the law like crazy around here and nobody is accountable. That's what this fund is. The idea that somehow we're going to let the governor have this kind of power to spend this as he wants, this is egregious. You can't break the law, and then be in charge of the funds to keep you out of jail. That doesn't make sense. I've seen that in movies like The Godfather, but that doesn't make sense for this. We have to have these separations of power. The governor is accountable to the legislative body, but the entire 3 sessions I've been here, this legislative body has worked for the governor. This is the people's house. It is not the governor's house, but we're turning it into it's been the governor's house for the last 3 sessions. Now we're saying, yeah, we've got ourselves into a big pickle, so can you take care of this, governor? We're just going to give you a bunch of money, which is not ethical. No accountability, not ethical. To get you and your buddies out of jail, that's not ethical. This is very egregious. And I will continue to work on making sure that we are going by the Constitution and by the statute when it comes to the governor. And yes, I will continue to do this a year and a half from now too, to keep the governor separate from the legislative body. And that's not happening right now. Now we've gone the next step, and we're just going to give him this big bank account to get himself out of all the trouble that he has got himself, our Attorney General, and this state into. This is egregious, and it is disappointing to see that we're defending this so strongly on the other side. I really don't understand this. It doesn't make sense. We shout and shout and shout, this is the people's body. Well, is it? Because this, if we pass this amendment, it might be close to being the people's body. But the fact that we're going to attack this amendment and take it out means this is the governor's house. This is the governor's room, and it shouldn't be. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The people do, I don't know if you guys are listening, but the people do call the governor's office the third chamber. There's a reason for that. Let's make it not be that. I'm tired of him having so much control over this chamber. He shouldn't. He has his own branch. Stop. Tell the people of Colorado we won't continue to do this. And 1/3 of our budget is federal funding. And guess what? Money from federal funding comes with rules and strings attached. And we keep poking those rules and those strings in the eye. We keep prompting and we keep pushing with the bills that we're passing in here, and we're trying to codify it, and 1/3 of our budget comes from federal funding, and at some point, the federal funding is gonna stop because we keep poking the bear and poking the bear and poking the bear, and at some point, the bear's gonna say, no more. And it's not because our side's poking it. It's ridiculous. We owe the taxpayers transparency. We're supposed to be stewards of the people. We have many critical programs that we don't give the governor the authority to take over. We don't hand him a blank check and say, oh, you know what's best for this chamber. We have a robust supplemental process. And to say that this goes back to the people of Colorado in the general fund, I believe is a slap in the face. It doesn't until 2028. The people are struggling in our state right now. Did we all forget last week when we begged for $20,000 for robotics, and we begged for school safety, and we begged for rural Colorado, and we begged for provider pay, and we begged and we begged and we begged? But all the while, we had $4 million to sue the federal government, and then we're gonna wonder why the federal government says no more funding for Colorado. I'm gonna blackball you, and I'm gonna make an example out of our state. What we need now is the DD waiver list, wait list, to be decreased. What we need now are roads to be better. What we need now are healthcare workers like me to be paid more. What we need now are community health waivers. What we need now is help for rural hospitals. What we need now is to pay teachers better. What we need now is better education.
Representative Bradley, I will have you come back to the amendment, L2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we need now is this amendment. Was that good?
Perfect.
Thank you. We need transparency for the people of Colorado. They're done. They're sick of it. They're sick of what we're doing in this House. They want transparency. They want good stewards of Colorado. They want 3 branches of government. They don't want a blank check to our governor and then to say that this money is going to come back in 2028. The people of Colorado are struggling with groceries and health care and all the things that we are struggling with. They want the 65 of us in this room to tell them what's happening, and they certainly don't want a blank check to the governor of this state. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Barone. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment, and let me tell you why. We have checks and balances in the state as well as in the federal government. The governor does have his own legislative branch. Well, we have the legislative branch. He has the executive branch. I don't agree with writing him a blank check like most of my colleagues have been saying here. So let's go back to how this has come forward. We're using the taxpayer money to pass bills here that are poking the bear, as our President Trump is, to our President Trump. We're using taxpayer money to pass bills that are really going against what our federal government is saying that we should go. And then we're going to use taxpayer money that has been moved around in shell games to defend ourselves in it with the federal government. So I don't understand why we're passing this bill to fund $4 million to defend ourselves from our own doing. This is our own doing in this body. It's our own doing that we're losing federal funding because of the bills that we're passing here. We have tried to run amendments on these bills that say if this bill is going to impact our federal funding, this bill will be null. But this body itself has voted those down. Now we have to spend more taxpayer money, $4 million, to defend ourselves. This amendment brings transparency on how that money is being spent. Of course, we would want this bill to die here because the best way to defend ourselves is by taking away those bills that are going against the federal government. That's the best way. It's not going to cost us anything. It's not going to cost us $4 million. But now we have to spend taxpayer money to defend ourselves from our own doing. Make that make sense. Make that make sense to the people that are paying taxes in this state. Make that make sense to people that are working 9-to-5 jobs, paying taxes, and now they have to defend themselves from the federal government and federal funding because of what we did here in this body. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the bill sponsors, I do have a question as relates to this, because if the understanding is that there needs to be this ability to move with the punches, and this program is only in place until July 1st of 2028, why did you decide to not extend all of these dollars to that point, right? So the way this is written is it applies to the 25-26 and 26-27 fiscal year. It does not apply to the 27-28 fiscal year, which means June 30th of 2028, which is the last day of the program. It's not for that fiscal year. So if I'm understanding your reasoning correctly, it would make sense to me that that reasoning would be applied to that latter year. And if that's not still the same reasoning, then why not just do it on an annual basis as per this amendment, which I rise in support of?
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So your friendly neighborhood thrifty state legislator here, Tassel. I am looking at the committee report, and the appropriation of $4 million, first of all, is a question for me around, like, that's a lot of money that we could spend on a lot of school infrastructure or teachers. In the school world, when we come to budget, and when we've had really tight years, the school district usually says, if you don't use it, you lose it. And so that's the sign that it's a really, really, really tight budget year, and we've got to make sure that we're using our money wisely and we're spending it appropriately. And if we don't, it gets swept back into general fund of the district. I guess when I look at this, when we are looking at tightening our belts as a state because we don't have a lot of money, we've already been told that next year is going to be even tighter. If you don't use it, you lose it, might work really well here. I think that this amendment, it's about accountability, it's about transparency, and I am still trying to figure out if we employ an attorney general in the state of Colorado, what are they doing? What is our attorney general's job if we don't have our attorney general doing the work of fighting for the state when needed? So I would really love to know that. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank the people in this chamber for last week voting to reinstate community health workers, even though that there was no money to pay them. That meant a lot to me. That was a bill that I had been part of 2 years ago. And I just want you all to know that had the rest of the bill been enacted, that would have been $2.8 million that would have supplied salaries for these community health workers through the end of this year.
Representative Bradfield.
I'm getting to this one. Now, here we are in this bill giving the governor $4 million for we don't know why, but we think we do, but it's not stated specifically. So therefore, there's not a transparency factor if it's not in black and white and can be easily understood. So I'm proposing that instead of that going to the governor, that we take a portion of that and fund these people that are going to help many of our citizens in Colorado far more than we can ever know. Community health workers are important. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
That was fun. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is really a fascinating dive into shell gamery of the Colorado General Assembly and its master. So I think it's, just this amendment is really fascinating. So a little bit of a dive into this since it's such an important thing for Colorado. Such an important thing for Colorado. Now, one thing that I'll note, to make sure I don't forget it, is that the governor's discretionary budget is $53 million if you round it. So $53 million. So this is coming out of a different pot altogether. So you'd have to wonder, it's like, wow, the governor has $53 million and he doesn't keep some back for a rainy day, like keeping him and his cronies out of jail. That should probably be something that was thought through. But let's go through the green page here because, Madam Chair, I want to speak to the amendment.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. So for the fiscal year 2025-26 state fiscal year, $4 million is appropriated to the office of the governor. This appropriation, and it's important to look at what this changes. So we're going to jump back and forth. So if everybody would get out your notes, that would be good. This appropriation from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which you can find on page, if you pull your red books out, of this book, Book 24, Title 24, Book 2, you can find on page, where are the page numbers on 25-75-232? Page 964. You can find it on page 964. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at what changed in this amendment. So $4 million is appropriated to the office of the governor. So far, so good. That adds a period. And it gets rid of the obvious discretion here, which is for the use by the governor. Because if you go in this bill, what it says is 5E, in addition to the uses set forth in 5A and 5B, because we're talking about the Infrastructure Relief Act, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Let's see what the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act was for. The federal government enacted, with bipartisan support, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which includes
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I don't sing. So
Please continue. It's quiet.
Since it was getting loud in here, I was just hoping some people would take it off the floor.
Please continue.
Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act, which includes $550 billion in federal funds for new infrastructure investments nationwide. So let's see what that's for. What is this bill for? New infrastructure investments nationwide. Approximately 200 programs identified in the Federal Act may be relevant to Colorado. Okay, how would we know if it's relevant for Colorado? If that $550 billion would be for new infrastructure investments nationwide. That's what the money is for. Don't people have offices?
I can hear you just fine, Representative DeGraff. Please continue.
Well, I thought it'd be important that the people know what this money was for. The $550 billion is for new infrastructure and investments. Let's just keep coming back to that. It is for new, so we shouldn't be saying infrastructure investments in job acts. We should just be saying new infrastructure and investments to keep us focused on what we're talking about. Approximately 200 programs identified in the Federal Act may be relevant to Colorado, and initial estimates show the state could receive between approximately $3 billion.
Representative DeGraff, could you tie it back to this amendment L002, please?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I'll just start over here. So because this says about the Infrastructure Job Act, funds created in 25-75-232-3, and so this is talking about funds that go back to here, which are 5A and 5B. Now, this adds a 5E and presumably renumbers everything else, because this adds something in general that does not even correspond to infrastructure investments nationwide. Because we'd have to ask ourselves, in addition to the uses set forth in subsections, so who's authorizing this in addition to? Is the Infrastructure and Jobs Act? Because if you want to look and call something a slush fund, what the Colorado General Assembly is wanting to do is treat this as a slush fund. Now that's an old maritime thing. You can get into the etymology of that, the entomology of which bugs me. But
could you help me out a little bit and speak to exactly how the amendment addresses your issue?
yes, ma'am. Because this whole thing refers back to, it's really the appropriation of the entire bill. So why are we doing this? So what we're talking about is creating something in here for the fund to implement this act. The office may use this appropriation for the administration. But what appropriation are we talking about? We're talking about the appropriation from the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. We're talking about money that is for new infrastructure and investments. Now, the sponsors mentioned that our money is under attack. And why is our money under attack from things like Medicaid? Well, Medicaid is probably under attack because Colorado has intentionally kept dead voters on the rolls for Medicaid for years, sucking up millions or billions. I don't know how much money was in that, but that's why funds are being are being channeled. So this is saying we want to fund these things. Well, what does Colorado want to fund? Colorado wants to fund things that are not in the infrastructure and investments nationwide, or Colorado specifically, of which 200 might be, well, the billions of dollars. So what this Colorado is saying is that we want to take funds from new infrastructure investments that we've said we needed, and then we want to say, oh, well, we really don't need that infrastructure, so we're going to put that money into, let's see, what are we going to put that money into? In addition, with subsections 5A and B, notwithstanding this section 1E, the office may expend the money in the following. So this is all tied in with the money, because if you want to know what's going on, you got to follow the money, and this is where the money leads us. Hiring, employing personnel or contractors related to federal government actions that impact federal disbursements. Do you want to pay for people that impact federal disbursements? Well, I'm not really sure if that is federal funds for new infrastructure and investments. What else? Reimbursement in the Department of Law for costs associated with Special Assistant Attorneys General. Now, Attorney General, I don't know why we'd launder this money through the governor's office when it's supposed to be for the Attorney General's office. So why launder it to the Attorney General? Why launder it to the governor when it could be just laundered to the Attorney General? Because even if it is to the Attorney General, it's not for infrastructure and investment. Right? You seeing that? It's not for infrastructure and investment. That's what the money is for. So whether you add Section E or not, the money is still, by the act, for something entirely different. So even if you just add an E, this money is coming from a point farther upstream, and we can't just change it down here and say it's with the intent. So what else? Providing legal services to the state officers. Now, I'm not sure. I've not seen any legal services that are in line with infrastructure investment. And so what Colorado is saying here is that we do not need the money for infrastructure investment. It's not just a matter that it's $4 million. It's just saying that we don't need your stinking money for infrastructure and investment. So the federal would certainly be in their prerogative to say, well, if you don't need that $4 million for infrastructure and investment, you must have solved all your infrastructure investment needs, and therefore we can just stop doing that. Because where does that money come from? That money comes from infrastructure investments nationwide. That money is from the taxpayers of the United States, all of us. Now, granted, if everybody takes all of their money and pools it and then takes 1/50th of it out per the state, then you have to ask yourself, why are we sending the money to the federal government in the first place? That's another conversation. That's what's chosen. We chose to be leveraged by this federal system. We should think about that.
Representative DeGraff, could you please keep tying it back to the amendment and how you support this amendment and why you support this amendment?
Yes, ma'am. I support this amendment because we need to rein this spending in. Because what we're doing with the bill right now is we're telling the federal government that we don't need your money. We have solved our infrastructure problems because, the governor could certainly use his $52 million, $53 million to fund some of this and chooses not to. And it should go to the AG, who, as we know, defended the Secretary of State when she published the BIOS passwords for 4 months to 2 years.
You're really straying off course here, Representative DeGraff.
It all ties together, ma'am. It's all just one big tapestry that there's just these threads that, if you pull the whole thing
We're
kind of
just
comes
talking about
apart.
this particular amendment, though, L002.
I'm still there. Okay. So we're talking about this appropriation from the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, which according to the Red Book is for new infrastructure and investment, not for things like legal services or the criminal defense of state officers, employees, and legal actions. And this bill is telling the federal government that we don't need your stinking federal funds. we have our infrastructure solved. Because we have our infrastructure so solved that we can take $4 million out of this and then we'll send it to something else, like fighting against the federal government. So this bill wants to use the money of we the people to defend a select few, like reimbursing the government for costs associated with special assistant attorney generals pursuant to this section, contracted for the purposes of legal services to state officers, employees related to the legal proceedings, inquiries, hearings, investigations initiated, pursued, or threatened by the federal government. So we want to sue the state of Colorado wants to sue the federal government for the disbursement of federal monies that are collected from the people of the United States. So there's nothing really more flagrantly telling of the federal government that we don't need your money than to say that we're going to take your money to sue you to keep your money. So I don't understand the logic of this at all. I mean, I kind of do. It's kind of twisted, kind of convoluted. But I think what we're really doing is we're just really risking. Now, what we could do probably to get our Medicaid funding back would be to take the dead voters off the rolls. That would probably go a long ways. That's what we could do.
Back to the amendment, Representative DeGraff.
Yes, ma'am.
L002.
Yep, still there. The office may use this appropriation for administration of the governor and the governor's office and residence. Why this money, I'm not really sure. Does the governor's office and residence fall under infrastructure and investments? I mean, I think we have a whole different fund for that. The governor's, why would the United States of America send billions of dollars down to Colorado so that we can spend money on the governor's furniture? Why would they do that? I mean, that's what it says, the governor's office and his residence. Why would we do that? And that is in the amendment. Maybe I'm just not understanding something about this, but we're talking about taking money that is for new infrastructure investments nationwide and saying we're going to put it in the office of the governor's office and residence, and any money, let's look at what if we don't do this amendment, any money appropriated in this section not expended prior to July 1, 2026, is further appropriated for the office for 2026 for the same purpose. So we just take any money that's not appropriated that way, and then we roll it back in for the same purpose. So just an unending fund that curiously ends in 2028, because we're clearly not interested in the preserve and protect the state's sovereignty. If we were concerned about the state's sovereignty, we would be looking at separating ourselves from federal funds. So this is an interesting bill trying to save our federal funding by saying to the federal funders that we don't need your stinking money, so please keep it all because we're going to spend it suing you to get more of your money, because we violated the rules by which we were getting that money. So I don't understand the shell gamery here, but I just thought I'd cover a little bit of it. That's just the amendment. I can't wait to get to the bill.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think this is a good amendment, and I'll be relatively brief, but I have to ask what's changed. I mean, we get caught up in the moment. We're trying to get something done here, but I don't think anything has changed in terms of checks and requirements that we may have put on the governor's office for reporting. To say it's okay, or that we have robust reporting and tracking, and we'll hear about things in SMART Act hearings, it's great to say that. But if we look back in fairly recent history, we'll see some things that are very similar to this, parallels this situation exactly, and I don't think anything's changed to fix it. If we look just back a decade or so at the 2003 Jobs and Growth Tax Relief Reconciliation Act, that was the
Shovel-ready jobs, Infrastructure Act. If you remember, that was a big deal. We had shovel-ready jobs. We were going to fix our infrastructure in the state. Not much different than what we're looking at right now. Well, $1 million of that was put in the governor's office. And in 2018, those funds were drawn on by our current governor to defend an ethics complaint from our former governor. The outcome of that was some fines to the former governor, and our state taxpayers spent 46 times the amount that that gentleman was fined of our taxpayer dollars that had gone up to the government and the federal government and come back for infrastructure to defend the former governor. We're talking about something extremely similar now. Infrastructure money go into the governor's office to be used to defend in legal battles. This is exactly what happened with the shovel-ready jobs money. And I don't think we put anything in place to change controls on that. We should be, if we choose, appropriating money for 1 year. If it's not used, it comes back, and we use it for other priorities. We can't be just dumping money into the governor's office like we did most recently with the shovel-ready jobs thing under Obama and use it 15 years later for a different purpose. That's what we're setting up to continue, and we should not be doing that. So please, vote yes on this amendment.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's just still a lot of questions around the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, making sure this actually touches infrastructure investment and jobs. I also think that my colleague raised some good questions about the administration of the governor's office and the language that's in this bill right now. It just seems very broad and far-reaching. I appreciate the reporting requirements, but I think having to ask for the money each year, which is what this amendment does, all it says is you have to ask for the money, tell the JBC this is what we need the money for. There are processes, a supplemental process that we all use, and I take offense a bit to the argument that the governor shouldn't have to ask the way that we have to ask. And so there are processes to make sure that if this bill were to pass, that this money is expended in the way that it was intended. I think there's a lot of language in here that is unclear, and so making sure that we have that ability to, as a body, to look at the subject to annual appropriation is incredibly important. I think this amendment, I guess I was not expecting so much conversation about this amendment because it seems like a very common sense amendment holding to the same accountability that we all have to hold to. And I guess I'm just truly not understanding why we wouldn't accept an amendment that says that the governor just needs to justify the expenditures. Again, raising the issue that in addition to the adverse federal action, we don't know. We don't know what the federal government is going to do. We could give the governor's office this $4 million and he doesn't have to use a penny of it. Shouldn't we know that? Shouldn't we then say, okay, this should go to the general fund sooner? I don't understand. I think that is our job as legislators, and I think we should continue to have the ability to do that job as legislators. And so I continue to ask for an aye vote. I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered by the governor's office that we don't have today, and I think making sure at the very least, if this bill passes with the subject to annual appropriation language, it will give us that ability to continue to ask the questions that need to be asked about where our taxpayer money is going. Thank you. I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L002 to House Bill 1321. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment is lost. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you as well.
Madam Chair, I move Amendment L006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Give us one moment. All right, Representative Soper, it is displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Amendment L006 moves the funds, or the $4 million, I should say, from going from the governor's office to the Attorney General's office. And the reason for this is actually a pretty logical reason. So as you read the bill, and you're actually going through the bill, within Section 1, because there's only 2 sections, Section 1 is the policy section, and Section 2 is the $4 million appropriation section from the Jobs and Infrastructure Act. The first paragraph talks about how the office may accept gifts, grants, and donations. Well, we know that really the intent is not fully gifts, grants, and donations because we're putting $4 million there. So moving on to the second paragraph, it talks about how the governor may have discretion for the following purposes. And then it lists 1, 2, subpart A and B, and then a 3. As we're looking at Roman numerals 1 and 2, the first part says that the governor may hire or employ personnel or contractors related to anything that impacts federal disbursements of grants, contracts, or money received or transferred to the state. I don't know about you, but that's going to involve lawyers, and this is something that if you're actually going to really enforce this, this is all going to be about lawyers, because I don't know how you would actually impact retaining contractors or grants or contracts or monies received without it involving some sort of legal action. And this would be the job of the Attorney General. Moving down to Roman numeral 2, it actually specifically says reimbursing the Department of Law. So if this was already with the Attorney General's office, you wouldn't have to worry about calculating the reimbursements. Subpart A talks about legal services. Well, once again, that would be the Attorney General's office. Subpart B, this is also legal services for criminal defense of state officers. This is something that most certainly the AG's office could handle or oversee a contract for, because they already do this. So it's well within their wheelhouse. Roman numeral 3, I do want to point out, so it talks about other expenditures consistent with preserving and protecting state sovereignty or federal funding streams that benefit the state. In order to protect the sovereignty of Colorado, the best way to do that would be through a lawsuit and through litigation in the courts. I mean, we're not going to send in the National Guard. And this, once again, would be where the Attorney General's office, if they were the entity responsible for overseeing this monies, would be the one in the most appropriate position for being able to fight back. Because what the bill envisions is a showdown between the federal government and the state government. And in order to be able to effectuate this showdown that is shaping up, it's going to involve the courts. It's going to involve federal courts. It's going to be plans to take a case to the circuit court and maybe even the U.S. Supreme Court for getting a precedent on point and testing really the limits of federal power versus state power. And that's the grand scheme of where we are and what I believe the policy contemplates. And that's why it's most appropriate that we're sending these funds, the $4 million, to the Attorney General's office, since the Attorney General would in effect be the tip of the spear in any sort of protection of state sovereignty. And that's why I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am going to respectfully request a no vote on this amendment. Just to explain briefly how we pay for services from the Attorney General, there's an allocation that is made to all the departments in our budget just generally, and departments have funds to acquire legal services from the Attorney General's office. This bill supplements that appropriation for these purposes so that our governor's office can acquire services from the Attorney General's office. It shows up as reappropriated funds when the governor's office, or frankly any department within state government, is using these funds to use services from the Attorney General's office. So we are already contemplating what is being requested. I will also just mention, due to the prescriptive nature of the amendment that's being proposed, doesn't contemplate the full magnitude of what we're attempting to do here. We are attempting to defend our state and defend our right to draw back down federal tax dollars that the people of this state paid for to invest in services that the people of our state are counting on. Money coming from the federal government isn't a gift. It is a return of our money. And we should have the resources we need to comply with documents requests, should that be necessary, to hire assistance, to defend ourselves. We should be able to do what we need to do to defend taxpayer dollars and bring that money back to our state. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so again, I'll mention that the governor has $53 million. That would be probably a good place for this to come from, but as my colleague mentioned, we are looking at doing what with the money? What we're looking at doing with the money is reimbursing the Department of Law for costs associated with Special Assistant Attorney Generals. So why in this shellgamery would we take the money and run it through all these pots so that we can give it to the governor's office to give to the Department of Law? Because it's saying right here in section 1, Roman numeral 2, II, after it's added this section, which doesn't correspond to spending money on infrastructure. And I agree with the JBC member that, yeah, that is the money of Coloradans. And we should probably have a serious conversation nationally about how we're doing this with the money, because we're sending all this money to be laundered through the federal government with all of the hands touching it and losing money there, and then bringing back a portion apportioned to our population. I mean, that's just stupid. And now, all of a sudden, for some reason this year, we're concerned about that process. We're not really concerned about the process, we're just concerned about the results of keeping dead voters on the Medicaid rolls. That's the problem. We're not looking at defending new infrastructure. We're looking at defending keeping federal funds in the face of keeping dead voters on the Medicaid roll. Who knows what's going on with SNAP, but we know there's tons of fraud there. Besides when we talked about all the wasted food that just goes straight in the trash. Instead of having the hard conversation about all of the policy in here intended to keep illegal voters in the state and on the voting rolls, bolstering or propping up an economy that's been devastated by debt spending over the last 4.5 years, which would have probably been 30% devaluation in wages instead of 22.5%. But the purpose of this bill is saying that the purpose is for reimbursing the Department of Law, unless the governor doesn't spend all that money on the Department of Law, then any money appropriated in this section not expended by July 1, 2026 is further appropriated to the office for the 2026 state fiscal year. So for what purpose? For the purpose of the governor's office and residence. So we have money that is combined from the people of the United States for what? Infrastructure. Now, does that affect, that's for Colorado infrastructure. Does anybody else in the United States use Colorado's infrastructure?
Representative, could you talk about the amendment that is moving it to the Department of Law?
Yes,
Please?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am, absolutely. I don't have 5 daughters, but I appreciate your leadership. So, this money is for reimbursing the Department of Law. This amendment makes sure that the money goes to the Department of Law. That's what the money is for. That's what the bill says. That's why we're laundering the money that's meant for the Department of Law to defend people who are breaking the law, because basically the accusation is breaking federal law here. Removing federal funds for state officers violating federal law. That's why we would lose federal funds. And so then you have to defend them, and that would be the Attorney General's office to hire outside counsel, legal offices, criminal defense. Criminal defense? Why would we be anticipating hiring criminal defense? Or employees in legal action. I guess that could be OLLS, pulling our legal staff into these battles. All somehow to protect state sovereignty. So I'm in favor of this amendment because this clarifies and gets the money back in the direction that it's supposed to go. We know there's just laundering, shell gamery, whatever you want to call it. It's duplicitous because the people of the United States paid that money. They paid the money. People from Michigan use the roads in Colorado. They have a right, and they've all combined it, and they said, let's fix this across the United States. So we're looking at taking money out of that fund. And yes, that is money that Colorado paid into, but our money also goes to fix roads that we would use in Michigan. So we should be able to, so we would expect that they would expect that. So if we say that we don't need any more money, I would expect that the federal government would take that money. It would be silly not to, it would be disingenuous to the people of the United States to not, if we're saying that we have that. So this doesn't eliminate that problem, this bill, but at least it takes one level of the shell gamery out of it, because it takes it from going from the governor's office, possibly the governor's mansion, and make sure it's at least intended for what this bill sort of intends, which is in violation of what the people of the United States intended that money for. So it's a good amendment to a really logically contorted bill. So I recommended, I asked for an aye vote on this amendment so that we can at least take one level of duplicity out of this bill.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to come back down and address a couple of comments because I do think it's important. Talking about, there's this fear of the federal executive, the president, pulling back dollars that are our tax dollars too. And I thought that was a really good point that was made up here, that what we pay in federal tax dollars from Coloradans also should be coming back, at least in part, to the states, certainly with what a commitment is. And one of the bedrocks of our American legal system is contracting. And whether it's a contract between the federal government and a state to provide certain services, that's still an important element. But I did want to point out that there's also a state executive. So we have a federal executive, the president, but we also have a state executive, which is the governor. And there's also kind of the same fear of a governor. I mean, that's also a lot of executive power that we're lumping into one person. And in Colorado, unlike the federal government, we're blessed to have an independent elected judicial officer, and that's our Attorney General. And if we're protecting our state's sovereignty as an entity, as a state of Colorado, as an independent legal system, and we know this is an independent legal system because we're right here debating laws that we're enacting in which everyone has to follow, then any sort of defense of this grand contract between the federal government and the states, and any sort of defense of the Colorado way of life that we have enshrined within our statutes and in our state constitution should be led by the Attorney General. And the Attorney General is that appropriate constitutional officer that we have charged with defending the laws of our state. And an extension of the laws would be what we've entered into as far as an agreement between the federal government and the state governments. And if the federal government has promised certain grant dollars coming to our state, if the federal government has promised certain contractors or employees coming to our state, or certain services being awarded to our state, and it's a multi-year commitment, then it's the Attorney General who should be enforcing those provisions, those contractual provisions, those agreements, those handshake deals. Yes, they probably exist in government, but it's the Attorney General who is that person, and that there really shouldn't be a pass-through with our state executive, that we have an independent judicial officer who is charged with upholding the laws of our great state, and we should put the dollars in the Attorney General's budget for him to defend Colorado. And I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on L006, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, if I understood correctly, JBC puts into different funds the legal services. So there's legal service. And so I asked the JBC analyst on this bill, and he explained that there is a special purpose subdivision in the governor's office with a legal services line item that currently has $1,240,673 general fund dollars. So my question is, why, if we're not just going to send it directly to the AG's office, why do we put it into this other fund as opposed to directly into the legal services line item? And I think that might help clarify a little bit of this conversation as relates to the AG's office, to understand why the mixed cash funds.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. So what I would share is that the funds here are not just for legal services. There's also assistance with grant management and being responsive to document requests and building department capacity to be able to be responsive to federal inquiries. So if all of the money were put into one specific place only for legal services, we would not have the resources available to meet the capacity needs that could exist.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. My understanding is that subdivision, the special purposes subdivision, could be used for a variety of things. So why not just put it into the special services subdivision, maybe not specifically the legal services, such that the governor's office can pull those dollars? And maybe this isn't to the amendment, and we should pause this conversation for a second, but it is a conversation that we will bring back.
Further discussion on L006, Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our JBC member. So I guess part of the issue, I think, and the good representative from Fremont just brought up, so yes, some of it is personnel, but it's reimbursing the Department of Law for costs associated with a special attorney general, contracted for legal services, expenditures related to protecting state sovereignty, which would fall within the attorney general's office. So while there might be a small portion that would go to personnel, the bulk of this is legal. And I think again, I don't agree with this bill at all, but if it's going to go somewhere, it shouldn't be going to the attorney general's office. It shouldn't be going to the governor's office. It should be going to the attorney general's office. The other thing I just wanted to bring attention to is I don't understand, as the good representative from Fremont and El Paso had talked about, I don't understand kind of how this money is all being allocated. So first, we were all told you need to do more, do better, help draw down the $1.2 billion shortfall. As an exec committee, for example, we came up with $4 million from the Legislative Services Cash Fund and transferred it to General Fund to help offset the $1.2 billion. But then we have $4 million going from General Fund into the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funds. But then it is now, and that was through an orbital, which I objected to. And then we are now taking it out of the infrastructure fund, and now we're giving it to the governor's office through general fund. Why the extra step? Why couldn't we just transfer money to the general fund and then write a check to the governor for $4 million, which apparently is not going to be subject to annual appropriation? Why the extra step? Why are we putting the money in what feels like, whether that might not be the intent, and I have talked to the governor's office about this, and I have talked to one of the bill sponsors about this, and I will say I do not have a clear answer as to why we have to go through 3 funds to transfer this money to the governor's office when it could have easily been transferred to the governor's office through the general fund originally. So I think there's a lot of questions, which just raises issues with this bill, but again, the biggest question is related to this amendment, which is why is it not going to the Attorney General's office? Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was listening to the debate and actually had a question, if I could ask the sponsors this. It was stated up here in the well that some of the funds that wouldn't be anticipated for legal services was for grant administration or complying with what sounded to me like an open records request, possibly discovery help. And I guess I'm trying to understand that if some of these funds are for grant administration and grant management, it's my understanding that those would have already been appropriated for whatever federal grant that Colorado had been awarded. So we would have had to have already spent state dollars for someone to oversee federal compliance. So if we're needing someone else to oversee that federal compliance, that would be duplicative, and I guess I'm just trying to get a little bit of understanding. And then if there's help with any sort of what sounded to me like core, and maybe I misunderstood, or discovery, that would still be part of any sort of either litigation or pre-litigation. And to me, that still would fall under the auspices of what the Attorney General's office would do.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. So what we're contemplating is there could be a situation where additional information has been requested to pull down additional dollars. And we have seen in the news already, we've had the BHA and CDPHE for various mental health grants that we were expecting to continue flowing through, also some different grant dollars for public health and environmental reasons, funds that we were expecting to come to the state be delayed and withheld. So this is exactly that sort of capacity that we want to make sure our departments and agencies have to be responsive if there are questions or new document demands or anything, any additional interaction with the federal government that might be necessary to continue pulling down dollars that the state believes had been previously committed to the state but have not yet come. And we are seeing that happen already.
Further discussion on L006, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do understand on the on the paperwork, but that should be something out of the office of the normal operations out of that office. And one thing that I think we're skipping here is just the flying in the face of why these funds are being questioned in the first place. And if we are, we have the examples of dead people being kept on the Medicaid rolls. We have examples of those here illegally kept in a permanently exploitable status, unprotected by documentation. We have those examples. So it seems like we're not doing the diligence to say, what do we need to be in compliance with these federal rules, so much as trying to maintain federal funding without actually being in compliance with federal rules. And I don't really understand that. I don't really understand that mentality. So again, you know, when we're looking at primarily funding the Office of Law for legal things, and it's right there, the first one, I mean, besides hiring personnel, I mean, or break this up instead of sending it through the governor's office to possibly be used. And I understand that's a line item office, but it seems a very inappropriate use of that fund if the line item to which it's going is office and residence, and because that was a line item that you could put it in by which the governor could do something with it so that it could be, it just seems a very inappropriate use of that line item in the budget. And if that's the only place it can go, and we're saying that money that is commingled, and I understand that, you know, we're saying that this was money that was just recently appropriated in this budget crisis, commingled in with the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, and now we want to pull it out immediately afterwards and say, okay, well, we didn't really mean that we were going to offset our budget deficit. What we meant was that we were going to, and so knowing that was coming, you know, why didn't we do that in the budget with just last week with the budget? So I would at least hope that you can understand why this looks like a big shell game, even if you feel it's not. It certainly has the appearance of a big shell game. And if you want to take away the appearance of and if we're thinking that it's a big shell game, well, I think the people of Colorado who look at this are looking at it like a big shell game. And that is not improving the transparency for our budgeting process. So I think if we're wondering why people don't trust this legislation, I think it's reasons like this, because they can't see it. So I think if we need to break this money up and say send some to one place and then another, but still that we commingled the funds even if it were state funds, and then we commingled them. Once they're commingled, you can't unmingle them, right? You can't just say, well, okay, they're all mixed in there. They're all diffused. We can't say we put that money in there for a reason, said it was for this. Now we want to take it out for something else. At least this would put it in the right pot right away. It's still the wrong pot and a violation of the will of the people of the United States, who would also probably be able to look at the funding and go, well, if Colorado can use infrastructure money for something else, well, we certainly can. There's absolutely no limits. This just takes any restraints off the funding and just says to the people of the United States, whoever has this kind of money left, use it for whatever you want. So it looks that way. It looks that way. So I still support this amendment.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think to the good representative from El Paso's question, I think it doesn't make sense, even if we were to give it to the governor and put it in the governor's budget, the line item that is administration of governor's office and residence is a strange place to put it in. If you were putting it in legal services, because even grant compliance touches legal, like all this federal money coming in, making sure we're spending it appropriately, it all touches legal. So why it's going in the administration of the governor's office and residence makes no sense. If it was going, again, I still don't agree with the concept or the bill, but if it's not going to go to the AG's office, it should at least be going to legal services line item and not in the administration of the governor's office and residence. That is a very broad category. And again, I'm going to keep harping on this since we're not subject to annual appropriation. I do fear that this money is not going to go potentially to the extent to the purposes that we all think it's supposed to go to in this bill. So with that, I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L006 to the Appropriations Committee report. Representative DeGraff? The question before us is the adoption of L006 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the committee report. Representative DeGraff.
My apologies. I just had my hand, I raised my hand, so. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. My apologies, I thought it came over. Okay. So we're still on the committee report, and I understand that this is a line item, but we're talking about commingled money.
Hang on one second.
I move L007 to HB 1321 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, give us a second.
Okay.
All right, it is displayed. Go ahead, Representative DeGraff.
All right. I think I did 5 things wrong in one motion. My apologies. Senior moment. Okay. I'm glitching. Okay, so simple. What we're talking about off on the side is that this money is for the administration of the governor's office and residence. I don't think the mansion needs more help with the rose gardens. So, and what we've said is that this money, that basically that commingled money can be separated. So what this does is even if it's a line item, that it goes to the operation of the governor's office and residence, for the administration of the governor's office and residence, we're just taking off residence. Because at least if you're talking about, so this money would be specifically for the office, the governor's office, could not be used on the governor's residence or the administration of the governor's residence, and it would be strictly for the reimbursement of court costs to the Attorney General, legal services of state officers who are accused of violating the bounds of federal funding, criminal defense of state officers and employees in legal actions for accusations about the misappropriation of federal funding, and somehow preserving and protecting the state's sovereignty to depend on federal funding. Now, the idea of fighting for state sovereignty to depend on federal funding, I'll leave you to think about the irony of that. So this is just to, I do understand that it's a line item in there that the administration of the governor's office, which is not necessarily the office space. Of course, you could have an office space, but the office itself is the actions, the executive office. So it's kind of a weird word, but so it's a good amendment to clarify that this money will only be used for the purposes specified. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Representative Luck. Further discussion on L007. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L007 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the committee report. Is there further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so for those watching at home, this $4 million was appropriated from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, cash fund, which was created in 24-75-232, which I have in front of me. That particular section was added in 2022 through Senate Bill 22-215. It was then amended by Senate Bill 23-283, and it's not all that long, at least as relates to its core part. And so I'm going to read, it's only 2 pages, but I think I'm only going to read the first few sections just so that we all understand what this act is, what this cash fund is. All right, it says, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act Cash Fund, creation, allowable uses, report, legislative declaration, definitions, repeal. The General Assembly finds and declares that A, the federal government enacted with bipartisan support the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which includes $550 billion in federal funds for new infrastructure investments nationwide. B, approximately 200 programs identified in the federal act may be relevant to Colorado, and initial estimates show the state could receive between approximately $3.4 billion and $6.8 billion in new federal funding for infrastructure investments, with significant funding subject to non-federal match requirements. With these available federal funds, Colorado has the opportunity to make significant progress on its infrastructure goals that can create positive impacts for Coloradans across the state. In order for the state to be competitive for the highest range of funding available to it under the federal act, it is necessary for departments to have funds available as a non-federal match. Although due to still evolving federal guidance, the amounts needed in specific types of projects may not be known in time for this money to be appropriated in the annual General Appropriation Act. And E, the General Assembly desires the money in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act Cash Fund to be allocated as follows, except that the anticipated percentages may change dependent on need and guidance developed by the federal government for implementation of the federal act. 1, 25% for transportation programs. 2, 25% for water, environmental, and resiliency programs. 3, 25% for power, grid, and broadband programs. 4, 10% for local match support. And 5% for grant writing support, administrative support, and project planning. And then it goes on and it lists out definition. It explains where the cash fund is created, that it's created in the state treasury, and then just goes through. It's, on Section 5, it says, subject to approval by the governor, a department may expend money in the fund as the matching non-federal funds for infrastructure projects pursuant to requirements of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act for the following categories. 1, transportation infrastructure projects as set forth in the federal act. 2, water, environmental, and resiliency projects as set forth in the federal act. 3, power, grid, and broadband projects as set forth in the federal act. And 4, any other infrastructure project explicitly funded and set forth in the federal act. In addition to the uses set forth in subsection 5A of this section, subject to approval by the governor, a department may expend money in the fund to provide matching non-federal funds to a local government or a federally recognized Indian tribe for match uses directed under the federal act. And the office may expend money from the fund to provide grant writing support, project planning support for federal funding opportunities in connection with the Infrastructure Investments and Job Act and related federal funding opportunities, including funding opportunities from the Inflation Reduction Act, and for administrative needs in processing applications for money from the fund and dispersing money awarded from the fund in accordance with this section. So I'm assuming that what has been linked here is Section 2 there. On the administrative side. That being said, I'm concerned about a few things, and I'm hopeful that through this dialogue we can clear up some stuff, but the way that I am, when I walked in this room this morning, the way that I was processing this information was to say that the state has a pool of money that they use as a matching fund pool of money in order to draw down federal dollars for the use under this act for infrastructure, right? Water, roads, those sorts of things. Now, normally, when you say, I have $100 million in this pot, and the grant awarder, i.e. the federal government here, says, okay, once you reach, let's say I have 96 million, and that's a better math. I have 96 million in this fund as matching funds, and the federal government, the grant awarder, says once you reach $100 million, then you will be able to draw down $2 billion, right? But you have to first reach $100 million. And we put in $4 million here, thereby triggering that $100 million such that we are then able to pull down those federal dollars, but then we don't use it for what is clearly contemplated under this, then my question becomes, what is the fallout from that? Do the federal government say, hey, you promised that you had this much money for this purpose, and so now we're going to take back these other dollars? Do they, pursue other potential consequences on the state of Colorado for doing that? Now, then we move it from that fund and we put it into the governor's fund for the purpose of three things, the way I see it. The first thing is for the purpose of suing the federal government for failure to keep their commitments. 2, for protecting state actors from any sort of criminal liability. And 3, any sort of contractual litigation that is derived because the state of Colorado can no longer actually abide its commitments. We put that into the governor's fund and we move it over there. To me, that just, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. And I'm just confused by why we would do it that way. Now, as I mentioned to the bill sponsor, and as I will put here on this mic, is my contention that the state of Colorado at its founding probably should have established a 10th Amendment fund or line item, right? And a fund that said, we as the state of Colorado are going to be positioned to push back against the federal government every time they encroach upon our jurisdiction, every time they violate the rights of us and our citizens. And that should have been a longstanding fund, and it should be a longstanding practice. And yet we didn't do that, and we're not doing that now. Now we are creating a stopgap measure out of fear of what might happen at the federal level, as if it's the first time that it's happened at the federal level, and it's not. It might be the first time that it's happened to the extent and to the degree, but we have seen federal programs be cut off in the past, right, such that this could be a longstanding thing even beyond the July 1st, 2028 deadline, which I will just note for the bill sponsors' benefit, not for their benefit, but for the benefit of everyone, that they've put it into a cash fund that itself, the cash fund itself, is set to expire July 1st, 2028. So that they're just conforming that, not necessarily picking that date. But in any case, if the bill sponsor or the member from JBC could help me to understand why the messiness of all of this, as opposed to just creating a separate fund that we can have long-standing in Colorado for any and all instances where the interest of Colorado may be at odds with the interests of the federal government, and have those dollars available, as opposed to doing it this way, because obviously there are things that the federal government pays for that aren't contemplated in the IIJA, and so I just don't know that it comports in a way that feels just and right. That's what I'd say.
Further discussion on the committee report. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to continue a little bit on this discussion around why this money is going to the governor's office and not the Attorney General's office. So in March of 2025, the JBC had a comeback request from the Attorney General's office. And the request originally that was denied, but then wound up getting funded by the JBC on a 3-2 vote, I think, or a 4-2 vote, is the department wanted $604,491 in general fund and 2.8 FTE for fiscal year 25-26, and $637,600 from general fund for 3 FTEs for fiscal year 26-27. Quote, this funding would support hiring dedicated attorneys for, 1, advising state agencies and institutions of higher education on federal funding risks and other legal risks given the evolving federal legal landscape. 2, defend the state in litigation brought by the federal government. 3, bring legal actions against the federal government for unlawful federal actions that harm the state of Colorado and its citizens. It was originally denied by the JBC. The staff recommendation was that the committee deny the request initially. Quote, the Attorney General's office has been successfully defending Colorado's interests against the federal government within existing resources throughout the current Attorney General's term. It currently manages this workload by assigning partial FTE tasks that fall within their expertise that are otherwise assigned to other primary duties. The department has neither identified specific litigation for which these resources are being requested, nor a specific category of action that will be pursued. The most significant impact JBC staff identifies may occur if these resources are not granted is that the Colorado will serve in supportive roles behind other states rather than being the lead in multi-state litigation. And the memo goes on to say, the department does not specifically identify the federal actions it intends to defend against or litigate. The examples provided by the department were accomplished within existing resources and without a specific cause of action. Therefore, JBC's staff is not able to support this in the current budget environment. And then lastly, when the budget requests in other agencies that impact health, life, and safety are balanced against adding new attorneys to lead litigation against the federal government when they might not otherwise just support other states' combined efforts, this budget request does not yet seem right for action by the committee. So originally JBC said, yep, we agree, we're gonna deny that. So they denied it. And then the department came back and convinced the JBC staff, yes, give us this money to do exactly what this bill is doing, except they could do it with $607,000. The governor's office needs $4 million. $4 million. And so I'm confused. I'm confused why the Attorney General's office, whose actual job is to defend the state and its citizens, can do it within $604,000, but the governor's office, whose job is not actually to defend the people of Colorado, needs $4 million in a continuous appropriation that we are not going to ask for annual appropriation on. Why that is. I am confused as to why that is. I'm confused why we need the money and this bill. We can talk about that in the bill. But as far as this appropriations report, I ask for no vote on the appropriations report and would appreciate maybe understanding better why I'm wrong. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the comments. I will reiterate once again for the record that the scope of the state's response isn't limited to only a legal response. So when we were first presented with a spending request or an appropriation request for the Attorney General's budget, it was a bigger request, as was noted. We scaled it back and wound up ultimately appropriating a lesser amount. Again, the reason that we took the path that we did was to allow our state to respond in any way that we need that is necessary and appropriate to support our departments that might not involve legal action. So again, not everything that the state will be doing in response to protect the monies that are owed back to the state of Colorado is legal. Not everything will need a lawsuit. Some of this, hopefully, can just be addressed through administrative responses and communication. That would be the ideal. Nobody wants to get into a lawsuit. My fingers are crossed that maybe better communication, having the staff necessary that can still continue doing the good work of the people of Colorado, but then also be responsive to the federal government in new and different ways that they might be demanding of us to partner with them, or just to be responsive again to information requests to protect funding streams that are owed and due to the state of Colorado.
Further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Byrd. I do appreciate the engagement. I take issue with the fact that the Attorney General's office only leads in litigation. They also lead in legal advice and compliance with grants, which then advises the employees who are administering their grants, who are working with the feds to make sure we're in compliance. So it doesn't have to just be litigation, I agree with you, but legal advice and guidance is also part of the Attorney General's job. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. And just to be directly responsive to that, the bill expressly contemplates funding the governor's office to acquire services from the Attorney General's office. So to account for all of those items that you mentioned, the bill would allow for that funding to be used to do all of those things that you just said.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Byrd. So why aren't we giving the money to the Attorney General's office? Why are we giving it to the governor? I really just can't connect the dots. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also just wonder, there is that special purpose subdivision within the governor's office that is basically, as I understand it from the JBC analyst, a fund that they can just pull for different special purposes like this. So why, again, go through the IIJA? Why not just put those dollars directly into the governor's office under that special purpose subdivision for these purposes? Or, as I mentioned before, better yet, have a specific fund, a 10th Amendment fund, so as to preserve these purposes well beyond this particular administration.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee report passes. To the bill. Assistant Minority Leader Winter. No. Go right ahead. AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my colleagues got into most of the technical stuff, and the things that I'm going to hit are, we just went through the budget week, and this money could go to the good people of House District 47. We need more youth offender beds in Pueblo. Last year I tried to run a long bill amendment. We have people escaping from the jail in Bent County. Otero County ran an amendment this year. They're losing their OB ward. Ran an amendment for $1.5 million, but there was no money in the budget, but this $4 million is set aside. Los Animas and Huerfano counties have lost tons of oil and gas jobs, blue-collar jobs. We've lost coal based on legislation out of this building. Wastewater plants are not going to be in compliance anymore. They're looking for funding to be able to keep up with the numerous amounts of laws that come out of the state and the Fed. I mean, I have rural hospitals up here beating down the door, looking for money to stay open to provide services to my constituents. The problem I have about this is the push and pull between the state and the federal government. I've been elected twice, and in both opening week speeches, we constantly hear, well, we had a mandate from the people, we have a mandate from the people of Colorado have spoken, and we're going to follow that mandate. But how fast we forget our words in this well. Because at the end of the day, whether some people like it or not, President Trump was elected not only with an electoral college win, but a popular vote win. To do and complete the agenda he put out there, which was obviously the will of the people. So then we come up here, now like I said, the will of the people, these are federal tax dollars that all people of America pay into the pot. And with the sweeping victory that he had, I would say the majority of these people that pay tax dollars agree with the agenda. So we as a state decide we're going to buck the agenda, we're going to push back against it, but now we don't want to go with that will of the people. We're going to stick with this will of the people. So what we're saying is if we're going to fund these things, we want to hold aside money to be able to fight the will of the people, almost like the argument that we've had over Tabor and we're going to have over Tabor. So then when we were talking about health care access in this building, we ran an amendment to say, okay, or we talked about, well, if the people in my district don't want to fund these programs, then why should they have to? And the response was, well, it was the will of the people. So one day it's the will of the people, one day it's not the will of the people, and I'm just trying to figure that out. I mean, we've run numerous severability amendments to make sure that if the will of the people of Colorado doesn't stand the muster of the will of people of the nation, and they go to pull federal tax dollars out of the state because the majority of people voted for the president, that we would be able to say, hey, this amendment's in the bill, there will be no stop in funding. Once we hit that point, it kicks it off, and then we're good to go. I try to be consistent in my arguments. And I know it's hard to do because we're all emotional and compassionate about certain things in this building. But I mean, jumping back and forth from one end to the other, and as the water comes up on whatever stump you're standing on, it starts to sink, we jump back onto another stump, and it's just a game that we seem to play. At the end of the day, folks, no different than you say the people of Colorado spoke, the people of the nation spoke. And maybe we got to start all getting a hold of the wagon handle and pulling together. I mean, politics have become vitriol, and it's unfortunate. But every election, there's winners and there's losers, and I've been on both sides of that. And when I was on the losing side, you know what I did? I got up and went to work the next day, because that's what we do as Americans. And I worked harder in between elections to try to get the folks I want elected or get the agenda I wanted pushed forward. So all I ask is, in the next couple weeks as we have these arguments, let's try to track on the same argument. We can't uphold a certain set of values and ethics for one argument and totally disregard them the next. And I think it's unfortunate with all of the problems happening in my House district, all of the problems, which a lot of them, the core problem starts here with legislation. And we come in front of the JBC on budget week, and we have a want list from our constituents. And we run those amendments and there's no money, and we run those amendments and there's no money. But then we find $4 million to fight the federal government against the will of the people. I just can't get behind it. I just don't understand it. And I'll continue to come down here and speak the truth of my district. And when I go home, I'll have to go home and explain to them that we put $4 million into a fund that could have kept an OB ward open, that could have funded rural hospitals, that could have paid for roads, that could have paid for hospitals, that could have jump-started the economy of mine that was decimated by legislation out of this building. Every county in my district voted for the president and his agenda. And it's going to be hard for me to go back in a couple months and have to travel around and say, well, all of you voted a certain way when we get in office and we're told the will of the people is what we're going to follow. But then you play by the rules and then you vote in a presidential election, which is the will of the people, and your voice don't matter again. You just don't track for me. We hear all the time in here, elections have consequences. Get up and go to work the next day. Fight for what you believe in. But until then, follow the will of the people.
Further discussion on House Bill 1321. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in today in opposition to this bill for a couple, well, more than a couple concerns. So, number one, we're seeing time and time again that we're pulling funds from other places, and I just don't think it sits right with the intentions of what these funds originally in their cash funds are supposed to do. We've seen some bills come through that pull from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, and this one that pulls from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We complain that there's no money in a year when we have very tight fiscal constraints, and we hear time and time again also our roads are bad. This money, again, could go towards fixing our roads that we here in this chamber talk so much about, not funding adequately our infrastructure. I also have a concern with the fact that this gives money to the governor. You've heard some comments here about unchecked power, also going into uncharted territory. But the truth is when it comes to federal policy, you know, it doesn't matter who's in charge of the administration. You know, there are some things that as states we like, and there are some things as states that we do not like. And just because there's a distinct opposition to this current administration should not be a reason why we jeopardize federal funds. you know, if the roles were reversed, I think you would see maybe perhaps a different approach with here at the state level versus the federal level. But in a year when we're facing very tight constraints in the budget, when we're having to make cuts elsewhere, you know, our healthcare is very important to my district, and education, as we all talk about. And I appreciate the work from Joint Budget Committee members because they did really have a very, very tough job this session in trying to put together a budget to make sure that it meets at least most of our concerns. But I think that this policy opens the door for more money to be flooded into other parts of the executive branch. And as what was stated here earlier, we control the purse strings, power of the purse, where we control the budget, the money. We shouldn't just be giving the governor money that he just requests with the snap of his fingers or such. And I think this is just a slap in the face to the will of the voters and the taxpayers who are very concerned with what we do with our money. And I can tell you back home in my district, given some of these movements of cash funds from other places to fund some of these things, they're not happy with it. In fact, they're very angry that we're not prioritizing what we should be prioritizing, and this is just another thing that adds concern to not only my constituents, but also as a representative to that district, what we see happening. And as what was stated earlier as well, a third of the budget comes from federal funds. And while we may not agree with a lot of these policies, you know, I think we do have the power of the 10th Amendment, as you all know, power to the states that we reserve the right to enforce and make policy and laws that aren't granted to the federal government. And if they're not granted to the states, they're granted to the people. And I think this is just, while I absolutely love the 10th Amendment, I think we should be careful when it comes to federal policy, because if a third of our budget is in fact federal, comes from federal funds, we shouldn't be jeopardizing that. We should be working towards make sure we mitigate that, and I think this is just an undue burden. It's not necessary to try to battle it out with the federal government when it comes to certain policies. I understand the intentions behind it, but I think given, again, we could be using this money for our roads, we could be using this money for our infrastructure that we so desperately need, that we hear about in this chamber that there's never enough money, but we're still gonna move millions of dollars to the governor's office. And what was also previously stated here earlier, we could be giving this money to the Attorney General, who obviously oversees this type of litigation and legal aspects when it comes to defending our state against the federal government, right? And so, again, I just think we should be more careful with what we do. This money could also be given towards more community health workers or primary care fund, things like that. But I just don't think in this form we should be giving millions of dollars to the governor's office. This should be staying in the infrastructure cash fund to fix our roads and our crumbling infrastructure we have in this state. So I encourage a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative DeGraff. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in strong opposition to this. For the past 98 days, we have been asking for amendments that should any of the legislation we are doing here in this building go in conflict with what the federal government is doing, and that we could lose funds, that those amendments we wanted would strike that bill that we were trying to get through this building void. Null and void, because we knew we were going to have consequences. We have asked for 98 days saying this is coming. Now to have a bill that says we want to blanket all of our actions seems like an insult to the people. When the people, I can speak for House District 63, all 7 of my counties voted for the president. And this body, I was elected here to be a voice of my district. We also need to look at it as facts that when we, at the state level, say you have to do X, Y, and Z to get the funds we're giving as a state to local government, why do we not expect the federal government to do the exact same thing with their funds? When you get government money, it comes with rules that you have to obey if you want the money. It's a lot like when you do chores and your parents gave you money. They didn't just say, we're gonna give you free money. It came with, you have to do X, Y, and Z. So for this body to bring this bill forth and say, we still want that free handout, that free money, but we don't want the regulations or the rules that go with it, is very much like a nanny state telling a child, here's your chore money, but you did not do the chores. How does this make sense? Here's 2 options that we've heard today from our colleagues. 1, why is this going to the governor instead of the AG? That's the first option. Or 2, how about we stop doing things in this that we know is going to have adverse actions from the federal government, because we know it's going to have consequences of stripped money, and actually do things for the people to help with affordability. Why are we throwing $4 million to say to the federal government, we don't want to obey by your rules, but we want to take your money? We're going to throw $4 million in when we have an affordability issue here in the state. Just last week, we were trying to defend kidney research, mental health, other things that we vastly need, and we had to balance our budget. Now to say next year, when we have even a tougher financial year to look at, and we're going to throw $4 million just for lawsuits, which, mind you, I know the government doesn't have that ability. That would be the ability of the AG. But we're going to throw this money instead of putting it into mental health, into children, for transportation, for the things we direly need, for our crumbling infrastructure in hospitals and healthcare. Instead, we're going to throw this because instead of obeying by the rules that come with the set amount of money that we want, we're going to instead throw this money that we could be using for the people. This goes against the will of the people, and it's going against the taxpayer dollar. Why do we think we have an infinite amount of money when it suits the needs of this body, but then we have to go cut actual needs, not wants, needs, other places, saying we can put this now in a fund to go do this? Instead, why don't we then, it's very simple, the amendments that we've been asking every single time, if any of this legislation going through violates something at the federal level that we're going to lose funds, just put that non-severability clause into every single bill and assure that we're not going to lose these funds then, instead of doing a blanketed approach and still asking for government money. Because I guarantee you, when our local municipalities come and they ask for money on a lot of these unfunded mandates, we turn around and say, no, you still have to do this. Or when they're looking for a lot of these grant dollars and funding things, and we say, no, you didn't follow the check marks in this application. It's exactly what the federal government's doing to us. So to do one thing and then call it out on the other is ridiculous. I urge a no vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1321, Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm absolutely, positively opposed to this bill. In reading the title of the bill, for the governor to support against adverse federal actions, makes you think, what's he up to? What is he doing to cause that to happen? For us to give him a blank check of $4 million for something like that to happen, when it's really actually the Attorney General's job in the first place. I think I know the answer to that. I think many people do. Really, it's just the governor's way of getting a blank check of $4 million to spend the people's money. More flowers, maybe, for his secret garden? Who knows? A fountain? Maybe a personal statue. Who knows? There will be zero accountability with this money. His term is done after this. So he really, really will have no accountability. There's no one to be accountable to. Absolutely no one. I'm extremely disappointed in the sponsors for running a bill like this. I personally am extremely disappointed. As I mentioned, the governor has already proven, in my opinion, he is financially irresponsible by sneaking in $1.5 million in the budget for his secret garden upgrade to his mansion, which he doesn't live in, basically for flowers. When we are having a shortfall to actually needed projects, we had to debate whether we were going to help fund with just $70,000 for a kidney disease research, a fund. Turned down just measly $20,000 for a kids' robot program. But now they want to give the governor a yearly, in my opinion, slush fund of $4 million to do what he wants to his residents, which it says in there, line item or not, it still says the word residents in there, to whatever tickles his fancy. It's like giving your 16-year-old teenager keys to your sports car, credit card, and no curfew. Not a smart idea. A $4 million credit card, might I add. The governor wanted to cut money to the state Medicaid. He wanted to cut money K through 12 funding. He wanted to cut a lot of money that was actually needed. but yet he wants $4 million slush fund. We had to say no to those. And this is yet another thing we should also say no to. There's zero accountability by the governor in this bill, and in my opinion, it feels just like a scam. It doesn't make sense. I don't trust it. And this I definitely don't trust. I've seen many fiscally irresponsible bills pass through this chamber. And this, for me, is at the top. Yes, this is a slush fund dream for the governor. I said it before, I said it again, and I'll say it 1,000 times, period. But it's not a one-time $4 million slush fund dream. It's a $4 million a year after year dream. And for the taxpayers, it's a nightmare that never ends. If you think they're going to be honest about where, or transparent, this money is going to be spent, I have a beachfront property in a desert just for you. It's absolutely irresponsible, and this bill right here, this one, will show your constituents how irresponsible you also can be, in my opinion, with their money. I'm asking a no vote on this bill. This is not the way that Colorado needs to go. And we need to be smarter with the people's money. I know my constituents work very hard for their money, and they try to keep every dime in their pocket. And to know that we're just going to hand over without any accountability, without transparency, though they say there is, I've worked here long enough to know that there won't be. And I hope the people of Colorado are mad. I hope they get very angry over this, and I hope we see this in the polls in November of 2026. I'm asking for a no vote on this, for the love of God. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's actually a privilege to serve with you,
It's a privilege to serve with you as well.
and I don't say that to just anybody. Colleagues, I rise today in strong opposition to House Bill 1321, a bill that is not only fiscally irresponsible, but quite frankly outrageous in its intent and execution. We were told the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was passed to rebuild our roads, bridges, and water systems, to expand broadband in rural Colorado, to invest in the kind of infrastructure that directly serves the people of this state. Yet this bill takes $4 million from that very fund, a fund meant for projects that Coloradoans can see and rely on, and hands it to the governor's office with a blank check. This bill allows the governor to use infrastructure money to hire lawyers, staff, and contractors, not for a single road, bridge, or pipe, but to defend the administration and state employees from federal legal action. This includes legal proceedings, inquiries, even criminal defense of state officers, all at the governor's sole discretion. No guardrails, no oversight. This is a misuse of taxpayer dollars, and it sets a dangerous precedent. We are telling the people of Colorado today that we can't afford to fully fund public safety. We tell them we're out of money for road maintenance, for water projects, for the basics. But apparently we do have the money. We just want to use it to shield public officials from accountability. This is irresponsible. There's nothing in this bill that ensures transparency or accountability. The language is deliberately vague, allowing expenditures consistent with the purpose of the bill as determined by the governor. What does that even mean? Open-ended authority should concern every member of this body, regardless of your party or affiliation. I also want to be very clear. This is not about protecting Colorado's sovereignty. This is about protecting power. It's about using federal funds to build a legal defense wall around the executive branch, just in case something goes wrong. That is not what the people voted for when they supported infrastructure investment. They expected roads, they expected progress, not frivolous lawsuits. If we allow this kind of bill to pass, we send a message that trust and transparency, along with accountability, no longer matter. When push comes to shove, political power wins, and the people of Colorado lose. Let's return these dollars to their intended purpose, to build Colorado's future, not to protect the political class. I urge a no vote today.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm not going to say anything that hasn't already been said. I just want to make sure that I put it on the record on behalf of House District 20, because I've been getting messages all morning that they hadn't realized this was a bill, and they are seriously concerned about it. And I think the concern in the beginning stems from where this money's coming from. As has been said, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and obviously we have serious concerns in this state with infrastructure, and the idea that we have $4 million to take from that fund to put into this is very concerning for them. And going through the bill, I'm looking at page 2, and it talks about that this money can be used if we're just threatened by the federal government. So what it says is the money can go to state officers or employees related to legal proceedings, inquiries, hearings, or investigations initiated, pursued, or threatened by the federal government. So even if it's not acted upon, if the money has been threatened, which I would say that's already been done. So I think we've already crossed the threshold of this bill to be able to start using that money for the reasons that this bill lays out, which is a concern because if we're contracting, third-party attorneys, outside counsel doing this, I know we're going to have some oversight on this down the road, but I don't think this is a proper use of our funds, especially coming from the infrastructure funds. The main point that I want to make here is that, over the course of this session, we've been running these, what we call severability clauses. And the argument we make time and time and time again is that these bills that we're running, we are putting our finger in the eye of the Trump administration. They've directed that federal funds are at risk if we are not following certain requirements in order to get those funds. And some of those are Title IX requirements, Second Amendment requirements, protecting the Second Amendment of citizens. And the big one for me is parental rights. And yet we've completely ignored what the Trump administration has directed as far as the funds or the federal funding goes. And if anything, we've not just ignored it, we've doubled down and basically dared them to. And now what we're saying is, with this bill, is we've poked you in the eye and poked you in the eye and teased you and tempted you to pull federal funds. And now what we're going to do is pull $4 million from our infrastructure fund to use against you after we've just consistently went against what you've directed for use of those funds. And I worry that this $4 million, the amount of different issues that we're going against the Trump administration with, again, Title IX, parental rights, Second Amendment, among others, that $4 million might not even be enough, honestly, at this point. So how much more is it going to take to fight the federal government when the federal government, the executive orders are reasonable to me. The executive orders are saying you have to protect your citizens' rights. And, and in this bill, it mentions the sovereignty of the state. That's what these funds are going to be fighting for, the sovereignty of the state. But my question is, what about the sovereignty of the citizens? Because the EOs that came from the Trump administration are about protecting the sovereignty of the citizens. I think that's the right thing to do from the federal government. And now what we're saying is we're going to use our taxpayer funds to go against that. And so I definitely urge a no vote on this. I don't think it would even be necessary if we weren't already poking the eye of the Trump administration. And we've been warned time and time again, so vote no.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Since we're on an hour and a half of this bill now, I think I don't have a problem taking a couple minutes to put down some thoughts because of the things I've been hearing. We have a bill here for money to go against adverse actions against the federal government, which we know are coming because in 3 months now, we are looking at the most unlawful administration in U.S. history. And I don't say that lightly. I remember a Republican Party that went through the Saturday Night Massacre with Nixon, where 4 attorney generals were fired because they wouldn't engage in illegal activity, where a Republican-dominated Supreme Court told the president, you will turn over those documents, and Republican senators went to the previous most illegal administration in history and said, you must go. We know there are going to be unlawful attempts to withhold money from our state. And let me make that clear, unlawful attempts. And the only way we can defend against those unlawful attempts is to go to court, and that costs money. I remember a Republican Party that used to know that there was 10 First Amendments in the Bill of Rights, and what that 10th Amendment said and meant.
Representative Marshall, please speak to the bill.
It is to the bill. It's our sovereign authority we are trying to protect from adverse federal actions. And we have the 10th Amendment that specifically says powers that are not granted to the federal government are reserved to the states. If we have an administration that tries to withhold our infrastructure money for reasons not related to a legal or lawful purpose, that's illegal, and that has been declared illegal by the Supreme Court multiple times. But the only way we can defend it is to go to court, and the courts cost money. So taking a small slice of our infrastructure money to defend against the unlawful retention of those monies is a small price to pay. We talk about the rural hospitals needing more money, and there's $4 million coming from it. $500,000 to defend against an administration that would likely take the money from all out of Medicaid because of something that upsets them, will go to your rural hospital and shut it down far faster than anything of this $4 million. I was very concerned that the money was going to the governor's office, and I asked one of the sponsors, and they gave me very good reasons for that. In internal billing, the governor's office has to pay the Attorney General. With responding to requests from the federal government or trying to figure out if they comply or cannot comply, those expenses are going to be borne in the governor's office and in the executive office. So I was having some deep problems with the bill when I first saw it. I've cleared those up by talking to the sponsors. Putting that money, the $4 million from the infrastructure budget, to the governor to defend against illegal adverse actions by this administration in the federal government to withhold money from our citizens is an entirely appropriate use of money and one I fully support. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Wow. Citizens, tax widgets of Colorado, there's a lot of there. Wow. Most illegal administration in the history of ever. Wow. This is coming from the party founded in political violence. Lynching blacks and whites for being Republicans.
Representative DeGraff, please speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure what that rant had to do with it, but let's get to the bill. What we're talking about in terms of when we're talking about lawlessness in government, that might be spending an additional, introducing another $30 billion, $1 trillion worth, or introducing another 30% into our economy via debt, in order to fund millions of violations of immigration law, for which, just one example, the city of Denver diverted, I think, $9 or $10 million away from law enforcement, into supporting criminality. But that's not lawless, apparently. So for the tax widgets of Colorado, that's what your money is going for. That's what's defended. What are some violations here that we're talking about? Because we're talking about related to the legal proceedings, inquiries, hearings, investigations initiated, pursued, or threatened by the federal government. Well, some of those that are being threatened would probably be in relation to your Second Amendment, or what used to be your Second Amendment. Or I guess you still have your Second Amendment technically, because it's creator endowed, self-evident, in accordance with the laws of nature and nature's God, but completely violated by this administration and the majority party in this room. And there will likely be lawsuits. And so, in violation of your sovereignty, in violation of your ability to exercise the right of self-defense, the administration wants your money to defend itself. Because when you look at our oath, when you look at our Constitution, what is sovereign? What is sovereign is first and foremost is the United States Constitution. And in that would be the 10 Amendments, which my colleague so rightly brought up. And what ones might be violated that this bill is intending to protect the violators? A well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Yeah, you violated the right to keep a free state. That has federal implications. We're looking at places, we fund places like Ukraine, and we say, well, if we could just get some of our 400 million guns over there. Well, the 400 million guns keep us safe. If the 400 million guns were a problem, we'd have a problem. So the money is being set aside to stop lawsuits like that. Not just this infrastructure, not just keeping illegal voters on the Medicaid rolls. That's reasons that it's being shut down. That's why if the state has enough money, if the state has enough money to keep illegal voters on the Medicaid rolls, then why would the feds say that the state needs money? Because clearly Colorado is flush with cash and doesn't need that money. Colorado has all the money it needs. It has so much money that it can give it away to support people that are not in the country legally. So why would the federal government take money from Wyoming? Why would the federal government take money from Kansas, Oklahoma, Utah? Why would the federal government take money from all those states when Colorado says it has enough money to just give away to people who don't even live here? Why is that? How does that make sense? How is that lawful? How is it lawful to import millions, tens of millions of people unprotected by documentation, to leave them in a permanently exploitable and expendable status, is so that they can prop up a failed economy? How is that lawful? It seems unlawful to me to break the law millions of times, tens of millions of times. Does the federal government have the right to come in and say, yeah, you don't have the right, we're not going to give you money to prosecute your citizens for your violation of the Second Amendment, because it is for a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state? The federal government has a vested interest in our being and remaining a free state. not your totalitarian socialism.
Representative DeGraff, please come back to the bill, which is our ability to defend against adverse federal action.
Yes, ma'am. The adverse federal action, and let's look at this. What is this for? Providing legal services to state officers or state employees related to legal proceedings, inquiries, hearings, investigations, pursued, or threatened. For the criminal defense of state officers or employees in legal actions arising from their official acts or decisions. Wow, Tina Peters is in jail. 100% contrary to this because the AG prosecuted her, kangarooed her right into prison for violating federal law. This administration wants your money. It wants your money to violate federal law when it kangarooed a Gold Star mom into prison at the cost of $600,000. You want to know where $600,000 could come from? Keeping a Gold Star mom in prison for exposing the dross in the gold standard, for exposing the gold standard as dross. That's lawless. That's lawless. Violating Whistleblower Protection Acts is lawless. Most lawless administration. Let's talk about the 10th Amendment one. The 10th Amendment. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution or prohibited to the states are reserved for the states, respectively. We're talking about federal money. If you want to talk about sovereignty, it's not in terms of federal money. Federal money is the opposite of state sovereignty. We have the right, when we talk about state sovereignty, when we talk about federal funding, we're talking about funding that has been taken from all the tax widgets of the United States, not just the tax widgets of the former free state of Colorado. Yes, the 10th Amendment is about state sovereignty, and yes, you do surrender that when you become reliant on federal funding. And why do you become reliant on federal funding? Because you cut the funding out from underneath your feet. Let's look at lawless. Let's look at the misuse of the IIJA. Let's find out if we can just add a paragraph to that. Let's see if we can just add a paragraph to the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. Can we? Because I'm pretty sure there's words attached to it. The utilization of funds for litigation and legal costs, particularly lawsuits against the federal government over federal funds, is explicitly restricted. Federal regulations, specifically 2 CFR Part 200, paragraph 200-4.435, explicitly state that costs incurred for prosecuting claims against the federal government encompassing appeals are unallowable. This regulation effectively prohibits the utilization of federal grants, funds included in those provided by the IIJA for legal actions of the federal government. Consequently, if the government of Colorado were to employ IIJA funds to initiate or support legal proceedings against the federal government, it would be clear violation that these established federal regulations. Now let's take a look at something. This just all of a sudden became evident. We just came through budget week. Like, our primary purpose here is to balance the budget for the citizens of Colorado, and of course we had to tap into our deficit, our emergency funds. And the emergency is who's in charge of the budget. But where did this bill come from? Well, it was introduced on the 4th of April, before budget week. 4th of April, before budget week. When was the fiscal note done? The 7th of April, at the beginning of budget week. Because budget week was the 7th through the 11th of April. Now, when was this bill initiated? because it could have been initiated a long time ago. I don't know, because that's part of the bill request process and that is confidential. But this could have been, should have been set up and discussed during budget week. Instead, it's after budget week. Why would a bill that was about laundering money inside the state come up after budget week? Because we're looking at it and saying, well, let's just wafer thin. It won't matter at all. We'll just push it through. We'll just take money out of the IIJA and say, now it was told to me that this money was taken out of state funds. So what we did in budget week is we specifically took money from We the People, the tax widgets of Colorado, and we put it in this IIJA fund, which once we put it in that IIJA fund, we said that it was for infrastructures and investment. What is this word? What is this word? Nationwide. Maybe a school teacher could come up and tell me what nationwide means. But I'm pretty sure it means nationwide. So that funding is designed for infrastructure nationwide, and when we do this, Colorado is saying we don't need it for infrastructure, we're going to spend it on something else, which means the nationwide part has really a duty and an obligation to go and say, well, if you don't need it, other places need it. Now, I can think of a lot of infrastructure that we could use $4 million for. Could save a lot of lives. But bettering the lives of the tax-paying widgets of Colorado is not the first and foremost thing on the mind of the majority party, and I don't know why. The IIJA designates funding for specific purposes that are directly related to infrastructure development. I mean, I just read, it's for infrastructure nationwide. If the money's not going to be spent in this state on bridges, it should probably be spent in bridges in Michigan. The IIJA funds directly related to infrastructure development and improvement. These include, but are not limited to, highway construction, bridge repairs, broadband. Oh, we asked for money for broadband. We went to the people of Colorado and said, we need your money for broadband. We need your money for broadband so we can launder it back into a fund for the governor to protect it from violating the will of we the people over federal funds. Deployment, water, broadband deployment and water infrastructure. The IIJA fundamentally intended to facilitate tangible projects that provide concrete. Concrete's an interesting word here because concrete, solid infrastructure go together. Public infrastructure not to finance legal disputes. In 2025, Bill 215 created the state IIJA cash fund. So we created an IIJA cash fund. Even with that bill, using the funds for litigation is still grossly out of alignment. Because we've commingled the funds. We said we put it in there for this purpose. Now, I don't know, well, I do know why the citizens of Colorado don't trust this body. It's because this body can't be trusted. That's not my fault. Allowed use of funds, 35% for transportation, 25% for water, environmental resiliency programs, 25% for power grid. Now, the Utilities Commission said about the power grid, they were reluctant to discuss how vulnerable the power grid is because they said if you had any clue, basically, I'm paraphrasing, if you had any clue how vulnerable our electric grid is and how many people could die, you would want to spend money on it. Money that we don't have. Well, clearly we do, because there's $4 million that we could spend on infrastructure, saving lives. Instead, we're going to defend the administration's unlawful use of federal funds. oversight, government approval, and annual appropriation reporting requirements to ensure transparency and alignment. Now, the word transparency I like because it generally means clearly lying, and alignment with federal guidelines, as the speaker relayed. Consequences and misuse. The utilization of IIJ funds for prohibited purposes, such as litigation against the federal government, can result in severe consequences for the state of Colorado. These consequences include the reimbursement back to the federal government for the misused funds. So if it's deemed that these funds are misused because they're commingled, because once we've commingled the funds, then how do we say, how do we unscramble those eggs? Do we know how to unscramble those eggs? How do you unfungible? How do you unfunge this? How do you unfund this? I don't know. I'm going to leave that one because it's getting dangerous. That's a slippery slope. Back to the federal government for misused funds. The suspension or termination. The suspension or termination of future IIJA funding. So if the federal government comes down, and says, you are misappropriating these funds, and we say, no, we're using our state funds that we promised the citizens of Colorado that we'd use for infrastructure, but what we promised the citizens of Colorado, we were only kidding, because we had this bill in mind to take that money back before it was even technically put in that bucket of money. So before we put in the money, before we told the citizen, the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, that their money would go to fix potholes, this body already knew that it was going to be pulling it out to protect the legal disputes of the administration before it happened. And for that, we could not only lose this funding, but we could lose future funding and potential legal action against the state. So in order to protect from legal action by the state is prompting further legal action against the state. And the federal government, really, when you think about it, the federal government is looking for all sorts of ways to save money. And the easy way to save money, the easy button to save money is to hit it and go, you know what, Colorado is misappropriating its funds and putting it for legal defense, which is not allowed under the terms. We're going to take it back, and now you have to fund yourself out of the hole because they've taken that $4 million and future funding. I don't understand what we're doing here, but it seems to be I know the term for it. Colorado being forced to fund programs and agencies with state funds would be the result. This bill is a serious concern. Now, I don't really care for the idea of us being reliant on federal funding. I think it's silly for us to send money to the federal government only for them to send it back. That's just dumb. Let's solve that problem and keep the money in the state instead of having this money laundering scheme that we have going on. But one reason is so that we can help our neighbor states and we can enjoy the infrastructure of those neighbor states. So we fund those. So this money is not for Colorado, in this case, the infrastructure funding, the other funding. All of the funding is shared among the states so we can spread it around. So we can spread around the benefits of it, just like we do in Colorado with our counties. And then when we say we don't need that money, we tell the federal government that we don't need that money, we got it covered, then the federal government is within it's within the mandate, it's not a matter of withholding it, it's just a matter of saying, well, Colorado, you said that somebody else could use it better than you could because you don't need it. Federal grant agreements often require matching funds to be used for project-related costs. Misuse could lead to an audit findings and demand for reimbursement. So you're wanting to press to test on this button to tell an agency that's looking to save trillions of dollars that Colorado has hundreds of billions of dollars up for grabs. In the light of existing federal regulations and the core of IIJA, it is inappropriate to use IIJ funds for litigation against the federal government. This is not the federal government coming in and telling Colorado how it spends its funds. It's coming in and telling Colorado how it spends federal funds. Colorado commingled its funds. Colorado decided to go against the federal government in violating federal guidelines. And it's not the laws of this administration. It violated the laws in immigration. It violated that of the last administration. The fact that the last administration was violating the laws is really of little consequence. The laws were violated. The tax-paying widgets of Colorado were bilked, as were the tax-paying widgets of the United States. So I don't agree that this is the most lawless administration when the previous administration broke the law daily, hundreds of thousands of times, with much costlier effect. So this is a really risky bill for Colorado. This is a really risky bill for Colorado. Because not only are we looking at fighting the federal government, this is literally biting the hand that feeds you. Now, I think the surest way to learn the value of ancient wisdom is to forget it. This is forgetting that. It's also reminded, I think it was Mark Twain who said the difference between a man and a dog is if you take a dog out of the gutter and feed him, the dog won't bite you. So this is biting the hand that feeds you. So let's get away from this and stop pressing to test on this federal funding before we find out
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, I do want to speak to the bill, and before I get there, it seems like a threshold comment needs to be made to level set. This is our money that we're talking about. The biting the hand that feeds us, I don't really understand that, because we are fighting to bring our own money back to the state of Colorado. To be clear, the state of Colorado is a donor state. We pay more in tax money than we get back. We deserve it back. We shouldn't have to go do chores or earn our money back. It's our money. And if we want to question whether we should be fighting for our money, let me just tell you why this is necessary. Just recently, a federal judge ordered the Trump administration to release hundreds of millions of dollars of frozen federal dollars. The latest court ruling mandating the undoing of a sudden halt in spending that has plunged Colorado industries, institutions, and nonprofits into uncertainty. A district judge recently stated a preliminary injunction in a lawsuit filed by Colorado and nearly 24 other states led by Democratic officials. It comes more than a month after a plan by the president and his administration for a sweeping pause on federal spending swept a wave of confusion and anxiety across the country and our state. More to this. This is a quote from a judge stating the executive's categorical freeze of appropriated and obligated funds fundamentally undermines the distinct constitutional roles of each branch of our government. Here, the executive puts itself above Congress. It imposed a categorical mandate on the spending of congressionally appropriated and obligated funds without regard to Congress's authority to control spending. Members, if this isn't the substance of what we should be fighting against, I don't know what is. We have a responsibility to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the state of Colorado, and to do everything we can to fight for the good people of this state. That's what this bill is about. We shouldn't have to go back and beg the federal government for money that is legally owed to us. It is our money. We paid it. We want it back. We're investing in our people for all of the things, too, that we just debated. Just last week, we debated our budget, and our good colleagues brought up all the amendments that couldn't be funded. Let me tell you what the multiplier effect would be on this very small $4 million allocation to fight and bring back our money. We'll bring back money for your rural hospitals. We'll bring back money to help invest in our roads and our bridges and our infrastructure, behavioral, mental health, environmental needs. All of this is money that is owed to us that we paid to the federal government with every legal and reasonable expectation that it would be returned back to the state of Colorado. Members, I urge a yes vote. I'm certain I'll have more to say, but this is absolutely the right thing to do. If we care about the people of this state, we're going to fight for them. We're going to bring our money back, and we're going to pass this bill and make sure this happens.
Madam Speaker,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
it is an honor to serve with you.
And I lift up the comments of my co-prime, Representative Byrd, in really targeting the heart of this conversation and making sure it is clear to everyone in this room, this is our money we are fighting for. I want to be very specific about two things. One, this is not a governor's slush fund. This bill clearly outlines what the purpose and use of these dollars may be applied to. That means this $4 million will be used to defend and represent the state's interests in any freezing or elimination of funding that we are due. I want to share some of the very specific funds that have now been frozen because this body needs to understand what is at risk. $69.5 million in FEMA grants for the Department of Public Safety and $8 million to the Department of Natural Resources for public safety issues. We have monies that are frozen for cybersecurity grants, data and ransomware attacks, training our local partners to protect our communities from organized violence and terrorism activities. We talk so much about public safety in this chamber. These are dollars that are right now frozen and not going to the people they need to in order to protect our communities. FEMA grants, state homeland security grants, emergency management performance grants, state and local cybersecurity grants, the nonprofit security grants, and urban area security initiative grants, all totaling that $69 million. In the Department of Public Health and Environment, $220 million right now frozen for health infrastructure and vaccination clinics. In our Department of Agriculture, $21 million to support Colorado's soil health program is frozen, and more than 280 enrolled farmers and producers are not getting their funding for the programs that we committed to as a state alongside our federal partner. $27 million in mental health grants to local partners now terminated by HHS. In CDLE, Social Security dollars that have been tied up in grant requests, and this is the beginning of the list. We've seen other efforts to freeze funding to the state of Colorado. These dollars, as prescribed and outlined in the bill, will go to protect our state interest in all of those grant programs. If additional help is needed with the AG, those dollars will go to contract services from him. I want to be clear, some of the information that has been shared from this well has been inaccurate. I am happy to continue this dialogue, but I want you to hear now, these dollars are critical in representing and protecting the state's interests, in protecting our money, the people we represent. It's their dollars. We want them back here in Colorado. Please vote yes on the bill.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to sum up my comments right now by just asking this chamber a question. Why would we ever leave our state to be vulnerable to the arbitrary withholding of money that we paid to the federal government and expect, with all legal authority, to be paid back to us to invest in the good people of our state? Why would we leave ourselves vulnerable to that? We wouldn't. Please vote yes.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You guys can keep standing. It's totally fine. It is our money. And why would we leave our state vulnerable? I agree. Why do we keep passing bills to poke the bear? Why do we keep passing bills when the federal government says no? But we keep passing bills. I see it every single day in this building. We keep passing bills to attack parental rights. We keep passing bills to go after our Second Amendment rights. We keep passing bills, and the federal government is going to say, you know what, we're sick of it. A third of our budget is federal funding. And then you want to say that they're going to quit our federal funding? They're going to quit our federal funding because you keep passing bills to poke the bear that gives us our federal funding. This would be like me giving my teenagers my credit card and saying, you can buy one lunch every week, and then them just saying, you know what, I'm going to buy 7 lunches every week. Strings come attached to money. Strings come attached to a third of our budget coming from the federal government. I know you're upset about who's in the federal government, but he's in the federal government, and he's what's given you a third of your budget. And there's rules that apply to those grants, gifts, donations. The funding comes, and there's rules that come with the funding. And we continue to pass bills aimed at going against that funding, and then we cry, we get sad when the federal funding gets pulled. Stop passing bills that go against the federal funding and the rules that have been put in place. He's been very clear. Stop going after our constitutional rights, parental rights, Second Amendment rights, the ability to work with ICE, funding non-citizens. It might be our money, but guess what the taxpayers want? They want to be able to afford their groceries. They want to be able to afford their health care. They want to be able to afford the gas on the roads that they have to drive on in the state. So we can talk about it being our money all we want, but $4 million goes a long way. We were just begging. We were just begging on the long bill. Rural Colorado was just begging. So great, it's our money. Then don't sue the very person that is giving you a third of your budget in federal funding. Play by the rules. There's rules in place, play by the rules. Good grief. Blanket check to the third chamber. It's like saying we're saving money by averting births, for goodness sake. We owe the taxpayers transparency. We're supposed to be stewards of the people. $4 million would go a long way. DD waiver wait list, paying healthcare workers that worked through COVID. Thirdly, save state. And how are we going to repay that? We're going to cut public safety by $4 million. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Talk to me like I'm 5. Make it make sense. 43rd for road safety, 162 bridges that need attention. 8th most violent state. People are begging us for public safety. People are begging for water projects in their districts. My district's begging for broadband. During COVID, do you know how hard it was to have 4 kids try to take online courses for that pandemic? It was awful. It was awful. Rural Douglas County needs broadband. Rural Douglas County needs help with their bridges. Rural Douglas County needs help with just about everything. Money for school safety. I guess when your governor's kids go to private school, maybe you don't need as much. But my kids need private or school safety. We've got rural deserts. We got labor and delivery units closing all over rural Colorado. We got specialty heart clinics closing all over rural Colorado. The Timothy Montoya Fund, $144,000 to find out why kids are running away from placement. Couldn't give them that. K through 12 funding, Medicaid funding. And now we have the audacity to sit here and say we don't have the funding because we can't play by the rules? Because a third of our budget has to have strings attached? Come on. There should be a firewall around the governor's office. There should be a checks and balances, and this bill, I believe, eliminates all of them. And we want to talk about the unconstitutionality of the federal government when we're sitting here passing bills that violate most of our constitutional rights. Second Amendment, parental rights, dealing with ICE, getting rid of criminals and gangs out of the state. Don't come down here and talk about that. I urge a no vote.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sponsors, I Appreciate your passion. That was, I sat and listened intently. I have no doubt that, that you're bringing this forward specifically with the intent of doing exactly what you're saying, that you want to make sure that you are protecting Colorado's money, the taxpayers' money, that you're looking out for the programs and the funding. There's no doubt in my mind. I happen to disagree. Like my colleague from Douglas County, I believe that some of this is it's self-imposed. I believe that we are, when I was in radio sales, we would get into our budget season and we would tell each other, sit in the back and wear gray. Just sit in the back, wear gray. Don't bring any attention to yourself, otherwise you're going to start to get questions about your budget. Every radio station manager was responsible for their budget. Sit in the back and wear gray. And we would. I don't feel like that's what we're doing here. Not that we should necessarily sit in the back and wear gray, but I believe that what we're doing is absolutely the opposite. We are, as a state, we are bringing unwanted and undue attention to ourselves, much in the same way that my good colleague from Douglas County just mentioned, through the bills that we are passing. To be fair, that much of the state of Colorado has not necessarily asked us to pass, when it comes to the continual assaults on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, when it comes to some of the designations of what the state has done to bring sanctuary state status upon itself. You don't have to mouth the words. You don't have to actually have the words escape your mouth to understand that we are a sanctuary state through the legislation that we have passed. That brings undue, unwarranted, unwanted attention to our state. So, if we're acting in a petulant nature, we should expect that checks and balances. Checks and balances should be what we want. We should continue to strive for, ask for, legislate towards a good system of checks and balances. We cannot operate with impunity and think it's all puppy dogs and rainbows in opposition to specifically what has been set forth as a federal standard, and think that there will not be a measure of consequence against that. And so now what we're doing is we're continuing to say, in my mind, this is what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing, to say we wish to continue to operate in our bubble of puppy dogs and roses and operate in our bubble of impunity and not have any accountability whatsoever. And I just do not believe that life should work that way for the petulant or for us here at the state capitol. There is accountability, there's transparency, there needs to be a check and balance to what we are doing, and if we are operating outside of what many people in Colorado would like to see, and in opposition to what the stated goals of the nation are, then I do believe that we need to sit in the back maybe a little bit more and wear gray. And not take money to set aside, and I won't use the word slush fund, okay? I just did, but that's not where I was going to go. But to just set it aside. To set that money aside for a potential legal defense for a situation that we are creating for ourselves. We are bringing this upon ourselves, and now we're saying that we have better things to do with $4 million to defend ourselves instead of putting that into other areas where we stood up here, and the point was made earlier that we stood up here and we asked for money for wildfire mitigation. We asked for money for public safety, for veterans, for rural hospitals. We asked for all of that, and time again, we were told, no, we cannot reappropriate money, even though it won't cut into core services. We cannot reshuffle the money and put it somewhere where it counts. But what we can do is we can take $4 million and we can set that aside for potential defense, because we're drawing a giant target on ourselves by the legislation we pass. We cannot just act in impunity and believe that it will go unchecked. Now, I could, check my different pockets and think that I have some notes in here, but sometimes that's what happens. When you put something in one pocket, you can't. I jest. Moving money around in a way that I don't believe is consistent with what residents of Colorado want us to be doing. Do understand your passion, but I do worry also about, even the name of this bill, right? Support against adverse federal action. No wonder our kids, or no wonder our youth in society are so scared. Everything's an existential threat. We're gonna die any moment. We're gonna die. Everything's an existential threat. I heard the word anxiety here. It's like this, it's so much saber rattling, man. I just do not believe. The sun came up today, it's gonna come up tomorrow. But if we continue to act in this manner to where we're pushing things through because this chamber can, I do believe that there will be an accountability, and I do believe that there are those that are watching, not just the taxpayers of Colorado, but I do believe that there are others that are watching to see if we are just flagrantly flying a finger in the face of what we're hearing and what we're being told would not be accepted. In good conscience for what I believe the majority of Coloradans want. And where they do not want their tax dollars diverted unnecessarily, I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the sponsors just got up and read to us all the places that federal funding that we needed and that could potentially be taken away from us. So let me ask this question. Is this happening to all 50 states? Are all 50 states having Medicaid taken away? Are all 50 states having all of these federal funds taken away? The answer, no, there's actually only a handful. What are the handful of states doing? They are running anti-constitutional bills. I've been saying this for 3 years in this House. We love running anti-constitutional bills. We have been shouting the very first part of this session, if you run this bill, federal funding is going to be taken away. If you run this bill, federal funding is going to be taken away. And then you have the audacity to get behind this lectern and say, it's your fault. How dare you take federal funding from us? Nope, not possible. That is a misinterpretation, and I'm using a light term there, of facts. We have been saying, please don't do this, because we actually like our federal funding. Our side loves the federal funding. And every time you run a bill that is going to do something like make a sanctuary state or transgender surgeries, and this is all going to be paid for, guess what? I've been saying this, so has my colleagues. There is going to be a day of reckoning. As the day of reckoning is now coming, don't turn around and blame it on the people that warned you. We've been warning. It's not our fault, and how dare you say it's the president's fault? He's not taking this money away from every state. He's only taking away from states that break the law and run unconstitutional bills. Guess what, Colorado? That's us. So don't blame the president. He's not taking federal funding from Oklahoma. If he hates the state so much and he's such a dictator like has been proposed behind this podium today, then why isn't he taking the money from Texas, Florida, North Dakota, South Dakota? Why isn't he taking the funding from them?
because they're not breaking the law like we are. Now, let me take you on a little journey to teach you something. Because this is just an alternate theory, but I've been watching the political scene for the next year and a half, what's going to be happening. Let me give you a theory. My colleagues keep coming up and saying, why do you run it from this department to this department to this department, then to the governor's office, rather than running it to the Attorney General's office, which is where this theoretically, although this is a horrible, unconstitutional, illegal, egregious bill, but let's say that you actually want to run the funding where it should go. We ran an amendment that said you should run this to Attorney General's office. So why isn't it? Why is it not being run to the Attorney General's office? Here's an alternate theory. See, here's the rest of the story that some of you may not know in this room. Governor already has over $50 million at his disposal for this specific issues. There's already been, before the session began, there was already 12 or 13 million that has been set aside for specific legal action such as this. Now, when you add those monies, that's almost $70 million. Why would, and I know that $4 million is egregious on the face value of this because of what it is for. But here's something to process. Why is it such a little amount compared to what money has already been set aside? Well, here's a theory. The governor will control the 50 plus, the governor will control the 13 million, and now we've given the 4 million to the governor to control. Although the number one department, the number one person that's going to be in the sites is the Attorney General. Why aren't we giving the money to the Attorney General? He's in the sites. Why are we not doing that? Well, this is just a theory from my own opinion, but if you want to control everything that's going to go down in 2026, AG office, governor's office, Secretary of State, because that's a very important ingredient in this subject. If you want to control those elements, you say to the, but you're not necessarily all on board with the Attorney General or the expected Attorney General, then you say, well, we're going to have $4 million for you to defend yourself. Not the $50 million, not the $13 million. We're going to give you $4 million for you to defend yourself. But you know what? We're just going to keep it in our pocket here. We're going to keep it here, and we'll let you know if you can use it, and if you're important enough and you have enough clean slate for this to actually get passed through. We're going to let you use that $4 million. But if you don't, and it's not going the way we think, we'll just let the governor keep that $4 million and the $13 million and the $50 million. Oh, and by the way, you're hanging out there by yourself. That's age-old politics, and that's age-old control. And I think that's what's actually happening, which is why the Attorney General's office doesn't get the money, but the governor's office gets the money, although the Attorney General is who does this job. This whole bill is as slimy as I've ever seen.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to address some agreement that I had with the sponsors, and that is that it is our money. Federal money is our money, and it's kind of finally time that we got to the realization that sending money to the federal government is not what state sovereignty is all about. But let me correct that. No, that is not our money. That is the money that belongs to the tax-paying widgets of Colorado. It belongs to the citizens of Colorado, of the former free state of Colorado. It's their money. And when you have a federal funding, what you've done is you've gone in with all the other states in the Federation and you've decided that you're going to pool your money. And so we did that. And then you have a contract with all the other states, and that contract says that we will use that money for infrastructure. not for legal defense, not for the legal defense of violating the federal contracts. So yes, it's our money. It belongs to Colorado, but not to this body. It belongs to the citizens of Colorado. And on the 4th of April, before budget week, and I have no idea when, prior to that, because this is Bill 1321, so presumably it's late in the game. But it was before budget week that this was known, that this shell game would be played with the money of the tax-paying widgets of Colorado. And we have the Federal Agency of Fiscal Oversight, AKA DOGE. And they're looking at the way we're spending money. And they're saying, yeah, I don't think that's quite in line with the contract that you signed. Now, I do appreciate the majority standing in solidarity and grieving the loss of federal funding, the death of funding. But that is money that we asked to be managed by the federal government as an agreement. If we don't want the federal government to manage our money as an agreement, then we shouldn't be sending it to the federal government. So we need to work on that. We need to work on our priorities there. Now, hey, Christy, I'm in my phone. We spent $34 million. Those programs were cited, and we spent $34 million. Doing what with it? What was that $34 million for? Oh, that was for Medicaid funding. But what was our stipulation on the Medicaid funding? What was the majority stipulation of the Medicaid funding? That you could not request citizenship. You could not verify citizenship to spend that money. So what that tells the federal government is that Colorado has their Medicaid funding so locked up that they need to concentrate on other states that are less fortunate. That's what it says. Now, when I look at the term slush fund, because the etymology of these words is important, it originates from nautical slang referring to the money earned by selling leftover fat, slush, from the ship's kitchens used for crew luxuries and later extended to describe illicit funds. Illicit funds, illegal funds, funds used illegally. So we put the money into a fund to use it contrary to what we told the citizens of Colorado and the citizens of the United States that we would use it for. That sounds like a slush fund. That sounds like a slush fund. Is it our money? It's the state's money. It's the money of the citizens of Colorado. It's the money of the citizens of Colorado who spent $9 million out of their law enforcement budget to support housing for people here illegally, unprotected by documentation to be permanently exploitable and expendable. That doesn't sound humanitarian to me. $34 million. We tried to divert some of that funding into legal activities. Nope, that was denied. Another bill to violate the Second Amendment rights of the citizens of Colorado, which the federal government is sworn to uphold. The federal government is sworn to uphold the civil rights of Colorado, of which we have these 10 amendments. Let's see what we have. Congress will make no law that sets up any religion or interferes with any religious practice. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging freedom of speech. How many freedom of speech bills have we violations have been presented? Most recently, to strip the parental rights of people that don't adhere to your ideology. To put them into the warm embrace of the nanny state forever. The right to peaceably assemble and petition for the rights of the redress of grievances, trying to make that process even harder. Amendment 2, a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state. The federal government has an obligation to protect these rights, to secure these rights of all of the citizens of Colorado and all of the other 50 states. And a way to do that is to exercise the power of the purse, because Colorado is addicted to federal money. Now, I would like to just keep that money in the state, but it's federal money. That's the agreement. Now, the federal government has a responsibility to do these things, and they are looking at doing these things in a way to enforce that Colorado would respect the rights of we the people, is to withhold funding, because Colorado is obviously using it for the wrong purposes. When the Colorado is using its funding, when Colorado is using the funding of its taxpayers to violate the rights of its taxpayers, the federal government has an obligation to step in. And the citizens whose rights are being violated don't have the obligation to pay to have the violation of their rights defended with their tax dollars. I know you think it's your money. The money belongs to the taxpayers. The right of people to be secure in their homes. So they're not deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law by either a criminal that's elected or common. There's a lot of elected criminals. So with the sponsor, I agree that this is our money. But the 10th Amendment is about stuff that's not specifically of the federal government. It's the federal government. That would be the Second Amendment, First Amendment. Those things are not supposed to violate. That does not bother this body at all. Violating all the amendments is done recreationally. And then there's crocodile tears over losing federal funding. Crocodile tears are fake tears, by the way. But they're released when the crocodile is eating its prey. What have we done with our money? We've dedicated the money of the citizens of Colorado for no fiscal impact to unlimited feticide. No limit on the deprivation of life of the most vulnerable citizens of Colorado. $34 million for Medicaid funding without citizenship. And we say that we're doing the will of the people. This General Assembly is not doing the government for the people, it is doing government to the people. The federal government, unfortunately, has an obligation to step in. We've tried to put in severability clauses to make sure that if there's a violation of federal funding, if there's something, that it could be undone. And you've painted us into the corner over and over and over again, and now you don't want the consequences. Yes, there's federal funding that is being withheld. The federal funding is because you're violating the federal Constitution.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do oppose this bill. We've had folks come up here that act like this is something new and unique, that the federal government would have the audacity to threaten the withholding of funds if states didn't do something to their liking. And it's not something new. In the 1980s, the National Drinking Age Act was passed. It stated that federal highway funds would be withheld from states that did not raise their drinking age to 21. And guess what happened? Most of them raised their drinking age to 21. There were a couple of states that did battle that in court, and they lost. And Colorado's going to lose on this too. So right now we're being asked to spend $4 million of taxpayer money that's not going to improve a single road, not provide a single doctor's visit, not help a single struggling family, to fund lawyers so the state can fight what will be a losing battle against the federal government. These aren't lawsuits that are going to be brought by my caucus. They're not lawsuits that the people of my district want. They're lawsuits that you, on the other side of the aisle, are choosing to pick. And to make it worse, we're funding this future legal brawl with money that's been laundered through a chain of funds that are hard to keep up with. And we're trying to hide the fact that we're draining these funds from providing a use that could actually be of benefit to our citizens. It's not transparency, there's a shell game going on, and Coloradans deserve better. This is a year where we're looking at a $44 billion budget, and we're here wrangling over $4 million, and that seems like a pittance compared to the entire budget. But this is kind of a right and wrong thing, and right now we're going down the wrong road. We're not standing up for the values of Colorado. This is political posturing at a taxpayer's expense. What are we risking? These are the consequences of just knee-jerk defiance. We're putting federal dollars at risk, highway dollars, Medicaid funding. We heard a list of all the potential funding we could lose. These are lifelines for Coloradans, and we're playing games with them. And this is just to appease 2024 election deniers. And if that's not the right term, it may be more properly folks that are engaged in 2024 election nullification. Or to put it in a one word, resist. And that's the sort of thing that belongs outside on signs, not inside this building. This isn't leadership, it's reckless. We should be working with our federal authorities, especially when it comes to federal programs that they fund, programs that our people depend on. Instead, we're spending $4 million to wave a middle finger at Washington, while roads crumble and our rural hospitals close. So I understand there are times when we need to pick a fight, when we need to pick a hill to die on. This is not it. You know, we're picking a fight with the federal government, one that we're going to lose. We're funding it through some sort of financial obstacle course, and then asking Colorado taxpayers to foot the bill, all while jeopardizing so much more money and for services that they rely on. So I do urge a no vote. We're playing games with other people's money just to feel good, to perpetuate some sort of tantrum that makes no sense to me. We need to start prioritizing what actually matters. We spent last week trying to prioritize what actually matters, and then this pops up. I just hope that we're not going to be dealing with it again in the 2025 special session. I urge a no vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One could look at this bill as risk management. The state is entered into contracts with the federal government and has entered into contracts with other entities in reliance on those contracts with the federal government. And if those contracts are somehow at odds or in not going to be fulfilled, then there's a risk there. A risk that the state has to respond to. If I say to some road contractors that we're going to have $1 billion come through such that we will be able to pave so much in roads throughout our state, and then that $1 billion doesn't come through, and I've signed onto those contracts, what then? What do I do? And so I agree with the bill sponsor when she said, why would we leave ourselves vulnerable? What I don't understand and don't agree with is that we are vulnerable. From looking at these purposes, these authorizations, they already, as I understand, exist at law. They just don't exist within the purview of the governor. Colorado already has mechanisms by which we can ensure people are hired and employed in order to deal with any issues with federal disbursements or grants, contracts, money received or transferred, all of those contracts. There are already mechanisms at law for that. There are already mechanisms to provide legal services to state officers' employees. They just don't exist under the governor's office. And so it raises questions. Why? Why do we need to create this whole new system under the government? Governor, why do we need to give him the authority to do this? Why? Why do we need to take money from the general fund and instead of just placing those dollars into pre-existing line items, the Department of Law or even in the governor's office, why are we channeling it through an infrastructure fund? Why? Why use a fund that is going to expire in 2028? If these are important purposes, they're important purposes lasting out. Why not make sure that that fund, those line items exist perpetually, such that anytime there are federal impacts on the state, we can respond. Not with a continuous appropriation, don't hear what I'm not saying, but with a constant fund that isn't going to repeal in the year that the current administration is set to leave office. The bill, honestly, to me, just feels a little icky, right? It just feels icky. In the current partisan, overly politicized climate, it feels, the way that it's structured, the way that it's being handled, it just doesn't feel right. Again, not that I disagree with the fact that we have to have risk management. We do, but we already do. So why not just fund those lines? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. I don't understand, if we're going to have a fund for this, why not create a fund for that purpose that exists moving forward, as opposed to using a fund that, to my mind, the way it's described, has federal funds and matching state or local funds. So now I'm being told that this won't be part of the matching fund part. So is there some other line in there? I mean, I'm actually going to ask for a breakdown of how this fund operates, because it just doesn't feel right. And then to add on to that, that this particular fund can now receive, seek, accept, and expend gifts, grants, or donations from both private or public sources for these purposes. That adds a whole new component on the partisan side of it for me. Whether that was intended by the sponsors, I don't know, but it adds that to my analysis of this bill, which is why I move Amendment L004 and ask that it be displayed. Yeah, sorry. It just strikes the gifts, grants, and donations.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment L4 has been properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would strike the first section, the gifts, grants, and donations section. Again, in this partisan climate, I do not believe that the state of Colorado should be opening the door to wealthy individuals who are opposed to federal policies to be able to fund the fund to whatever degree they want to fund it in order to stand in the way of what the federal government is doing. Why should individuals, especially wealthy individuals, be able to tip the scales in that way? If they want to do that, then they should. If they want to sue the federal government for certain violations, if they want to object to the policies that the federal government is doing, do it as private actors. Don't do it through the mechanism of the state. Don't do it with state of Colorado on one side of the V. Why should we allow for that? This bill didn't have to be what it is today. In fact, to my mind, dollars could have gone directly into pre-existing line items, and the conversation likely wouldn't have happened at all in this building. Because you can already do this, state of Colorado. You just have to pick the right group, the right department to do it in. So why the governor's office, and why open the door for wealthy folks to be able to come in and speak into these particular lawsuits? I asked for an aye vote on this amendment, and I asked for a no vote on the underlying bill. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I respectfully urge a no vote on this amendment. My question is, why would we limit people who love our good state, the good people of Colorado, if they want to participate and help us defend ourselves and bring back those dollars that Coloradans have paid up to the federal government and we want back to reinvest in our people? Why would we limit people's ability to help our state that way? I say we wouldn't, and for that reason, I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I support this amendment because I think this is a very inappropriate use of grift grants and donations. We already know we're going to have an extraordinary session. I mean, it's pretty much guaranteed. We call it an extraordinary session like it's something, but we already know it's an extraordinary session. It's just an ordinary session. We just have one more. And it's going to cost the taxpayers a lot of money because we're anticipating losing federal funding. Why are we anticipating losing federal funding? Because the state is not wanting to get in compliance with the federal part of the contract. So it's a whole different conversation of whether that's our money. Does that money belong to the people of Colorado? Yeah, technically 1/50th of it does. And 1/50th of it roughly belongs to every other state. And we all put it together so that we could benefit across this great nation of ours. And now Colorado wants to set the example by pulling money out to defend its violation of that. Now, one of the things that we know is there are lots of organizations that are at risk of losing some of this laundered money. And a lot of these organizations they spend a lot of money politically. And they have a lot of motivation to use the money of taxpayers because we know a lot of these organizations, they're very high on administrative costs and very low on percentage delivered. Less than 10%, less than 5% in many cases. And so they rely on federal dollars. They rely on state dollars. And so what Colorado, the reason for eliminating, I see a reason for eliminating grift grants and donations from this is because you're going to have a lot of people that are using Colorado for lawfare against the federal government. Now we could, instead of spending $34 million on Medicaid for non-citizens or an unlimited amount of funds for becoming the feticide capital of the world, we could actually use our money responsibly. That seems to be off the table. So there's a lot of nonprofit organizations that greatly expand their bottom line. They greatly expand their bottom line using federal dollars, and they spend a lot of money on political campaigns. And they will be fighting for their lives, literally, their fiscal lives. in order to keep that, in order to keep that grift going. So I think separating and not becoming a conduit for lawfare for the state of Colorado is good in this case. Now, I think we ought to revisit, because I think the sponsors have some great points about this being our money. But we put it in the hands of the feds, of the federal, into federal spending. That administration have changed. That administration has changed, and so now that federal funding is being managed on behalf of the entire United States by people that the majority in this room don't like. Clearly, we got that. We didn't like the way the money was being spent before. We are told elections have consequences. So I don't think this is a matter of just poking the bear. I think it's a matter of following the rules to which we agreed with the other states in saying how we are going to spend the money. And when we spend the money on, when we prioritize our spending on people that are here illegally, we're telling our partners, our partner states, that we're misusing their money. And they have every right to be concerned. People of Colorado have a right to be concerned when we misuse their money. The people of the United States have reason to be concerned when we misuse their money. Because if it's going to be an equal allocation across the board, then why even send it up to the federal government? Which is a good question in general. So this is a good amendment to help protect the sovereignty of the state of Colorado, which would be in line with section III of the first section. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L004 fails. To the bill. Any more discussion on House Bill 1321? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1321. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1321 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1291.
House Bill 1291 by Representatives Wilford and Froelich, also Senators Winter and Danielson, concerning measures to increase protections for persons engaged with transportation network companies.
Colleagues, before we start, if we could just quiet down or move all of your conversations to the side so we can listen to our colleagues present their bill. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1291 and the Business and Labor Committee report.
That is a proper motion to the business report. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a robust discussion in Business and Labor that led to a couple amendments that we'll be presenting to you after those discussions continued. And so I move L10 to House Bill 1291 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and L10 has been properly displayed. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, L10, is a cleanup on the concept of audio and video recording that we worked with this rideshare folks to determine that it actually could be implemented this way, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L10. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L10 passes. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L10 to House Bill 1291 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Representative Froelich, would you try again? L10 has passed.
What? L9. Did I say 9? L10. I meant L9. I'm sorry. I move L9 to House Bill 1291 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper
Numbers
motion.
are hard.
And
Thank
L9
you very much.
has been properly displayed.
Thank you very
Representative
much,
Froelich.
Mr. Chair. This is, there was a section in the bill that concerned what we were calling deceptive trade practices, which had to do with manipulating both rider ratings and driver ratings, and we asked that for a yes vote, this cleans up that language and removes the concept of deceptive trade practices and just says, don't falsify driver or rider ratings, and we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L9? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L9. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L9 passes. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And finally, I move L12 to House Bill 1291 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and L12 is properly displayed. Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The rideshare folks had a cardiac arrest over a $100,000 fine. We were inclined to agree. This lets the PUC set the fine. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L12? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L12. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L12 passes. To the committee report. Representative Froelich.
We ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Folks, this bill has been an incredible bill to work on. I'm very honored to be asked to be a part of it. The rideshare companies have a big problem, and I don't think we would have known the extent to which the problem is part of our the cost of doing business in Colorado unless something personal had happened to our colleague. And this bill is our attempt to make rideshare safe for everyone, both drivers and passengers, and we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I was a kid, my family had safety rules. They were especially important because starting in middle school, I walked to and from school. Don't talk to strangers. If someone offers you a ride and you don't know them, say no. If someone offers you a ride and you do know them, but they don't say our password, say no. If someone tries to take you, fight. Do what you need to do to get to safety. These are the rules that I've lived by and I've taught my children. And last February, I followed my rules. I met up with friends in Cherry Creek for drinks, and I ordered a lift down. I have a personal rule not to drive and drink because my uncle was killed by a drunk driver 10 years ago. When I was ready to go home, I ordered a ride. I thought I was being responsible, making the right choice. What I didn't know was that I would be paired with a driver who was letting a friend use their profile. Unfortunately, account sharing and account renting are far more common than rideshare companies like Uber and Lyft are willing to admit. And in my case, either Lyft ignored the account sharing, which is against their rules, or they just didn't care because they didn't do anything to prevent it from happening. A few minutes into the ride, the driver started asking personal questions like if I was married, and then quickly escalated to inappropriate comments about what he wanted to do to me and how he felt that my husband wouldn't mind if we had sex. He had a plan for how he wanted his night to turn out, and I was trapped in his car. I texted my husband and neighbor during the ride because I was scared of the confidence in the driver's words. I've taken run, hide, fight training, so as we got closer to our house, I took off my heels so that I could run away faster. As he pulled up past my house, just past my house, I thought the nightmare was almost over, but it wasn't. It was just beginning. He put the car in park and quickly got into the back seat. He kept moving my face towards him, trying to make me kiss him. When I tried to get out of the car, he blocked my exit and pushed me back down into the car and went on to sexually assault me. I've gone to a lot of therapy and now understand that what happened to me in those moments that felt like an eternity was disassociation. My body was there in that moment, but the person that stands before you today, that person wasn't there. I had to physically push my way out, and once I was out, I didn't stop. I ran down my neighbor's driveway, and I hid in their backyard until it was safe to go home. I have no doubt in my mind that he's done this before. He felt entitled to take what he wanted, and it didn't matter how many times I said no. It didn't matter how many times I said, I'm not interested, I don't want this. After I reported the sexual assault to Lyft, they promised to never match me with the driver again and gave me a refund. To this day, I don't know if the profile used to assault me is still active. If that person has an active profile on Uber, or if the person assaulted me has their own profile on another platform, because Uber and Lyft don't tell survivors the outcome of an investigation. I was raped in college. I didn't report it. I locked it away for over 20 years, telling no one, and that took its toll. I kept thinking, I've already been through this, it can't be happening again. This can't be the world in which I'm raising my daughter. I never expected to be 37 years old and a mom of 2 going through something so horrific, so I decided to file a police report. When the detective assigned to my case sent a search warrant to Lyft in order to get information about the driver, I asked how long it might take to get information back and was told that it could take anywhere from a week to over a month. And in the detective's experience with Uber and Lyft, they don't respond quickly or with any amount of urgency to requests. Since that night, I have lived with the weight of trauma that refuses to stay quiet. I've gone to therapy, desperate not to be the mom who cries all the time, desperate to be able to do things that once felt easy again, desperate not to freeze when I see someone who looks like him, desperate not to be haunted by his eyes in the back mirror, desperate to feel safe in a world that doesn't feel safe anymore, even when you follow the rules. According to Uber's own community safety numbers, there have been 8,698 sex assaults between 2017 and 2022. According to Lyft's own numbers, there have been 6,809 sex assaults between that same period. And we know that on average, only 30% of sexual assaults are generally reported. And the figure for actual assaults during this period may have been closer to 51,690. In working on this bill, I've learned that Lyft categorizes sexual assaults into 21 categories and only leads with what they consider to be the top 5 most egregious categories. Uber does the same thing, but they call it their sexual assault taxonomy. Can you imagine reviewing what was likely somebody's worst day of their life and deciding which category that incident should live in? Uber and Lyft hide behind their taxonomies, behind their categories, so they can minimize their problems. Let's be clear, members. One sexual assault is one too many. The number of assaults on drivers are staggering too. According to Pew Research, 19% of gig workers have experienced unwanted sexual advances while working. According to Drivers United, 1 in 4 drivers who experience sexual harassment also reported experiencing sexual assault while driving. In 2022 alone, 31 app workers were killed by fatal assault by driving. 27% of them were killed by a passenger. Uber and Lyft have severe and pervasive safety issues, and they are in crisis. And I'm going to say that again because it's important that you all understand it. Uber and Lyft have a severe and pervasive safety problem. They are in crisis, whether they want to admit it or not. It's why they've spent billions on marketing to convince the public that they're safe. They stay on message: safety, safety, safety. Whenever something terrible happens on their watch, they double down on their safety talking points, and the formula is always the same. This is terrible. We take incidents seriously. Pivot. Safety, safety, safety. I want to take a moment and read a few statements from Uber and Lyft that I've seen over and over again in response to sexual assaults and other terrible incidents. And I know you all are standing, and it means the world to me. And if you decide that you need to sit, it is okay, and I respect it. The behavior described in this incident has no place in our society. We take reports of sexual assault very seriously. And when incidents such as these are reported to us, our trained team takes immediate action to investigate and works with local law enforcement so that appropriate actions can be taken. As a platform committed to providing safe transportation, we hold ourselves to a higher standard by designing products and policies to keep out bad actors, make riders and drivers feel safe, and react quickly if and when an incident does occur. Our commitment is stronger than ever as we dedicate more resources in our continued effort to ensure our riders and drivers have the safest possible experience. And my personal favorite, sexual assault is a tragic crime, and we take any report of this nature very seriously. While we cannot comment on pending litigation, we're committed to keeping safety at the forefront of everything we do by building features and policies to help make the platform safer for all users. Do they ever put their words into action and implement meaningful safety standards and protocols? No. No, they don't. Transportation network companies like Uber and Lyft exercise full control over their platforms and have continually opted to implement the lowest cost safety measures, which are inadequate. Let me say this plainly. Uber and Lyft constantly, consistently prioritize their bottom line over safety of riders and drivers. They profit off of people taking them at their word that they are the safe choice. In February 2016, Uber agreed to pay $28.5 million to 25 million riders to settle a class action lawsuit surrounding their advertisements. After the settlement, Uber was no longer allowed to use the terms industry leading or best in class in reference to its background checks. And you only need to do a simple Google search for Uber sex assault, Lyft sexual assault. Look on TikTok as well in order to find horrific stories that go back years. In 2019, 14 women sued Lyft over mishandling their sexual assault and their rape complaints against drivers that occurred on their watch. In their lawsuit, the women outlined how Lyft chooses to stonewall law enforcement investigating assaults and that it fails to inform victims about the status of the drivers they've accused of sexual assault or rape. They say that Lyft is negligent in its background checks and fails to protect passengers with added technology. They claim Lyft has chosen to hide and conceal the scope of its sexual predator crisis on the platform, and I agree. But nothing's perfect. Nothing's perfect. Those were the exact words that a Lyft representative said as my co-prime and I held our first stakeholder meeting and questioned their so-called gold standard of background checks and continuous monitoring. This was after I told the group that the man who owned the profile used to sexually assault me was convicted of felony menacing just months before, yet his profile was still active. Not everything is perfect. That's the kind of indifference that survivors are met with. shrugged shoulders, empty apologies, a refund, and a promise to never match you with the driver again, a boilerplate statement, a pivot to safety, safety, safety. For years, survivors have been telling their stories and demanding accountability, but those demands continue to fall on deaf ears. That's the kind of indifference that we're met with. Uber and Lyft have been able to spend billions on campaigns to boost their image and talk about safety while drowning out the experiences of survivors like me for far too long. But what they didn't expect was that a state representative was sexually assaulted, and she's refusing to be quiet about it. I should not have to bare my soul and my pain for Uber and Lyft to pay attention and do something. A state representative shouldn't have to elevate this issue for it to matter. I need you all to understand that this bill isn't just about me. Since publicly sharing what happened to me, I've heard from so many survivors and family members of survivors sharing their stories and asking for help. I even heard from a sister legislator in another state who was offered a bottle of water while she was in her Uber and she was drugged. During committee, we heard heartbreaking testimony from many survivors, riders, and drivers that had been assaulted multiple times without a way to directly contact the rideshare company. We heard from a survivor who shared, in March 2022, I was the victim of a horrific assault at the hands of a rideshare driver. I was kidnapped, violently raped, and strangled by a predator who hid behind the rideshare brand, using the platform as a tool to target victims. In my case, she said, justice was served. My attacker received 290 years to life in prison, but that sentence came at a devastating cost. 13 brave victims had to testify, and there are still more victims coming forward. Sexual assault isn't something you get over. It's something that you carry. And what I carry is a constant reminder that these companies knew better and did nothing. My mom and my dad are here today, and I'm so thankful that they are. Many of you have met them, and I'm so appreciative for your kindness. But my parents have been with me and my family, constantly supporting us, keeping the kids so that my husband and I have a minute to breathe. My mom's driven down from Fort Collins so many times just to hug me, just to sit in the same room as I've done really hard things. And Mom and Dad, I'm sorry that you guys have had to walk this road with me, but I'm thankful that you have. I'm so thankful to you all, to my husband, to my best friends, my aide, and so many of you colleagues here who have been an incredible source of strength and support. And also to all of the survivors that I've met along the way. It's a really horrible club to be a part of. And I'm constantly inspired by their strength and their resilience. This bill is not about punishment. This bill is a reckoning. It's a line in the sand. Survivors deserve safety. They deserve justice. They deserve a change. That justice, change, and safety comes with passing this bill. You each got a toy car and a pair of dice this morning on your desk. Because that's what getting into an Uber or Lyft feels like right now. Every single ride is a gamble. So I ask you, would you roll the dice on your daughter, your mom, your partner, your best friend? I hope not. I did everything right, I followed the rules, and I was still sexually assaulted. No more. No more gambling with people's lives. Safety starts now. Safety starts in Colorado. Please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 25-1291? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1291. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 25-1291 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1167.
House Bill 1167 by Representatives Valdez and Martinez concerning alternative education campuses.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1167 and the Appropriations Report and Education Report.
That is a proper motion to the Appropriations Report. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just set the cap on this appropriation for this bill at a little over $9,000, and we request an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriation Report passes. To the Education Report. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we made some changes in the Education Committee to get the department to a good place with the bill, and we would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Education Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Education Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Education Report passes. To the bill. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a great bill. What this does is it provides some technical assistance to our alternative education campuses. And for those of you who don't know what those are essentially schools of last resorts for our students. And they deal with the students who have not been able to find their way through other forms of education. So they're very important to our communities. And we need to ensure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that these particular schools are funded in the right way, counted in the right way, and continue to be a resource within the community where they exist. So what this bill does, it just allocates some bonus points to these alternative education campuses, and it directs CDE to conduct an annual study on post-October enrollment trends, so we can better understand what the counts should be, when they should be, things like that. But this just provides a little bit of help to schools that are incredibly important to our districts, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this bill cuts some red tape. This really offers the help that needs to do. It streamlines the process, and it really benefits the students here in Colorado. So we'll keep it short and simple and say good bill, vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1167? Seeing Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I move L006 to House Bill 1167 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Amendment 6 has been properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a move to a petition clause, and I very much thank the sponsors for the ongoing conversations and hearing things out. Good amendment. Please vote yes.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the guise of bipartisanship, we request an aye vote as well.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment 6 passes. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So while I was a no in committee, I am a firm yes today. Ongoing stakeholdering, not with just my district, but with the sponsors, other schools that are going to be affected with this for the needed resources we need for our state. It's a good bill. I highly urge a yes vote.
Representative Valdez? Nope. Is there any more discussion? Wait. No more. Is there any more discussion on House Bill 1167? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1167. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1167 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 25-1026.
House Bill 1026 by Representatives Carter and Garcia concerning procedures related to the provision of health care services to inmates and in connection therewith prohibiting certain co-payments and fees.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1026, the appropriations and the judiciary reports.
To the judiciary report. Oh, to the appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The appropriations report passed Amendment J1 that basically just zeroed out the fiscal note, and that is mostly because with the negotiations and the changes in the bill, the Department of Corrections is able to actually just assume the cost. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Understanding this bill is specifically related to prison medical fees and related to how much an individual who is incarcerated and whether or not he has or she is forced to pay a copay. The issues that we were having, my understanding is these copays are ranging between $3 to $5 to $25 based on an individual being in custody, the Department of Corrections making 97 cents an hour. The equivalent of a $3 fee would be $105. The equivalent of a $5 fee would be $175, and the equivalent of a $25 fee would be $875. This is specifically related to the bill. What we are not trying to do is for incarcerated people, once they are done with their level of incarceration, my fear and my hope was that they would not come out with additional fees and owing more monies once they got out. If we are going to place individuals in custody, if we are going to place individuals in the Department of Corrections, it is our duty then to make sure they are taken care of, and the concept of them having to pay a copay to get medical treatment that they deserve, I disagree with, and I'm asking for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The appropriation report passes. To the judiciary report, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The judiciary report, what we did is that we actually, because we wanted to make sure that this was actually working and it was not intended to allow folks to take advantage of the system, we included an amendment. We passed an amendment in judiciary report that puts an end date on this program so that we can actually test it out. And if it's working, then we can reauthorize it. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the judiciary report? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard this bill in House Judiciary Committee, and certainly this is one that, I felt persuaded by. There are good points that are made by the bill sponsors. But one thing that we had a lot of questions with was how many no-shows are there? How many times is it willful versus unwillful no-shows to an appointment? And what that cost is to our DOC healthcare system. And so I have an amendment. I move Amendment L004 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment L4 has been properly displayed. Representative Soper to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would have during the 2026 SMART Act hearing that DOC would need to report to the legislature how many times an inmate had used the service, had scheduled an appointment but failed to actually show up for their medical, dental, or mental health or optometric care appointment or any other specialty service, so that we, as legislators, have an idea of, did this policy work? Did it not? It would just be a simple one-year reporting in the 2026 SMART Act hearing.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and you can hang out with me if you want. So I've asked to create a separate amendment based on our conversation to say that in January 2026, striking the word beginning.
That's fine.
Great. So we can just hang out here for a minute. We do believe that having the report in 2026 to give the initial responses and reactions to how people who are incarcerated are using the healthcare system, what the cost is on the healthcare system, and having that reported in SMART Act hearing will actually give us preliminary information even before the date that in which this will be repealed unless reauthorized by the body. And I believe that at this point we can offer a substitute amendment.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that, I would like to offer a substitute amendment L008 to L004 and ask that it be displayed. I move, thank you, L008 as a substitute amendment to L004 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment L8 has been properly displayed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with this. This is a much better drafting, ensures that it is in the January 2026 SMART Act hearing that we would be reported this information, and this is very important that we actually hear about the numbers, because it was kind of murky, and so this will be very important for us.
Representative Garcia.
And we also ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L008. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L008 passes. To the bill. To the bill's judiciary report. Representative, any further discussion on judiciary report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the judiciary report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The judiciary report passes. To the bill, any further discussion on House Bill 1026? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After talking with a lot of my chiefs, my sheriffs, and a lot of the prison guards, I move L007 to House Bill 1026 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us one moment. And that is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment is just setting the declaration that it matches the title, that this will only affect the co-pays in Department of Corrections and will not impact our local jails, our multi-county jails, or community correction centers. We too often see that the intent versus the impact in this place does not always follow track. It also has to go to the Senate, and we don't know what they're going to do in the Senate. Let's just make sure we are matching the intent of this bill to the title. We've all heard about Christmas treeing. Let's avoid that in this so that we're making a cleaner set bill. We know what it's doing, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L007? Representative Garcia.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this. The legislative declaration will actually not be printed in the books, and so I just ask for a no vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While it may not be printed in the books, this allows for when there's any settling in the courts, they can go back and see what the ledge deck is telling them. This is a belt and suspender bill. Let's make sure we are solidifying in black and white what the intent of this is. So should it go to the courts, should it decide to go past the title and affect our local jails, we can go back and pull the ledge deck up and say this is what you guys are going to be looking at. I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L007? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003 to House Bill 1026 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. And that is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does, since we're talking about co-pays and the responsibility of who pays that, and frankly with this bill we're putting it on the taxpayers to pay the co-pays of inmates, what this amendment simply does is says, if you schedule an appointment and you don't make the appointment, and the reason that you don't make the appointment, as in attend the appointment, is your fault, right? maybe you scheduled it and then you just forgot and or weren't paying attention or just didn't show up because you didn't want to, you'll be assessed a $3 copayment to make up for missing that appointment. And something that we talked about in committee is that this is about responsibility. You're in prison. We're already saying that we're going to do away with copayments, so you have no responsibility to pay. But then we're also saying you have no responsibility to show up to those appointments if you make them. I've never spent time in prison. I don't know why you would miss an appointment while you're in prison, but if you do, and it's because of negligence on your part, or intentions on your part, then you should have to pay a $3 copay because you are wasting time and taxpayer money by not making that appointment. If we want people to be rehabilitated while they're in prison, how about we start holding them accountable for doing simple things like making appointments? Is that too much to ask? We want you to be rehabilitated. We want you to go back into society and get a job, right? Take care of responsibilities, but then we're saying, oh, but while you're in prison, while you're supposed to be rehabilitated, you don't have to show up to appointments that you make and you cost the taxpayers money. Is it too much to ask? Go serve in the military, don't show up for a doctor's appointment, see what happens there. It's literally like consequences for your career to not show up to appointments in the military. So we'll hold our military to that standard, but we won't hold prisoners. This may sound a little insensitive, but yeah, it's not like they're stuck in traffic. You're in prison, you make an appointment, show up to your appointment. Vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a yes vote on this amendment because we have to look at the holistic aspect of what is happening. Based on the sentence, most inmates are going to be released, and we want them to be productive, positive community members. Having done quite a few Department of Corrections tours, talking with both the healthcare staff, the inmates, along with the community centers that help them after they're released, a lot of the talks about why sometimes they end up going back in is because the reality in prison is not the reality of out here with everyone else in the communities. So this way, by holding them accountable, we are setting them up for better success once they are released because it shows actions have consequences. Now, they already know that because they are being sentenced for one of their actions that had a consequence with the courts and deemed them to have a sentence. But let's set them up for a better track record that when they get back into the real world outside of that prison bubble, they also know what's going to be happening. That if they set up a health appointment, I know when I set up one, and if I miss it, I do have to pay usually some kind of fee, or there's a strike rule that I can't go back to that provider. Let's set them up for success, a lot like we do with our children, saying, this is how we want you to act. Let's guide them to how they should act. Let's also talk about the undue burden on the healthcare workers. If they keep repetitively not showing up, we're not only wasting their resources, but we're taking up appointment times that other inmates might have needed and could have utilized. The best part about this amendment right here on the bottom is it does say inmates not at fault. So if there's a lockdown and the inmate could legitimately not get there because of no fault of their own, we recognize that, just like in the real world. If there's a blizzard, roads are shut down, or the hospital shuts down that you're going to see, they recognize you're going to have to reschedule. But aside from that, having talked with a lot of inmates, both inside and then once they're released, oftentimes they just say, what's the point? I felt like sleeping that day. I felt like talking to my buddy. They're going to give me a rescheduling anyways, so the time doesn't matter. We're going to just do what we want. How is that accountability or setting up for success when they are released so that way they can be active, positive influences in the community after they've served their time? I urge a yes vote.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Michael Carter, and I've been in 4 different states within the Department of Corrections. And while I appreciate my colleagues pointing out that the Department of Corrections is not like the real world, they are correct. In the Department of Corrections, while portions of your life you are in control of, but the reason that you're in the Department of Corrections is because most of your life you're no longer in control of. Once again, as I indicated, if we as a society are going to put individuals in custody, if we are going to take away their life and liberty, we are then responsible for their health care. One of the things that was brought up by one of my colleagues was that maybe somebody just did not want to go to sick call that day. Well, the difference between going to sick call in the Department of Corrections and going to sick call outside is that, yes, you just go roll over and go back to sleep. This is the Department of Corrections. You don't go home. You go back to your cell. I understand, and I've spoken with members of the other party and stakeholders, and I understand their fear of an individual taking advantage of sick call. No matter what happens, they are still in jail. They are still in the Department of Corrections. What more responsibility do you want them to take? I told you, if an individual who is making 97 cents an hour is assessed a $3 medical fee, that is the equivalent of $105. If an individual is making 97 cents an hour and is charged a $5 medical fee, that is $175. If an individual is charged with a $25 medical fee, making 97 cents an hour, that is $875. Thank you for requesting that they take responsibility. However, what we are not going to do is take away the ability for these individuals to get medicated while they are in our custody. I know that hurts you. I know that's upsetting, but they are in our custody, and we will, as a society, take care of them. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, and the reasons why is, yes, when they're in custody, they're in the Department of Corrections, we are responsible for their health. But they're in there for a reason. The main reason is they broke the law. Now, are we going to take away co-pays for law-abiding citizens that work hard every day? No. They still have to pay their co-pays. But then somebody breaks the law, goes to prison, and you take the minimum requirement of a co-pay, $3, $5, $25 away, and they're in there on our dime. We're paying for it now. Not only is the taxpayer that actually has to pay their co-pay out in the world for themselves, now they have to pay for somebody else in prison that broke the law. I know it sounds insensitive, but people are in prison for a reason. We don't just just throw them in there for no reason. They're in there for a reason. They have to be responsible for their own actions. When they're in prison, they're in there to get rehabilitated. Rehabilitation means also responsibility. So once they leave prison, not having to pay co-pays, not having to take responsibility for making their appointments, what do you think they're going to do out in the real world again? Not take responsibility for their actions. Not take responsibility for having to have responsibilities in the real world. That's part of the rehabilitation process. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Armagast.
Thank you. The other side of this, and I've heard this argument on both sides of this matter, that a person is entitled to care and treatment. That goes the same thing for the person that's unable to get an appointment because somebody schedules an appointment and then decides they want to go play basketball instead. This is something, I hear scoffing over here, but this is something that actually does happen. I've witnessed it firsthand, working 8 years in a correctional facility. But
It is something that happens. There are people that abuse the system, take advantage of the system simply because there is no accountability. There is no liability. There is no financial tie or anything tying them to that appointment that somebody else very easily could have. But it's also something where these organizations that are funded by this are not getting that money. If we're getting rid of this copay, these are organizations, COVA and other sorts, that are not going to be getting their money for victim-related services that money goes to. These providers that we're talking about that are either stationed or visiting temporarily on contract in these correctional facilities are sometimes only there on a limited time, and they have limited amount of appointments. If somebody schedules an appointment and gaffes it off and somebody had to miss an appointment because it was booked that day, that's a person that gets hosed by that person that decided they had something better to do and didn't really have any accountability for it. We should be implementing accountability and responsibility. We should be implementing those decision-making skills, not simply saying you can make a decision then decide not to later, and it's somebody else's problem financially. So it's somebody else's problem that has to miss their appointment. So I too encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like my colleague from Fort Lupton pointed out, you are in prison for a reason, right? You didn't just happen to end up in prison. You're in prison for a reason. And like the co-prime sponsor said, you know, you're entitled to care. You are in prison, you're entitled to care. But like my colleague from Berthoud pointed out, that you may be entitled to care, but you're not entitled to abuse the system and be irresponsible and waste taxpayer money. And that's the point with this amendment. This amendment is not saying you're not entitled to care. It's saying that you are entitled to care and you need to show up for that care when you make appointments. And that's a part of the rehabilitation. That's a part of the responsibility. And so, you know, how much time and money is wasted? What about the slot that is taken up by the person who's making the appointment and then not showing up to it? Someone else may need to go get that care, but they can't get an opening because that person who ends up not showing up took that spot. It's called a moral hazard. If you're unfamiliar with the term, when something is free, it gets abused, right? If you have free health care then for everyone, then guess what? More people are gonna start showing up to the hospital because they stumped their toe when they normally wouldn't have. Because when something is free, it gets abused. And the problem with the bill is that because every single thing is free, as far as the health care goes, the co-payments, you have no moral obligation to show up and be responsible for your actions being that you scheduled healthcare appointments. And we heard from people who testified that the system does get abused. People use it as kind of a trip to get out of their cell. I get it. If I was in prison, I'd probably do the same thing, right? It can be a nice break. Schedule an appointment, you get out, you get seen, you come back. It gets you out of your cell. I'm not faulting them for that. The point is that we're making with this amendment is if you schedule something, you gotta show up to it and don't abuse the system. If there is a penalty for not showing up, then it's less likely to get abused. So vote yes on this amendment. It makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the saying is that which we attain too easily, we esteem too lightly. And in this case, I think one of the things that we're kind of missing, and although the sponsor did touch on it, is the responsibility aspect. We want these individuals to be able to return to regular life at some point. I mean, at some point we can all. I mean, I hope that at some point their debt to society is paid, and then they will be returned to civilian life. Well, one of the things in civilian life or regular life, I don't know, are they classified as civilians? I'm used to military being military and then everybody else being civilians. So this is a way to teach responsibility because it is a I mean, if I miss an appointment, I get I don't know, it's probably at least $50 or $75 bill. I mean, I get a bill if I miss an appointment. And it's not reimbursed by insurance. Insurance doesn't tell me and say, well, we're gonna take that one. We'll take that one for the team. I just get a bill for $50 or $75 or whatever they charge for their late fee. And that's established in advance. The doctor says this is what your missed appointment fee is, and that's part of your agreement. And so if you want to teach people responsibility, then the lack of responsibility has to have some level of inconvenience or pain. Pain is a primal motivator. In this case, the pain is, not literal, but the pain of looking at those wages and say, well, that was 3 hours worth of labor. Do I want to lose 3 hours worth of labor off my privileges that I gain? Is that worthwhile? But if you say it's zero, then there's no consequence. There's no consequence there at all. And so I think if you want them, and then when they get out into the real world and they have a missed appointment or a late appointment fee, I mean, it's not even necessarily a missed appointment. You might be just 15 minutes late for your appointment or not 15 minutes early, and they say, well, not showing up, and then they assess you the $50. And in that case, I guess that's about 3 times minimum wage, if not 4. Not sure what minimum wage is right now. But if you want to have if your goal is to rehabilitate people to start taking on responsibility, then the lack of responsibility has to have consequences. This is a low-level consequence. I mean, I'm not sure what other consequence you would have other than this. Maybe working in the yard. I don't know. But this is a low-level way to introduce consequences of actions for people who have clearly separated their actions from consequences.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And talking to this amendment specifically about the accountability, if you miss an appointment, then something should happen. I do want to make sure we're pointing out, because this amendment does not take away that they get access to health care. It's saying if they decide to skip out on an appointment, that there should be consequences, because like our good colleague said, if you decide to take a nap or you decide to go play basketball, which I have seen during my tours, and they will even say they can't force me to go. I changed my mind. I want to go do something else because they have to reappoint me to another time. Well, that time frame then is blocked for someone who needs to get into there. So we are hurting others because we are not going to hold people accountable. And what about the victims? They already are upset outside, and they have co-pays they have to pay. But that's not to the amendment. To the amendment is if they miss their appointment in the real world, those victims have to pay the consequences. So how is it right that we are putting the criminals, because they've been charged, they've already been given a sentence, that they do not have to be accountable, but those who are living with their actions in the real world do not get any of these benefits? No, they are paying the taxes for this. And there is no, if they miss their appointment, they do get those charges. They do get those strikes. We need to look at this holistically in both ends. And you know what? Behavior is repetitive. It takes a couple months to make a behavior. Most sentences go a couple years. If that repetitive behavior is they can do whatever they want, there is no repercussion, and then they come to the real world and they lose their health care privileges or are charged a lot of fees because they missed their appointment, we're doing no justice to them. We need to make sure we set them up for success. That's what this amendment is doing, is teaching the behaviors for success once they are released. It's not taking away their privileges to health care. In fact, it's incentivizing them. And I've had many calls, and I've had some emails. $3. If they miss their appointment, they're missing out on a couple ramens, a Snickers or two, and that is what they're paying because they are getting chore money, $3. Once you calculate it, I look at the prices, in the Department of Corrections in my area, $3 if they miss an appointment. They can be an adult, they can show up on time. Otherwise, they are giving up some of their privileges that they've earned. That is the real world, what we're trying to teach them on. And you know what? To say that they don't even have to do that is a slap in the face to the victims that they hurt before they were sentenced.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too am in support of this amendment. Let's talk about how appointments work in the real world. You set an appointment and you go. If you don't go, I know I do, I get charged a fee. That's called the real world of appointment setting. So my fee is a lot more than $3. My fee is $50. Depends on the appointment. It could be $100. This fee allows us to make sure that no one is going to abuse the system. You make the appointment, I don't feel like going, or I'm playing a game, or whatever it's going on. We're not talking people who where a lockdown happens or something like that where they're prevented from going. These are people who are just not showing up. Everyone else in the world has to pay a fee if they don't show up to their appointment. Why on earth are we treating anyone else, even criminals, differently than how the rest of the world works? If we miss a fee, we pay a price. That's just the way it is. $3, they make, like as was mentioned, they make almost, what, $124, $130 some dollars a day. Sometimes it's $36 a day. It depends on what they do and how long they do it. $3 if you miss a fee or miss an appointment is a very low fee. I think it should be more. But we've set it for $3, and that's what we're asking people to do. We're not taking away anyone's liberty or freedom. They gave that up when they did the crime. They gave up their own liberty. They gave up their own freedom when they chose to do the crime. I don't want to cause people of Colorado to have to keep paying money for something, for their bad actions, their bad decisions, their bad choices. A criminal can pay $3 if they, on their own, miss an appointment that they chose, again, to create. We need something that keeps them from abusing the system. $3 is a far, far small price to pay to make sure that we instill accountability, which many of them have a problem with anyways, because otherwise they wouldn't be where they are to begin with. Again, they're criminals. If I have to, I'm not a criminal. And most people I know are not criminals. And they have to pay $75 to $100 for their missed appointment. $3, they can pay it. And I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment. We need to start making sure people are responsible for their actions, and this is how we start.
Rep. Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good amendment, and if the amendment does happen to not make it across the finish line, could we add something in there that if we miss a vote, we aren't fined either?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the representative from Montezuma, I think I might entertain that amendment. I want to just address a couple of things, members. First, I want to just clarify the real world exists whether you're outside or you're inside. You are in the real world. We adopted the amendment in judiciary specifically because of the concerns, quite frankly, the disproven and unproven concerns that this could actually be abused. During COVID, DOC eliminated copays. There was zero evidence of abuse of utilizing services and healthcare services. There was zero evidence saying that someone who is incarcerated would make an appointment and just not show up. That data doesn't exist. But we allowed room and space, and now we adopted an amendment just now for reporting at the SMART Act in January 1 of 2026 to specifically get the information and data that we are asking for. The other thing I want to address one more time is that the differences between if you're inside or outside and your minimum wage is not equivalent in the least. 97 cents a dollar, or 97 cents an hour. That's on the high end of what somebody who is incarcerated is making. That means that if they have to end up paying a copay for $5, they have to work 5 hours to pay just a copay. None of us, as low as we get paid in this room, we don't even have to work 5 hours to cover a copay cost. We invest $87 million, members. Listen to this. We already pay $87 million for healthcare at DOC. If you don't like that, stop creating more crimes and stop sending more people to prison and stop raising the cost. $87 million is what we already pay in healthcare, and this is a range of 130,000, maybe 140,000, and maybe copays that DOC might choose to charge one day over the next. This amendment is not a good one. It's not a good one. You know why? Because yes, I'm going to go there, ladies and gentlemen. People don't trust people who are incarcerated. I get it. They made a mistake. They committed a crime. They were charged. Now they're serving their time. They trust correctional officers. So who's to say if somebody who is incarcerated actually can or cannot make it to their appointment of their own free will or not? This amendment does not help the issue we're trying to solve right now. I ask for no vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I think $87 million is money well spent if it's keeping the criminals off the street. Remember, they're not in prison because they were jaywalking or just happened to wake up there. They're in there for a reason. So yes, $87 million is a lot of money. It's not because we create too many crimes. It's because they're committing crimes, and so that's why they're locked up. But I think this is a very fair amendment. I would like to know a dollar amount that the bill sponsors would be okay with. If $3 is too much, that's 3 hours worth of work. I know in the real world, as we keep saying, if you miss a doctor's appointment, a lot of doctor's offices charge you $50, $100, $150 for missed appointments. So, I mean, a lot of people only make, $15, $18, $20 an hour. So that would be equivalent to like $60, 3 hours worth of work if they're making 97 cents an hour. So that seems fair to me. And again, they're in prison, they're not stuck in traffic. They're not stuck because of the weather. They're literally in the place where they have to be. They're just not showing up. So show up, be responsible. If you can't even do that, are you really getting rehabilitated?
Rep. DeGraff.
If you don't want to be in prison, don't commit crimes with penalties that put you in prison. Simple.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an interesting conversation. All right, so $87 million on DOC healthcare. That's a lot of money. Now, it's not this side of the aisle that is creating crimes. This side of the aisle is looking for ways to turn law-abiding citizens into criminals on a continual basis. Second Amendment violations, speech violations. So if you want to know where to look for who's creating laws that are aiming to put constitutional citizens into prison, I think you want to look at the voting records on this side of the aisle, perhaps on the bench. Now, if you want to look at money, we have a whistleblower in prison, and you're going to spend $560,000 to keep her in prison. Creating laws, which would be SB 22-153, the Get Tina Act, for instance. creating laws which are then or completely avoided by our Attorney General, by the Secretary of State who wants to become Attorney General, for publishing passwords, for critical infrastructure, for 6 months to 2 years. We don't know. But a crime much more serious, ignored. So it's this side of the aisle that's creating the crimes. It's not the our side. Now, you said that this is not a good amendment, and here's an interesting point. Because the correction officer, who is the government, so we are told by this side in their creation of continual crimes that the government can be trusted with all things and all power, and now, for some reason, once you get in jail, then the corrections officer is not to be trusted. So I think not trusting the government in general is a good plan. Now, I think there needs to be some accountability. But you can't have it both ways. You can't just say, well, the corrections officer can't be trusted, but the rest of the government can. So this is a good amendment. This just says there's going to be some accountability for somebody that's in prison, and the reason for teaching them some accountability is maybe there's a need to teach them some accountability, and this is an easy way to teach accountability. It's monetary, it's not physical, it hits close to home. We need to stop pandering to incarcerated voters and actually help them to transition to outside society. So it's a good amendment. The arguments against, I think, are pretty vapid, but fine. So vote yes on this amendment. Help the prisoners to learn some accountability so that when they get out of prison, they can interact in society better.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment. I represent juveniles on the defense side, mostly kids with disabilities and kids of color. I'm also an expert witness. This conversation is off base, knowing that we have a discriminatory system of justice in the state of Colorado, and in fact in the whole United States. When I go to court, I see people of color and I see low income. I see very few white kids and I see very few kids from families with money. When my own brother was in prison, he was very clear. People with money don't go here. So as long as we have a system that is discriminatory toward people of color and low-income people, these conversations don't even matter. The justice system being discriminatory is very clear. This is not something new. This is something we've talked about for decades and decades and decades. And so I urge a no vote on this amendment.
All right, so in this recent election, the office of the president went red. This state, with the extremely discriminatory system, is one of the bluest blue states. And now I agree, we shouldn't trust the government, but the discriminatory system is yours. It's your system. It's your discriminatory system. So fix that, and we won't have a discriminatory system. I agree. My neighbor was in prison. It was like a master's degree in criminality from what he described. And there's a lot of problems with it. But neglecting some level of responsibility, I don't think is. Now, what happens? What happens if a corrections officer then uses that? I don't know. But Colorado is one of the bluest states. So when you say it has a discriminatory corrections system, fine, that's on you. It's all blue.
Representative Bottoms? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's interesting to me that the problem here, as described from the other side of the aisle, is we need to stop reporting when crimes have happened against us. That's the problem. So somebody gets murdered, we should not report that. Somebody gets raped, we should not report that, because that puts people in jail. And how dare we put those people in jail? It's just murder and rape. Why are you reporting this stuff? Why are you hurting the good citizens of Colorado by telling the police when they've harmed somebody, put somebody in the hospital, robbed their house? Why should you tell the police about this? Because then the police get involved, and then the whole judicial system gets involved, and now we're just hurting people. This is the craziest thing I have ever heard. It's the citizens' fault that people are in jail. It's the citizens that are being murdered and raped. It's their fault that people are being put in jail. Come on. But here's the saddest part about all of this. They really believe it. That's the saddest part. They actually believe this. That's the problem. And then when they go to jail, we're supposed to just take care of everything that they want. Because, well, they're held by us. I'm of the old school. See, I don't have a problem with prisons being rehabilitative. I don't have a problem with that, but that's a byproduct. They're supposed to be in prison for punitive reasons, not rehabilitative reasons. While we're there, if we can do some rehabilitative stuff, let's do it. But let's not lose sight of the fact that they hurt somebody, hurt society, broke the law, and that's why they are in jail. That's why they're in prison. That's punitive, not rehabilitative. We'll let you have some of that along the way. Then they scam the system and play the system, and somehow that's our fault? The citizens' fault? That's the fault of the citizens when they're playing everything in prison too, just like they played everything out on the street? Not accountable for anything on the street, and a judge said, no, we're going to change that, but now they can't be accountable to anything inside? This makes no sense. It absolutely makes no sense. I cannot believe I just heard from this podium that it's the citizens' fault. Here's another one. We've got all these new laws that we've made for crimes. We've got all these new crimes that have been created in the last few years. Let me mention this because somehow this seems to get lost on people outside this room, and I know I'm not saying this to people in this room, but I am saying it to people outside this room. For my first 2 years in session, there were 19 of us. We didn't pass anything that was not approved by the holy left. We didn't pass anything. Now we have just exploded and we've got 3 more votes. We still are not passing anything that the left has not given us a privilege and permission to pass. So when people stand at this podium and say, well, you passed this, that's not true. We ain't passing nothing. We are passing nothing. We are passing only what is allowed. After we come with our bowl in our hands asking for more, can you please give us one little amendment? This amendment's not going to pass. Everybody on this side already knows this amendment's not going to pass. It didn't get approved in the caucus meeting of the left. It's not going to get passed. Guess what? This bill is going to get passed. This amendment is not going to get
Bottoms,
passed.
please get back to the amendment.
Do you know how many times I just said amendment? 7,
Stay
8?
on topic, please.
Okay, this amendment, the amendment on the wall, hey, the amendment 003, that is not going to get passed. It's an amendment on the wall that we put amendments on, but it's not going to get passed because it wasn't approved in the left's caucus. This bill will because it has been approved in the left's caucus. So don't ever, well, at least 2 years now you can say this, but in the next year and a half you can't. Don't say we're passing anything, because we're passing nothing. I beg you, please pass this amendment.
Hold on, let me just, amendment, 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 amendment. So I just do the amendment. So members, I'm just gonna ask that we keep it moving to this amendment and to the bill. Thank you. I will own, I believe my part in whatever may have just happened here on the microphone. But the point I was making is this. Thank you for talking about disproportionality, and thank you for reminding us of our power. But I will say this, what I said was, in a 2-year period, we created 40 crimes. So whenever we're hearing about soft on crime, that was the point I was making for anybody to understand. And I also would like to thank the chair for a little bit of latitude, and perhaps we can close that conversation and get back to the amendment, 11, amendment, and amendment. Thank you all.
Thank you. Rep. Garcia? The question before us is the passage of L003 to HB 1026. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those who oppose say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I would just like to point out there is some confusion in this debate on what jail, prison, Department of Corrections is. They are separate things. Having heard the sponsor use both jail and prison, it is a shame that we could not put in the legislative intent to make sure that we are matching the title in this bill and not Christmas treeing it for the people of Colorado. I strongly urge a no vote, because we need to figure out first what a jail and prison is before we can even further discuss what's happening in this bill to make sure we are looking at the appropriate areas going on when we're looking at inmates.
Who's next? Okay, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was lost. But now I'm found. I move L009 to HB 1026 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. The amendment has been displayed. Please speak to the amendment, Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll notice that there are 2 changes. One is the name, and the second is the amount of the fine, and we took it down. We took the advice of the sponsor, and we moved it down to 1 hour's worth of wages instead of slightly over 3. So we moved this to 97 cents. So there is still some accountability in the system, just maybe not 3 hours worth of wages, but 1 hour worth of wage, so we can still have, so that there is still some accountability. Still some accountability. Now, as far as the state's distrust of the state, I mean, I have to go with that. I mean, that is a problem, but not to be addressed in this part. So, 2 years, 40 crimes. Yeah, I think you ought to slow down on how many crimes that you're making in the last. That's 20 new crimes per year that you've been making, and most of them are to incarcerate otherwise law-abiding citizens. So I think maybe we should just have, we should focus on crime and not focus on criminalizing law-abiding citizens, but I digress, Madam Chair. So this is 97 cents, 1 hour wage. It's wafer thin, small consequence, keeps that in place so that we can help the this is to help the rehabilitation process of our criminal justice system.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say I do support this amendment. While my amendment, I now realize was extremely harsh at $3 for a missed appointment. I will say my colleague from El Paso County, he has a softer heart than me, so 97 cents for a missed appointment I think is more reasonable, and $3 is much more harsh. So as we talked about earlier, 97 cents an hour is what you make for working. So this is equivalent to 1 hour of work. 97 cents. You miss an appointment, it's 1 hour worth of your work while in prison. I think that's fair, considering it's probably an hour of, at least, of lost time with scheduling the appointment, especially if the appointment is off-site, the travel time, the logistics, the cost to the taxpayers. It's 1 hour worth of work. That seems fair to me. Again, I still don't know how you miss an appointment while you're in prison, but it's a thing. And so, again, we want to discourage the behavior and irresponsibility of missing appointments while you're in prison. And so it seems extremely fair to say it is worth 1 hour of work of your time if you make an appointment and you don't show up to it. At least the taxpayers can get back the 97 cents. Again, I want to thank my colleague from El Paso County who has a much softer heart than I do, because my amendment was 3 times more than this. And he is 3 times softer. So I appreciate his amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Boron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment. I like this amendment. So I did hear earlier that $3 was a little too harsh. That's equivalent to 3 hours. Who's going to pay? Who's going to work 3 hours to pay for a copay? Very true out here when you're not incarcerated. Very, very true. But again, I want to reiterate that they're in prison for a reason, and it's not like they have other things to pay for, because everything else, food, health care, housing, while in jail, or while in prison, I'm sorry, is getting paid by the taxpayers. So it's part of the rehabilitation process, trying to get them back, equated back to what's going to happen when they get released. So 97 cents, good amendment, 1 hour of work. I know we're not going to work 1 hour to pay our copay. My copay is $75. And that's actually more than I get paid per hour for one copay. So I think this is good for 1 hour for a copay. Urge and I vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there was a little question on the overall rate and whether it should be higher or lower for higher value. And I think no. I mean, I think this is sufficient. It's an hour's labor according to our esteemed colleagues, and so I think that's sufficient. And this is for fails to attend a scheduled appointment for medical dental, fails to provide timely notice. I think they could. I don't know what the communication is, but I would think timely notice that. It just frees up the appointment. It's just a way to show respect for other people's time. It's a way to demonstrate responsibility and accountability. So it's a really simple amendment to have just a wee bit, a modicum, wafer thin amount of responsibility to train somebody, to help somebody learn how to take accountability and responsibility for their actions. So they are given the option to earn money while they're incarcerated, and so while they're incarcerated, this is kind of that whole system that, the way the world works. So they're not making a lot of money on the inside. Their penalties aren't that high, but there does need to be some level of penalty if you're going to start thinking that somebody is going to take some level of responsibility. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple things. I was thinking about somebody's self-worth, and when you're incarcerated, how you may not feel that self-worth, and actually considering that there might be the opportunity to earn some money and then to pay for a doctor appointment, something so typical that you might experience on the outside, and be able to have that self-value, self-worth, I paid for something, I think that adds something to, I don't know, the person that you are. If you're incarcerated and you're feeling the lowest, if you can earn money and have some self-worth and value, you're paying for something that you could do. It's something normal, like on the outside. I just think there's something to that. Also, just being the elementary principal and making sure that kids don't come to the office frequently. Sometimes when they come to the nurse's office 2, 3, 4, 5 times a day, sometimes that becomes an incentive. They're getting out of class, they're getting a cookie, they're getting a peppermint for their tummy, getting lots of love from those of us in the school office, but it can be an incentive, and sometimes having a slight disincentive, like if you come to the office, you are going to have to call mom home and tell her that you're in the office again. Sometimes that can help hedge that. So 97 cents is 1 hour's worth of work, and that seems like it could give somebody value and self-worth, but also it's not something so prohibitive, and it is something that's just enough to cover the responsibility of showing up. And so we had some students here in the gallery earlier. Liberty Common was here, and they were watching the back and forth, and hopefully they're still watching online because they were so interested in what we were doing today. I would love for them to see how this back and forth goes with offering amendments and accepting amendments maybe. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Carter.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the good representative from El Paso County for this amendment. I want to appreciate all the information and stakeholding and the good communication that we are receiving from the good representative from El Paso County and all the many representatives that have come up to help us. But unfortunately, this amendment still is forcing, it doesn't get to the heart of the problem. And I understand that we have a philosophical difference. There are individuals, we just believe that, if you are in jail, your rights stop the minute you cross that threshold, and I just can't go there. My belief will always be that, and I believe this is shared by even members on the opposite side of the chamber, some of these rights are self-evident. Some of these rights just don't go away. And so while I once again want to thank, I see my good representative from Douglas County, I want to thank them for, there you are. I want to thank you for your amendment, but I'm going to ask for a no vote.
The question before us is passage of the amendment L009 to House Bill 1026. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. The amendment fails. Back to the bill. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, ma'am. I move L005 to House Bill 1026 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion.
Did you change your mind?
The amendment has been displayed. Please explain it, Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a first-of-its-kind amendment. It is changing it from a safety clause to a petition clause. And I urge an aye vote on this. We very much overuse the safety clause petition. give the people a chance to respond to it. Whether they do or not is not the point. We are here to represent the people, and so they should at least have the opportunity to address it and petition it if they would like, even if most of the time they don't. Vote yes.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing this amendment to allow us to discuss. But I'm just going to say, please vote no. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
I don't know how I can counter that bit of legal banter, but I think yes on this amendment. One, we know the safety clauses, they're just completely abused. This is not for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Colorado or for any sort of appropriations buffoonery, but this is just to bypass the will of the people. Does anybody challenge this? One time, maybe. So why not just put a petition clause on it and allow the citizens the option instead of getting the habit of always bypassing the will of the voters? I know basically everything that happens in this is bypassing the will of the voters, but this is an area that we can give the citizens the allowance to the tax-paying widgets the opportunity to express themselves if they feel so inclined.
The question before us is the passage of L005 to House Bill 1026. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Back to the bill. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 251026. All those in favor say no. Oh. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope the co-prime sponsors, in all seriousness, I don't know why this bill came forward. I don't know why we're coddling criminals, and I just want to understand that. I don't understand. Someone mentioned discriminatory system. I truly would like an answer because I don't understand why we're coddling criminals. We have soft on crime policies. This is just another one of those, and it's very frustrating. I don't know if we're growing a voter base. I don't understand. Please let me know.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise again to explain the bill to directly to my good colleague from Weldon, Boulder. I know there was a conversation earlier regarding the difference between the Department of Corrections, jail. This bill is directly related to the Department of Corrections. And when I first got up here, I explained to you who I was because I wanted you to know that I have been to the Department of Corrections many times. And while I understand there is a philosophical difference regarding how we treat these individuals, there is no one in here who has been to the Department of Corrections believes sending individuals to that place is coddling them. One of the reasons that I do not want, I was against the original amendment was specifically based on the fact that sometimes your situation and circumstance will not allow you to go to sick call. There are things that go on in prison and in the Department of Corrections that I know you guys do not believe is coddling. I refuse to believe that. Having your life structured to the point where you get up and go to bed based on someone else's schedule, and not just getting up and going to bed, you get up, you eat, you brush your teeth, you go to the toilet in your cell. There are things that I just refuse to accept. And one of them is the belief that the individuals in this room believe that being in the Department of Corrections is coddling. This is a good bill. Once again, if we are going to incarcerate individuals, if we are going to take away their liberty and their life, the least we can do, literally, is allow them some type of respite regarding sick call and health care. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Woog.
And thank you for that response. My colleague from Adams, I don't know exactly what those things are. I'm going to have to take you at your word. And I do have a little experience working here and understanding that I just have no control. I can't control my schedule. I'm going to be where I'm going to be, and I'm told where I'm going to be. So I can relate to that. I would have hoped to hear what those specific examples are, but I do relate in a small way.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am absolutely a no vote on this. I was no vote on this in committee. I actually sat in the committee for this, and we had a lot of witnesses who are experts in this field. You know, this bill is actually doing a direct harm or injustice to those who are to incarcerated criminals in a way by preventing them from leading a normal life as possible. You want them to be able to adjust to the life on the outside? Well, this is charging them a fee of $3 for a nurse or $5 to go see a doctor is, in a way, treating them just like they would if they were in the regular world. I have to pay for a copay, so does everybody else. $5 is a very fair price. $3 is a fair price. By not doing so, it further exacerbates their inability to fit into the real world. It also, this money, it was brought up in committee that this money actually goes to help fund victim groups like COVA. It actually helps to go towards their groups, and without this money, they're unable to help the victims of these said crimes that these criminals have created to begin with. So now you got criminals who created victims. Those victims need help. This money actually goes to help them, and now you're denying them, again, getting the help that they deserve, that they shouldn't have been put into the situation that they're in to begin with. This fee is a real-world fee. Charging people to go to the doctor is a normal thing. $3 and $5 should be taken very seriously. Charging that money isn't just about the fee itself. Charging that money is preventing them from getting a field day. For a prisoner to go to a doctor, it takes 1 to 2 guards to have to go with them. They have to go in a vehicle. They have to leave the prison. They get their little field day, and they go see the doctor. Again, the guards have to be with them. It's cost to the state. It's cost to the state. And for them to abuse the system, it's gonna cost the state a lot more. And the reason why there wasn't data about people abusing the system before, and the witnesses even said in committee, is that they didn't keep track of it. But they did say it does happen. And by the passage of this bill, it'll happen far more than it happened before. Because now they just get a free trip. No matter where they want to go to the doctor, sure, I'm bored in prison, I'm here for 20 years, why not? Let's just get out of here, let's have a field day. Making these appointments takes away appointments from other prisoners as well. So if you've got someone who's got diabetes, you've got someone who has a serious illness that they need to see a doctor, now you've got other prisoners sucking up the time of the doctors that the other prisoners who actually need to go, being able to go when they need it because they're sucking up all the other appointments. There's only so many doctors and so many appointments you can make in a day. There's only so many prisoner guards that can take them to it. And you've got people who are going to be playing the system, who are going to be jerking the system around, and then you're going to have prisoners who actually do have real problems prevented from actually getting to the doctor as they need. This is a really bad bill. And in committee, it was said in there that if they never charged someone, if they had or they never stopped someone from going to the doctor if they had the inability to pay, they still went. They still were able to go, even if they didn't have the money. They're not going to prevent someone who's sick from going to the doctor. But what this does do, it keeps people from actually abusing the system. And that was said time and time and time again by many of the witnesses that came. This is not a good bill. This is a bad bill. This is causing problems, and we're sent here to actually solve things. This is not going to do it. I believe the witnesses who came, the people who work in this every single day. I'm asking for a no vote on this. Show the people of Colorado that you care about the money that they put into the state system for you to handle. Show them that you are responsible. And let's keep criminals responsible for their time as well. I'm asking for a no vote. Thank you.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1026. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The yes have it, the bill passage. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 251314.
House Bill 1314 by Representatives Lindstedt and Sirota, also Senator Roberts, concerning peace officer status for certain Department of Revenue employees.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1314.
Okay. To the committee report.
To the bill.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So House Bill 1314 is a pretty simple bill. All it does is bring some teams in the Department of Revenue into alignment with their taxation, gambling, other divisions so that they have peace officer status and can investigate crimes as they see them during their job. It's really important for the department to have this status for their employees so that the laws we pass here and the legislature can be properly enforced, and when they catch other crimes occurring during those actions, they can pursue those investigations without relying on local law enforcement resources to do so. So a pretty simple bill here to make government work efficiently and thoughtfully. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As my co-prime said, this is an important bill for the Department of Revenue to be able to streamline their processes and eliminate procedural obstacles that have been creating inefficiencies while these divisions are completing investigations. DOR already has 8 units with peace officer status, and they maintain a professional standards unit that is responsible for law enforcement practices and policies, so it is not adding any fiscal impact to these divisions. They are not adding any FTE. These divisions are already appropriated dollars to maintain their statutorily required functions. This is simply adding an important enhancement to those FTE that they are already budgeted for, and they already maintain the staff to do the training that these folks will ultimately require with this bill. So this is, and in fact, we could end up seeing savings to local law enforcement because it is less work that they will have to do being drawn away from their workloads. So I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Taggart. And Representative Hartsook.
Madam Chair, I move Amendment L001 to House Bill 1314 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is the proper motion. The amendment is displayed. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
How's that knee, by the way?
Getting better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Taggart, to the amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I bring forward Amendment 001. I had the privilege of sitting in on the Finance Committee yesterday, listening to questions. And my concern as I listened to those questions was, in fact, can this be done within appropriations today? And the answer was emphatically yes. I'll let the representative from Douglas County go over a little bit more in detail. But one of the things that we see in the JBC from time to time actually not from time to time, we see it quite often, is a chart that talks about previous year legislation that has dollars associated with it. And all I'm asking the department to do in this particular case is, if you're telling us that this is not going to have a need for appropriation either now or in the future, that we put this amendment in there to hold you to that. Because I don't want to see this next year, especially given the questioning that took place, as on a chart that says prior year legislation with additional dollars. And I would ask you to vote yes on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Finance Committee, and thank you to the sponsors for bringing the bill, the scope of it is interesting, and I don't know that there's a whole lot of debate over that. But in the finance, the focus of my questions was, what is the cost? Because we are specifying here in the bill where they talk about adding the personnel that shall be certified. They're increasing the number of personnel in the Department of Revenue. Now, the things that they're doing, we could have the debate policy-wise of whether we agree or disagree, but from a fiscal perspective, Department of Revenue and some other stuff legislators passed last year is adding personnel to their department. And in this bill, we're saying, not only are you going to add those people, you're going to give them additional training, make them post-certified, increase their qualifications, which is all great, but that costs money. And my question to the department was, and they said, oh no, that won't cost us anything. Yet we're expanding their scope, increasing the number of people that are there, and the fiscal note says 0. I kind of have an issue with that. I don't know how you can expand your scope, increase your certifications, increase your qualifications, increase your personnel, and it not cost money. But they seem to think they can do that. So what we are asking in this amendment is that it says, okay, you said it won't cost any more. You said, you, the department, said you can do all of this internally. Then let's add this amendment and hold them to that. Because last week we just sat here and we had some marathon debates over the budget issue. We've already been told that next year is going to be even tighter because all those one-time funds are gone away. So let's make sure that the Department of Revenue doesn't come back and go, oh, hey, by the way, legislature, we need more money for this increase in certifications, increase in personnel, and increase in scope. Let's just say you hold to it. So we urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would ask for a no vote on this because the way this is worded, this means that the division has general fund in it, and it means that they wouldn't be able to, hire their staff. We talked through the department with this. They're not changing their pay bands. They are not asking for an increased number of FTE, but they still do use general fund to implement their work. And so this amendment doesn't work. But the Budget Committee does have the ability, every time a department comes forward with their requests, we have the ability to look and say, oh no, you came to us last year and you told us that this wouldn't cost more, and so we believed you, and this time we're not going to give you the money for it. And I promise you I'll sit right there with you next year, my good colleague from Mesa, and we can have that conversation were they to come back and ask for more to fund this, but I believe them that they won't.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate what my colleague just talked about, with one exception. This amendment is very clear, and I'll read it to you. The part of it is, no general fund dollars be appropriated for the purposes of implementing this act. That's it. Doesn't have anything to do with anything else that happens in this department. This is very clear that it has to do with implementing this act and this act alone. So I appreciate what you're saying, that you're going to hold them accountable. I still think when there is this much scope increase, As my colleague from Douglas County questioned yesterday, I am worried that this is going to come back with a request for additional dollars. And this just says no.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to be clear, the training that they will get, the post-training, they're funded with general fund dollars, which means that they can't do that training because you're saying they can't implement this with general fund dollars. That's how they're funded, and then you mean that they can't. So I'm still going to ask for a no vote.
The question before us is, oh my goodness. The question before us is the passage of L001 to House Bill 1314. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The question now, any more further discussion on House Bill 2513-14? Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am going to be a no on this. I said in the Finance Committee, I was a no on it in the Finance Committee. I don't like it any more today than I did yesterday. I want to point out, and I'm just going to point this out, and it'll go largely ignored, and that's fine. But this is creating more division of revenue cops. And there's a line directly from this to House Bill 241353, and then very conveniently, the DOR supervision of the CPW has a direct line to Senate Bill 003, which conveniently was able to drop down the fiscal note to a point where that allowed a little less consternation over the fiscal note to be able to get that passed. And if anybody has been paying attention to anything going on in this legislative session so far, you would remember very clearly that Senate Bill 003 was a very controversial, still is a very controversial issue. So 003 was funded by 1353, direct line here. That's why there's no fiscal note here. It's making more division of revenue cops. I would think, honestly, that because there were the alarm bells that were being sounded over how there is less interest in the marijuana sales in the state of Colorado, because everybody's doing it now. We were just on the front edge of it, and boy, weren't we, leading, cutting edge folks back then. That really worked out for us. But so now that there has been a retraction, a natural free market retraction in the interest of the marijuana sales in this state, wouldn't that mean, isn't it reasonable to think that there might be some division of revenue marijuana enforcement division cops, a whole new cop division underneath the Department of Revenue? I don't know exactly how comfortable everybody is with the cop institute of the Department of Revenue. Personally, I find it to be alarming, but I bet you there are some marijuana division cops that are twiddling their thumbs that don't have as much to do anymore. We put them through a post-certification. We made them full-fledged police officers, and now there isn't as much for them to do because there just isn't as much in terms of overall marijuana sales in the state of Colorado. Remember, we sat up here on a different bill and talked about how we needed to bail out the marijuana industry. I would think that there are some marijuana division cops that can be reappropriated into this sort of thing. They're all under the Department of Revenue. Why can't we reappropriate without having to then post-certify additional Department of Revenue police officers? So again, it's all in this unholy trinity of 1353, 003, and this bill, and that's why I would urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Holy police state, Batman.
IRS agents with guns. Where have we heard that one before? Something like 40,000 IRS agents with guns. Fortunately, that
An audit from the IRS is scary, up to 87,000 more IRS agents in the Inflation Reduction Act, ironically named since it caused 22.5% inflation. Saved only by the importation of permanently exploitable and expendable migrants. Stockpile of 4,600 guns, 5,000 rounds of ammunition. So many new crimes. All right, so problems with this bill. One, besides just ramping up the police state in general, is you do have you have this office of you have the Treasury. Now the Treasury, you want to give the Treasury guns to skip a step. Does anybody see the people that want the money, you give them guns and then you give them law enforcement? Now, when I looked up the stuff the other day on post certification, there were 3 certifications, basic down to reserve. This doesn't specify which one, so which one? It doesn't specify. You could send somebody to the couple-day course for the reserve to do reserve-type duties, and then you say, well, they're post-certified. What post-certified? Well, they're post-certified now to enforce all of the laws of the state that requires the investigators and the directors. So we have this delineation of powers, and now you want to put law enforcement in. You want to put law enforcement and lump them in with the Treasury or the Department of Revenue. So again, the idea of having 40,000 armed IRS agents out there. Because you do have, we do have some constitutional sheriffs who do believe that their job, that understand that their job is to protect citizens, not just from crime, but from the government. From criminals, both common and elected. So this takes the reserve. We don't really know what level is being talked about here. And then page 1, it doesn't say everybody. It just goes in and says auto industry investigator and auto industry division director. But if you turn to page 2, after it says that they would be able to investigate and carry weapons and enforce all of the laws of the state, not the laws around the auto investigation, but they could do traffic tickets apparently. They could enforce everything. So you've taken them from auto investigator, so basically anybody that the revenue department calls an auto investigator now is now cleared hot to enforce all of the laws of Colorado, all 200,000 laws of the state of Colorado, of the former free state of Colorado. And then you go down a little farther and you say House Bill 24-1353 created a new firearms dealer division within the department. So what do you think this bill is really about? Because legislation 101, what it says it is, it ain't. This bill designates the division director and deputy directors as peace officers. So the people in the new firearms division, dealer division, are now peace officers who may be post-board certified, and with the designation, if they just called them, possibly, I don't think they would by this, but even if they just called them auto industry investigator, they could all of a sudden be charged with enforcing all of the laws of Colorado. So I think this kind of denigrates our law enforcement in general by just saying that, hey, your job that you've been trained for, that you've been certified for, all the studying that you've been doing for this, that's just a part-time job. It's not really serious. It's a little bit insulting. So peace officers who may be post-board certified. The bill makes agents in charge, criminal investigators, supervisors, criminal investigators in the division, peace officers who must be post-board certified. So now we have these individuals in the new firearms dealer division of the Department of Revenue are now in charge. Bill makes agent in charge. They are now criminal investigator supervisors, criminal investigators, and division peace officers who must be post-certified. So we've immediately created a new firearms dealer division, and the people that we're going to go out to send to inspect and to look into this, now we're going to say that they are full up, armed agents able to enforce all laws. So I think this is a really bad step in the creation of, I mean, it's a great step in your creation of a police state. I think it's bad for the citizens of Colorado in your creation of a police state. So I understand the efficiencies, but sometimes the purpose of government isn't to be efficient. The purpose of government is, in fact, to secure the rights of the individuals. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. It's not to figure out ways to efficiently remove those rights. So while I appreciate the sponsor's intent of saving money, I think we need to maintain that level of, that delineation of, and that separation of powers so that we don't have this mission creep across the board. And so I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to remind members, regardless of what they think of the underlying legislation that created these two teams that need this status, other teams within the department, including taxation, gambling, and liquor, have this status. This is not a big change. We ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1314. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 251017.
House Bill 1017 by Representatives Clifford and Froelich, also Senator Michelson Janae, concerning a community integration plan for individuals with disabilities.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1017 and the committee reports.
To the committee report. Representative Froelich.
Is it appropriations, Madam Chair? Okay.
Oh, and to the appropriations report. Oh, to the appropriations report first.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we didn't have to appropriate anything because this bill pays for itself, so we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The yes has it. To the Health and Human Services report. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Health and Human Services, we made some pretty substantial amendments to make the bill more workable, and that is essentially the bill we're looking at now. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Health and Human Services report to 1017. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. To the bill. Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We have done significant further conversations, particularly with the Attorney General's office, and we would like to, I move Amendment L5 to House Bill 1017. And
That is a proper motion.
Ask for it to be properly displayed.
And the amendment is displayed. Representative Froelich.
This amendment.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Rep. Clifford. To the amendment, please.
Thank you. Important bill. This amendment makes sure that what we're adopting into state statute is synonymous and equal with Olmsted as it exists today. And I urge and I vote.
Is there any further discussion on L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L005 to House Bill 1017. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the Americans with Disability Act is in 1990. Olmsted, the Supreme Court decision that my wonderful co-prime mentioned, was 1999. I mean, that's the 20th century, last century. It placed a duty upon states to actively work towards helping individuals with disabilities transition out of institutions and into community, and have community-based services available to decrease institutionalization. It is not a blank check. Olmsted contains language about doing this within the extent of existing state resources, and community-based services are less expensive than institutionalized care. Community care affirms the dignity and humanity of our disabled brothers and sisters. We are overdue on delivering community care. Let's lay out the plans as required in this bill to fulfill the promise of the ADA and the Olmsted Act. The Colorado Disability Opportunity Office is funded by those cool vintage license plates and essentially exists to do this critical work. The bill calls for updated community integration plans and passed unanimously out of committee and had only one no vote in appropriations.
Representative Clifford.
Members, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think there is a more important piece of legislation that I have worked on. I want to thank the disability community for trusting me with their legislation. When I ran in a vacancy, my very first election, one of the things that I said that I would always have room out of my 5 bills would be one spot for whatever was most appropriate for the disability community. Last year, I was involved with creating the Colorado Disability Opportunity Office with Rep. David Ortiz, and this is one of the first and most fundamental pieces that we can do for our state. So if you look at the Olmsted decision in 1999, it was kind of foundational for how states engage with people with disabilities. And it's worked. This is something that has been a widely effective tool, both good and bad, I'll say, in certain ways. If you look that we have somebody that is in the basement that runs the cafeteria or whatever you call our little shop down there that's a blind person, that is the types of things that you engage with as a result of having had Olmsted. I want to clear up some facts versus myths about the process of this bill, because there's been a lot of conversation. We started the dialogue for this bill last year. We started in earnest working on what it would look like sometime in June. We worked all summer long. This was a pre-file bill. It was the first bill that I had in the hopper for the year, House Bill 1017. It's fundamental to the disability community. What this bill does is codifies the Olmsted decision as it is to state law. It also then allows for us to put the planning piece to be able to be compliant with our own law and with the federal law under the Colorado Disability Opportunity Office. We have the money to do that. We have the money to fund someone ongoingly to do this planning. Now, what's important for us about that is currently we lose hundreds of millions of dollars worth of lawsuits. I think the number is $730 million that we've settled in cases as it relates to Olmsted, because one of the reasons I believe is that we haven't done any Olmsted real plans in the last 15 years. Passing this bill will give us valid defenses. First of all, it should stop some of those suits for a period of time while we're actually in the planning stage. The other thing that it will critically do is make sure that we are letting the disability community know what services are available and what is in our plan, which is critical and important. We don't do that very well right now, so you can just bring a claim for almost anything. And Olmsted was never intended to be a blank check. Olmsted is written into all of the case law that exists as a result is that it's up to the available resources of the state. We are a Tabor state. We have limited resources that we can put towards these things. They are not finite. It is very important that we have a plan and that we make the disability community aware of what plans are available. And if we're insufficient in some of those things, that we give them a place to come back and say, can you add these to your plans? Is there something that you can do then in order to get these plans updated so that it can accommodate my particular situation? We believe this is inoculation for lawsuits. We believe that this will drastically reduce the cost of the lawsuits that we currently lose. Will it stop suits? Absolutely not. We are going to get sued under Olmstead likely anyway. This gives us defenses for those lawsuits, and it sets the standard, and it gives us both defense for potential federal lawsuits and that we've done this work to not only adopt this law, but that we are managing inside of Olmstead. And fundamentally, it should be able to make sure that our disability community gets taken care of so that they know what is available and that they have access and a place to go. I urge and I vote.
The question, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I took a lot of notes on this bill, and this is how you support your colleagues on the other side of the aisle, just for the record. This is a great bill. As someone who works with the disability community, people in the disability community deserve the freedom to live where they want. And I'm disappointed that our state doesn't allow that. We should actively work towards transitioning individuals with disabilities out of institutions and into the community, and to have community-based services to decrease the risk of institutionalization. We had person from the community after person from the community testify, and I will never forget a little sister named Waverly who testified about her brother being put in her life, Wesley, to make people more compassionate, and that he deserves to be in the community and not in an institution. I rise in strong support of this bill. The disability community does not deserve to be hidden away and institutionalized. They deserve to be in the community, just like our able-bodied members, and I would urge an aye vote for my caucus. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 251183.
House Bill 1183 by Representatives Gilchrist and Bacon, also Senators Ball and Doherty, concerning the creation of a working group to study the use of calorimetric field drug tests.
Representative
Gilchrist.
Gilchrist, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 251183 and the Judiciary and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Report.
During the Appropriations Committee, we made additional amendments that eliminated the fiscal note by removing the Legislative Council staff and Office Legislative Legal Services in assisting the working group, and replaced that with a provision that requires the use of a nonprofit organization for support of the working group.
Seeing no further, is there any further discussion? Representative Bacon. AML Bacon.
Thank you. I move L5 and ask that it be displayed.
That is the proper motion. The amendment is displayed. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L005 states that if the contract is not awarded, the working group is not required to convene, and we urge an aye vote.
Seeing no other discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L005 to House Bill 1183. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L005 is adopted. Back to the committee report. Representative Gilchrist. Representative Bacon.
We urge an aye vote.
Aye. All those in favor for the appropriations report say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. Back to the judiciary report. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the Judiciary Committee hearing, we made a few changes to to the bill as a result of the stakeholder requests. Some of those changes include creating bipartisan chairs, adding a House member, eliminating the Colorado Civil Rights Commission member upon suggestion from Dora. We changed the meetings to virtual and only 3 meetings total. And I vote on this, on the report.
Is there any further discussion on the judiciary report? Representative Amagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we had a lot of discussion in judiciary. There were some issues we had, I think primarily with the makeup of the working group, the discussing everything with the chiefs. It seemed like it was reasonable to make an ask that would at least bring them to a neutral. And I am bringing that today, so I move L007 to the judiciary report and ask to be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion.
You have it, right?
L007 is displayed. Representative Amagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this would basically give the makeup, bringing in a representative that is a manufacturer of a colorimetric testing product that's currently being utilized. It would also bring in a member of FOP. One of the other things it would do is bring in a line level police officer, as instead of a leader in law enforcement. It's not to say anything about our law enforcement leaders out there, our chiefs and our sheriffs, but they are not as familiar with what's happening on the line level as your line level officers and supervisors are. So, and they would be just as quick to be up here saying that as well, the leaders would. So having one of those members on the committee to bring that line level experience with them of how this is working out on the street, but changing some of the language around as well, rather than the hypotheticals, striking potential and putting actual in there, making this specific to Colorado, and the emphasis on how it would mitigate. It's not going to be completely preventative or completely exclusive on things, but it will mitigate. Using the fact that it does mitigate rather than being 100%, that's why it is called presumptive positive, not actual positive or negative. But these findings that come from this, since they are something that does require a laboratory to confirm the results that can be related to a conviction, that kind of makes it a little bit more clear in this amendment as well. But again, bringing a little bit more teeth to it to make it a little bit more valid in the working group, the work that's being done, the product that's coming out of the working group being a lot better represented in not only the language, but the personnel that are would be assigned. So this would, like I said, this is something that would bring the chiefs to a neutral, and I would definitely encourage an aye vote.
Representative Emil Bacon.
Thank you, and thank you to the amendment sponsor. In looking at our makeup of the workforce, it looks like there's 16 members. We can understand the request for maybe 1 or 2 folks on the amendment, but perhaps not all of them. Who is currently on this task force or this working group in the bill that represent law enforcement is CBI, CDAC, the DAs, county sheriffs, chiefs. Chiefs do have a representative, and the director of DOC. We recognize that perhaps there's room for FOP and a line officer, since they're the ones who typically do this in the field. However, the other folks on this amendment, we feel like would shift a little bit of the balance that we are trying to strike. So at this time, we would ask for a no on this amendment, but would be open to perhaps one person from this list possibly joining. And again, apologies for not having this conversation a little bit earlier, but we'd be willing to have that conversation, particularly, I think, with FOP in moving forward. So, but at this time, we would ask for a no on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes. Okay, they say yes? Oh, the noes have it. To the bill. To the judiciary report. Is there any further discussion on the judiciary report? Representative Gilchrist.
We ask for an aye vote. Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for an aye vote on the judiciary report.
At this time, the question before us is the question of passage on the judiciary report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Judiciary report is passed. AML Bacon.
Thank you, members. To the bill, the purpose of this bill is to create a working group around what we call the colorimetric field drug test. And that right now is a tool that is used primarily, when folks might have a touch point with law enforcement or within the Department of Corrections to determine if there might be presence of an illegal substance. And so the reason why we are asking to investigate this is because we have seen some reports and some potential concerns that it may have a high error rate. But what we would like to say is this test is used to create cause for arrest, not necessarily as evidence that is used against you in a court or crime. But because of this error rate, we wanted to create a working group to understand if field testing could be done better as well as more efficiently, which means less expensively, so that we can find better data. Even though people are not convicted on this evidence, to create probable cause means folks could be subject to arrest, which means they are still entered in the system. They could be detained to be arrested, they could have their fingerprints entered, and then they have to go through the whole process to prove their innocence. And sometimes when people get caught up in a system where they know and believe that they didn't have illicit substances on them, they might be deterred because this test would have said that there is, and they may take plea deals or may enter a very long and expensive trial process to prove their innocence.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to reiterate what my colleague here said, each year over 75,000 individuals in the U.S. are arrested for drug possession based on field drug tests that are known to be unreliable. As a result, innocent people are frequently arrested and wrongfully convicted because they plead guilty to a drug possession to avoid sitting in detention awaiting a lab test or to avoid lengthy, onerous criminal proceedings. We heard that in the hearing in judiciary from one individual who experienced just this. A 2023 study by the Quattrone Center revealed that these tests contribute significantly to errors in arrests, with error rates reaching as high as 38% in some cases. False positives lead to devastating consequences, including wrongful convictions, financial hardship, and loss of trust in law enforcement. House Bill 251183 seeks to address this issue by forming a task force to assess the scope of use of these tests across Colorado and issue recommendations to assure false positives do not lead to unfair outcomes. We've brought together numerous stakeholders in the spirit of collaboration to address this problem, and we're thrilled to have a wide range of support and look forward to working with stakeholders on this important issue. Ultimately, the task force has the goal of preventing further harm and ensuring more and just reliable process throughout our state. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1183, Representative Almagast.
Still discussion, still discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the other things we brought up in some of the communications was just some of the language that made it a little bit more clear. With that, I move L006 and it has to be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. L006 is displayed. Representative Amagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is something that just strikes some of the language that is not necessarily helpful in the bill, specifically often inaccurate, and substituting that with presumptive tests that should be confirmed by further laboratory testing, as these are presumptive tests. So this kind of makes it a little clearer what the tests are, what they're designed to do, that they're not often inaccurate. It is essentially, that is not language that needs to be in there as far as this bill is concerned and what it's trying to accomplish in the working group. So I encourage an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L006? Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate my colleague who brought the amendment. We feel like it's a good compromise, and we urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the passage of L006 to House Bill 1183. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Okay. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1183. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 1183 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1149.
House Bill 1149 by Representative English, also Senator Exum, concerning comprehensive sociocultural Black history education in public schools.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1149. And the committee report.
Appropriation reports and
Education report.
and the okay.
Is it? And appropriations report.
To the appropriations report.
There's nothing to report on that.
Okay. The question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
Money.
Appropriations report is adopted. To the education report.
There were no amendments. The bill is clean. And so, did we do amendments in the committee? For Black History? Did we?
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, members. In the Education Committee, we just made a few tweaks to align the language to the Social Studies Review timeline, which is 2028. And with that, we urge an aye vote on the Education Committee report.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, sorry, it's been a long day. We've been in here since the morning. My apologies. I asked for a yes vote on the education report.
The question before us is the passage of the education report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The education report passes. To the bill. Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today I want to talk to you all about House Bill 1149, a bill that represents not just an educational reform, but a moral and intellectual obligation to the children of Colorado and to the integrity of our shared American history. This bill ensures that Black historical and cultural studies are meaningfully and accurately integrated into our public K-12 curriculum, not as an add-on or seasonal focus, but as a foundational component of what it means to learn and to be an informed citizen in this country. No more pretending that Black history starts as slavery and ends with I have a dream. Let's be clear, Black history is American history. Black contributions are not extra. They are filled with intellectuals, inventors, artists, revolutionaries, and everyday people who shaped the soul of America. Black contributions are essential, and when we deny or dilute these truths, we don't just fail Black students, we fail all students when we deny them the full story. We rob them of the critical thinking skills necessary to interpret the world honestly. By passing House Bill 291149, we are choosing to build a healthier, more honest, more united society, one where our children grow up with pride, empathy, and the tools to contribute meaningfully in a diverse and interconnected world. We must teach our children the truth, all of it. For Black students, this is about pride, identity, and self-worth. I want to talk about Black children who sit in our classrooms every day learning about history in which they are often invisible, villainized, or only ever portrayed as oppressed. What message do we send them when their stories are skipped? We teach the shame, we teach them silence, we teach them they don't belong to the greatness of this country. But when we teach Black history fully and truthfully, we give them roots, we give them pride, we show them that their ancestors built, created, led, resisted, and thrived, that they are part of a legacy of excellence, not just suffering. This is not just history, it's healing. Representation matters. Learning about the richness and excellence of Black contributions instills pride and builds self-worth in Black children. It reminds them that their people have always been more than just oppressed. We have been builders, thinkers, leaders, creators, and fighters. This is a foundational part of closing achievement gaps, increasing engagement, and helping all students see their potential. For Black children, this bill is survival. It's dignity. Because when all they hear about their people is change and struggle. Don't be surprised when they internalize that. When you strip them of pride, don't wonder why they don't fight to reclaim it. We owe them more than that. We owe them the truth and all the beauty, power, and excellence that have been buried to make their others feel more comfortable. Black history is more than slavery and the civil rights era. Black history did not begin with slavery. It did not begin in chains. It began with rich cultures, kingdoms, philosophies, sciences, and art, long before forced arrival in America. Too often, the curriculum starts at slavery and ends at Dr. King's "I Have a Dream" speech. That single speech, while iconic, was not his only speech. It was not even his most radical one. Dr. King delivered over 2,500 speeches, many of which directly challenged. He also said, America is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. He fought for economic justice, called out not just racism, but also the silence of other people, and died while organizing poor workers. And most of all, Dr. King never shied away from saying unapologetically that Black is beautiful. We love to quote him, but do we teach that? And when we do teach that, let's be clear that if your child is in school and just simply learns about Dr. Martin Luther King on Dr. Martin Luther King Day, that doesn't mean that Black history is being taught, which is why the title of this bill is Comprehensive Black History and Culture. When we flatten Dr. King's legacy to one line from one speech, we not only dishonor him, we erase the countless other leaders, activists, and community members who shaped the movement, such as Fannie Lou Hamer. She was a powerful voting rights activist and civil rights leader. She co-founded the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party and fought tirelessly against voter suppression, famously declaring, "I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired." Did you know the term Mississippi appendectomy was coined by Fannie Lou Hamer to describe the forced, coerced sterilization of black women, particularly in the South, without their consent? It was a form of medical abuse used to control the black population, often performed by doctors under the guise of necessary surgery. This might be tough, but it's true, and it's important for our black history to be taught in a thoughtful and a meaningful way. Hamer herself was a victim of this when she was sterilized without her knowledge during surgery in Mississippi. Bayard Rustin, if anybody cares to listen, was a key strategist in the civil rights movement and a close advisor to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He organized the 1963 March on Washington and championed nonviolence and civil disobedience. As an openly gay black man, he faced discrimination, but remained a powerful advocate for justice, equality, and human rights. Ella Baker was a civil rights activist and a key figure in the movement known for her grassroots organizing. She worked with organizations like the NAACP and the SCLC advocating for empowering local communities. Baker, thank you for lining up, my people. Baker played a major role, I'm gonna need some backup, in founding the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, emphasizing the importance of youth leadership and collective action in the fight for civil rights. Hold on, I'm gonna keep going. I got a few. We've been here since the morning, so I might as well take us out with a bang. Ralph Abernathy was a close friend and a key ally of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He co-founded the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and helped lead major civil rights campaigns, including the Montgomery bus boycott. After King's assassination, Abernathy took over as SCLC president and continued to fight for justice and equality. And I'm just kind of trying to educate my colleagues on a little black history again, if anybody cares to listen. Fred Hampton was a Black Panther Party leader and activist who fought for racial justice and equality. He worked to unite marginalized communities, black, brown, and white, focusing on free breakfast programs, health clinics, and other community services. Hampton was tragically killed at the age of 21 in a police raid in 1969, which was later deemed a targeted assassination by law enforcement. He remains a symbol of resistance and activism. Let me talk to the people that's listening. Diane Nash is a civil rights leader known for her key role in the 1960s movement. Her strategic leadership contributed significantly to leading sit-ins, the freedom rides, securing voter rights, protesting segregation, and progressing civil rights in the United States. We must come to this microphone informed. Marcus Garvey was a Jamaican activist who led the Pan-Africanism movement. He founded the UNIA to promote black pride, unity, and economic independence, and encourage African descendants to return to Africa. Malcolm X was a bold civil rights leader who fought for black empowerment, justice, and self-determination. Known for his powerful speeches, he challenged racism and promoted change by any means necessary. W.E.B. Du Bois was a prominent scholar, activist, and co-founder of the NAACP. He advocated for racial equality, education, and the empowerment of a talented tenth of educated black leaders. His influential work, The Souls of Black Folk, challenged racial prejudice and pushed for immediate civil rights. And I know for a fact, because I did happen to come from the Board of Education, that this is not being taught in curriculum in schools, no matter how tough it may appear right now to swallow some of what may be heard or said in this well momentarily. Dr. King did not act alone. He stood on the shoulders of those who came before and alongside those who marched, strategized, and sacrificed with him. We must teach these stories too. You have to know history before you can talk about history. And please, I caution anybody who may come and rebuttal, because this is the well, it's cool, that's what we do. But I just want to make sure that we're informed and we're speaking with dignity and respect for Black history and keeping it to the bill. Ida B. Wells was a pioneering African-American journalist, educator, and civil rights activist. She is best known for a courageous anti-lynching campaign using investigative journalism to expose the brutal reality of lynching in the South. It's a real thing. These are things we can't sweep under the rug. Wells also fought for women's suffrage and was a founding member of the NAACP. Her work laid the foundation for later civil rights efforts and highlighted the intersection of race, gender, and injustice. And I do caution other people who don't look like me, we don't need to be saved up here. Just putting that out for free. We know how to speak for us. Sojourner Truth born, Isabella Baumfree in 1797, escaped slavery and became a prominent abolitionist and women's rights activist. She is best known for her 1851 speech, Ain't I a Woman?, which challenged both racial and gender inequality. Throughout her life, Truth campaigned for the abolition of slavery, women's suffrage, and civil rights, becoming a powerful symbol of justice and equality. They might be getting their speeches ready, I don't know, but I'm gonna keep educating on Frederick Douglass, had a significant relationship with President Lincoln, particularly advocating for the Emancipation Proclamation and Black soldiers' rights. Beyond his connection to Lincoln, Douglass was a powerful abolitionist, writer, and speaker. I'm just trying to educate, that's all I'm doing, to make sure our kids are informed, that's all I'm doing up here. His autobiographies expose the horrors of slavery, and he worked tirelessly for civil rights, women's suffrage, and the equality of African Americans, leaving a lasting legacy in American history. The harms of historical erasure. Let's talk about what happens when we don't tell children the truth. We create a generation of students who grow up confused about the present because they were lied to about the past. We perpetuate myths like the idea that racism was solved, yet is still prevalent today in 2025, as I myself experience it daily, inside and outside of this very building that I stand from the well and speak from. Sorry, not sorry. We perpetuate myths like the idea that racism was solved in the 1960s, or that slavery was just a regrettable footnote, or that Black people overcame without effort, resistance, or cost. We build a society that punishes those who tell the truth and rewards those who ignore it. Today, we see attacks on history itself, from banning books to threatening the very existence of the Smithsonian African American History Museum. That's not fake news, my people. It is not. Which has been targeted for defunding by forces who want to erase what they fear. Make no mistake, this is not about discomfort. It is about control. Control over who gets to be remembered, who gets to be honored, who gets to be seen as fully American. I know we all have heard the saying, America is a melting pot. So that means it's more than one race in this country, and no race is superior to the other. Empowering teachers and supporting schools. Let's kill this nonsense right now. This is not extra work for teachers. It's the work of teaching. It's what teachers signed up for. That's a lame excuse if I ever heard one myself. This bill creates a committee of experts, scholars, teachers, librarians, and parents to provide resources, guidance, and support. We're not asking teachers to reinvent the wheel. So please don't come into the well crying out for teachers, because I support teachers. I support teachers 100% in what they do. I support them getting paid more. But if they getting paid more, particularly, they need to teach our history correctly. Hence why I said in this bill, this committee is being created to help with that. Because for some strange reason, only bits and pieces of our history is being taught. We're giving them what they need in this bill to be successful as a teacher, particularly when they're teaching Black history. For those who are still listening to me, this is not a burden, it's a gift. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm trying to educate, because I'm looking at everybody, and if I see you coming as well talking about something, I'm going to come back up here and make sure I correct you. It's a gift, a toolkit, a truth kit, because educators should not have to choose between compliance and conscience. This is not a game for me. People may think it's funny, but I'm tired of our kids not being informed. Because when we're not informing our students on history, it denies them of a diversity of experience. It denies them a diversity of cultural experiences. And we need to give our students an opportunity to build thoughtful and meaningful relationships. Because if I could be a kid again, listen, because let me get back here. I'm going to just get back here for a second. You want kids ready for the world? Teach them the truth. Global leaders aren't raised on fairy tales. They're raised on truth. They're raised with courage, curiosity, and critical thinking, all of which start with learning history as it happened, not how we wish it did. Hate is taught. You are not born hating anyone. In a competitive, multicultural, and interconnected world, our students must understand the full breadth of American history and the global Black experience, and not be siloed to just Sojourner Truth, Dr. King, or Harriet Tubman. That doesn't mean that students that are not Black are being taught correctly. That's not what this means. Now, I know this bill may try and be hijacked, But it's okay, I came ready. I stay ready so I don't have to get ready. Cultural literacy is not a luxury. It is a necessity for leadership, innovation, and collaboration on a global scale. It's about justice. House Bill 1149 is about truth, and it's about justice, and it's about the future. The future of our young people, the ones that should not have to pay the cost, if anybody's listening to me, for playing political games with their lives. Shame on us. House Bill 251149 is not radical. It's not. That's nonsense and foolishness. And we, the Black Caucus, will not accept that. We will not accept disrespect. Sis, get your gavel ready. I'm just playing. Just wanted to see if you was listening. What's radical is pretending that teaching the truth is dangerous. What's radical is raising kids in ignorance because you're afraid of their questions. What's radical is treating Black contributions as optional, as we can see across our nation that no one in this building can deny, with those of us that are in our right mind and have our vision. We can see what has happened on a national level right before our very eyes since January 20th. And I can only speak for me and my people, because I don't try to speak for other people's experience. That's not what I do up here. But we see what has come down when it comes to DEI. Many statutes, many landmarks, and things that have been erased when it comes to Black people. But it doesn't mean that our very existence is invalid. Just because you misunderstand or may not want to understand or may feel some type of way, it's not our jobs to educate people, at least grown people. But what it is, it's our job to make sure that our children are being taught history thoughtfully, truthfully, and meaningfully, unapologetic. And if a teacher resists this very teaching, I question if teaching is what their field should be. We owe it to children, to every student in Colorado, to give them the opportunity to have Black history taught to them truthfully. Now, if there's someone that says, what about the Hispanic race? What about the Asian race? What about this race? What about that race? I'm for all people. However, on this bill, it's about my people, and I would encourage other people to bring a bill forward for your history as well, because all our history collectively matters. We owe it to our children. I'm repeating that. We owe it to our children, to every student in Colorado, to teach history as it happened. Not just bits and pieces, not just the convenient parts, not just the sanitized versions, but the real, whole, complex, beautiful, and difficult truths of our shared past. That's how we grow. To my colleagues that are listening, thank you for your attention. I really appreciate it, because I'll be listening to y'all too. That's how we build a state and a future where truth isn't feared, but is celebrated. Only with truth can we build a future worthy of their potential. And their potential, the there, are our students, the ones that matter, the ones that should matter under this dome. Not an agenda, not an ideology, not a Republican or a Democrat agenda, but a people agenda. A people agenda. Because y'all know I'm not even with all that anyway. I'm not. I come up here and I vote for people. And I vote for students. And so I'm asking today that we pass House Bill 1149. And I know it'll be some no's, and that's cool. Let your no be no and your yes be yes. But please, as I go stand to the side momentarily before I have to come back up here, because I know I will, I'm going to yield my time.
Is there any further
Then I'ma
discussion
reclaim it.
on House Bill 1149? Representative DeGraff?
Well, I can say a lot of dittos to that. I was taking some good notes. That's some good stuff. I'm going, and in fact, what I brought here, you would like this. This is Services of Colored Americans in the War of 1776 and 1812 by William Nell. This is the color. That's the title of the book. Title of the book, long ago. I can't help the title of the book. This was taught in schools a long time ago, and then it was removed. We don't have to talk about how it was removed. So, what I appreciate is, I don't know, catching up with the foundation of the Republican Party to get rid of this idea of racism and put our country back on the standing that all men are created equal, endowed by certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And really, one of the things that I think we need to learn from slavery in general is that it was the will of the masses instead of treating the value of the individual. And when we stray from implementing the will of the masses and neglect the value of the individual, we end up in a very, very dangerous place. Now, I do agree with you. I agree with you on a lot. I think history is a warning from the future, and we need to understand actual, true, no-kidding history, the good, bad, and the ugly. The good, bad, and the ugly. And it's not a matter of, I've been accused of bringing up stuff to assign blame, and it's not to assign blame, it's to afford agency. Because you have to know the bad in order to have the agency to know that it can be overcome. Now, as far as the education system right now, this side of the aisle doesn't control it. And I do agree that black history should be way more than civil rights, because you're absolutely correct, obviously, that, Africa was full of kingdoms while Europe was running around in loincloths in swamps, so way ahead. Europe? I'm talking about European history, that the African history was far ahead. All right. I don't know, I was talking in agreement with my colleague. And when we don't have integrated history, we have disintegrated history. Now, all right, you want to talk about the bill? So I have lots of agreement on the history aspect, so we'll just leave that. I think we should have an integrated history. Now, here's my issue with the bill. I do appreciate that it has a zero fiscal note, and I think the end, I do hope that someday we can get to having all phenotypes represented throughout so that the history is integrated and not pulled out into special sections to beat others over the head. I'm not in favor of the bill because it's kind of a blank check, and I would prefer to see what the curriculum is before it is brought so that we can evaluate whether it is actual history or whether it is another ideology imposed on our school system like the 1192 project was done. And now we have our schools in a 70% illiteracy rate. So that's not the goal of this. I like the goal of this. I think we need to have a history that is fully integrated. I've been advocating for that from day one. I recommend this history by William C. Nell. You can get it online. I recommend Setting the Record Straight by David Barton. And anything by Frederick Douglass is obviously, the only problem with Frederick Douglass is the feeling of ignorance that you get after you read his writing because he's so good. And Booker T. Washington, there's nothing by Booker T. Washington that is not worth the time. So somebody took my book by Frederick Douglass. That is a big disappointment to me, but he's a genius. Everybody should read him. Everybody should read Booker T. Washington. We have to get to this point where history is fully integrated and not just treated as a compartmentalized. So thank you for the discussion.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be brief. What I want to say is the true worth of a race must be measured by the character of its woman. And while I am a new member in this chamber, I am very proud and very gifted to have, they don't like it when I say it, 4 aunties that are helping me move forward. What I want you to know regarding this bill, I'm a board member for a school district here in the state. And what I never could understand was why we would send our children to schools that had names on them about historical figures we never explained who they were. So what we've done is the names on our schools include Edna and John Mosley, who was actually here in this chamber. His grandson was here in this chamber about 3 weeks ago. Claire Brown Academy and Charles Burrell, who just celebrated his 100th year anniversary. And all these names mean nothing to you, except they're all great individuals who are present and here in the state of Colorado, and they're all related to Black history. And if that's still confusing to you, let me just say this. Anybody know what the day is? April 15th. Tell me what happened on April 15th. If you're confused, Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier April 15th, 1947. That's why you have to have this bill and why we need the integration of Black history. I am a yes vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I don't really get up here a whole lot, but I think it's very important that I rise today in strong support of 1149, especially at a time when culture is under attack and it's being devalued and dehumanized. And as a Black woman, a legislator, and a mother, I know that representation in our classrooms is not a luxury, but it's a necessity. This bill affirms what we know to be true. Black history is American history. It's not a sidebar or a special unit. It's woven into every chapter of this nation's story. From early African civilizations to the innovations of Black Coloradans today, our contributions have shaped every field, from science to the arts to business to civic leadership. At a time when the federal landscape is growing increasingly hostile to truth and equity, Colorado must lead with courage. This bill ensures that our students, all of our students, learn a fuller, more honest history. One that not only acknowledges pain, but uplifts Black excellence, resilience, and joy. By creating a culturally responsive curriculum and centering community expertise, we give our children the tools to understand the past and build a more just future. Let's be clear. Telling the truth in our classrooms is an act of love and patriotism, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I am here before you to request your support for House Bill 1149 because ultimately, as you've heard from the sponsors, this is an essential bill for the preservation of Black culture and also to help our young people learn about Black history. Again, as you've heard, Black history is American history. We don't exist just as a footnote in the history books. Again, this is a great bill. I had the honor and privilege of hearing about this bill when Representative English was presenting it before committee, and I even asked myself, why didn't I think of this bill first? Again, this is a great bill. It is an excellent bill. It is a bill concerning teaching of Black historical and cultural studies in school. This is needed. We shouldn't have to pass a bill, actually, to have Black history taught in school. But too bad that we had to do it, and we are here doing it thanks to the work of Dr. Regina English. Again, as noted, the bill is necessary. It will help young people to learn American history. I have to tell you, I grew up in Florida, and I learned American history, a teeny tiny bit of American history, Black history during my American history class, and I don't even remember it. That's how quick and brief it was. And again, seeing this bill will ensure that Black history is integrated as part of the teaching curriculum of our educational system here in the state of Colorado. And that I can say I'm very proud of. I am delighted to be supportive of this bill, because I can tell you as an individual, as a Black woman, growing up in this country, I was at a deficit when I having gone through high school, as I have mentioned to you, not having learned the full breadth of what it means to be Black in this country, the rich history. So it's not just about learning all the things that are hard, but also it's about celebrating all the great things that Black people have contributed to this country. It took me going to university where I learned more about Black history. I was very surprised. I had several professors who taught me more, and I've learned several books since then about Black history. Black history, again, is very important. It is important to the fabric of this nation. It is important to the fabrics of Colorado, and it is important to the fabric of who we are as individuals. If we're not learning each other's history, it is hard for us to see each other's humanity. So again, this is a great bill, and I request that you please vote yes, because education is important, knowledge is important. I can't imagine a world where learning about Black history or learning the full breadth of what it means to be an American, what it means to be a person growing up in this country and in this culture without learning Black history. Again, I ask for a yes vote, and also I want to thank the good representative from Colorado Springs, my dear friend, Dr. Regina English, for bringing this bill forward and for fighting for all our children here in Colorado, especially Black children. Thank you, Dr. English.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bacon.
Okay. Thank you, members, and thank you for sticking with us. As you can tell, this is really important to the Black Caucus. We have 2 bills this year, one of which is we discussed earlier around visitation in DOC, and this one is ours as well. And so we are grateful for the opportunity, quite frankly, not to just talk about this bill, but to be elected officials, and we want to recognize the road that it took for us to get here. But before we finish our debate, the things that I just wanted to be able to add was to be able to pay attention to some of the things that we are facing out in the world that may want to discount our history. I will say, given the conversations I've had in this chamber with many of you on both sides of the aisle, I have heard from a lot of us the recognition of the contributions of people of color, and particularly African Americans, and I'm grateful for that. I know that we have many veterans, for example, in this room in both caucuses, and they have served honorably with African American and Black members. They have served honorably with other people of color. And as we go out into the world, we are now facing things like perhaps we will lose the mentions of their work and the ways that they changed history in our military history. And from what I know from all of us in this room, that is not okay. And I want to acknowledge that from both sides of the aisle. And the last thing that I'd like to say is that even though we have opportunities to see moments in Black history, I hope what you haven't missed in this whole conversation is that the history of our people and the people of African descent begin way before 1619. The history of our people has been subverted and repressed. And even though when we talk about people of color, I want to be very clear, we don't consider ourselves to be victims. We do not want people to deny the positions that we have been made to be put in, and that we were victims, but the mindset that we carry is one of resiliency and strength, to be very clear. The mindset that we carry is that if people know more about our history, we can break those shackles of what someone might call ideology. And so on behalf of this little Black girl who I said to you once before, who had to go to Black school after school, if we can get to a place to learn how to better integrate our history so that there is ultimately one American history, I look forward to a day where we don't necessarily have to say these are history months or history days, because everybody will know them. And that is the goal of this work in the year 2025. And so thank you all for listening to why this bill is important to us. If we get to a place of comprehension, then people don't have to start learning their histories with being in shackles. They can learn about their histories much earlier. We can work together, serve together, live together, but it starts with recapturing what was so lost, which is this history. So thank you all. We please encourage and I vote across the aisles and across this chamber in support of that statement and that purpose and that goal.
Seeing no further discussions? Seeing no further discussion, okay. Oh, Representative English.
Okay.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you all for listening. Thank you all for contributing to, let me pause and strike a pose. I'm sorry, to the bill. So I just want to say thank you for people who came up and spoke. And in all seriousness, this is something that's important to the Black Caucus, and that's quite frankly important to the state of Colorado. I believe this because coming from the Board of Education and being in school buildings for years, I've had numerous conversations with students of all nationalities, and they enjoy being educated and learning history so they can understand each other much better, because we know we are living in a world that's full of a lot of hate, and that's not what we want to teach our kids, and that's what we don't want to portray to our kids, because America is better than that. And so in saying that, this would be House Bill 1149, Comprehensive Black History and Culture Education in K through 12, would be added value to what already is. So with that, colleagues, I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1149. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1149. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1275.
House Bill 1275 by Representative Soper and Zokai, also Senators Weissman and Frizzell, concerning misconduct by crime laboratory employees and in connection therewith, requiring a crime laboratory employee to report misconduct, requiring notifying criminal defendants and victims of misconduct, and creating a process for a person to seek post-conviction relief based on a claim of misconduct by a crime laboratory employee.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1275 and the Judiciary and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam
Representative
Chair.
Zokai.
We ran an amendment in appropriations this morning. It was a conforming amendment within the Criminal Justice Records Act at the request of CBI, and I asked for a yes vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Report passes. To the Judiciary Report.
The what?
Judiciary report.
Oh, I thought she said that.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In House Judiciary, we added 3 amendments, and these were really clean-up technical amendments in nature, but the amendments really were the result of talking to district attorneys, CBI, the county coroners, and really making sure that we had enough time to be able to report a wrongful action to district attorneys and then to defense bar victims and those who were incarcerated. And then we also wanted to make sure that we adequately defined knowing misconduct, because our words matter and it's important that we define it correctly. And then we also, in the last amendment, defined laboratory procedure, because it's important that something that, say, may happen in a coroner's office is not considered a laboratory procedure, because that's not the type of lab we're talking about here. We're talking about the CBI DNA lab.
Is there any other discussion on the Judiciary Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Judiciary Report is passed. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my co-prime sponsor, Representative Zokai. It's an honor to be on this bill with you. Members, this is a big bill of the session. This is a bill that concerns addressing the situation that was caused by a state actor, namely Missy Woods, who worked at the CBI lab, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation lab. And what happened there was the state actor had been deleting certain cells, thereby skewing the DNA samples and creating a wrongful misconduct. And we have individuals who are sitting in prison right now who may or may not be the rightful people in prison. But what we do know is that we have to make sure that there's a mechanism that something like this never happens again. So our bill has three things. It addresses telling those who work in the CBI lab or similar labs that if you see a misconduct, you have a duty to report that misconduct. Then we create a pathway for being able to address what happened in the Missy Woods case. And so that's our prospective piece, and then, retroactive piece. And then our prospective piece is looking forward to make sure that something like this never happens again. So ensuring that we are actually baking into Colorado law a mechanism so that if there is a wrongful misconduct in the CBI lab, that our district attorneys are notified, that defense attorneys are notified, victims are notified, and defendants are also notified as well, because we're a society that believes in transparency, and if it's the action caused by state actors, transparency is all the more important. And this bill is about transparency and ensuring that no one is falsely convicted, and also creating a pathway for those who would have been falsely convicted to be able to have their case relooked at.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members, for your attention. I know it's been a long day, and thank you to my co-prime. It has been great to work with you on this bill. When I first heard of this now well-known lab scandal, I was shocked at what little information we had received. And when we did receive information, it seemed like it kept changing. Our criminal justice system is broken. It does not work for the victims. It does not work for the accused. And currently, we have people behind bars that do not know if the evidence that put them there was implicated in this scandal. They do not know if the evidence was mishandled, tainted, or intentionally altered. There are victims that do not know if the system that they trusted to deliver justice was instead built on compromised evidence and broken accountability. And we are here today to let them know that we, as the Colorado legislator, are ready to respond to repair the harm caused by this lab tech's actions, and to make sure that this type of harm does not happen again. The forensic lab scandal is a clear example of intentional misconduct that needs to be held accountable. And it is on us to respond and to work to repair the harm caused by this misconduct and to make sure that it cannot happen again. House Bill 1275 establishes reporting requirements, notification procedures, and processes to address any misconduct. This bill ensures that prosecutors notify defendants and victims when evidence may have been compromised, and it gives them a fair chance to seek justice, because justice demands transparency for everyone impacted. The Forensic Science Integrity Bill also offers a clear path for post-conviction relief when lab errors or deception may have influenced a case. Currently, defendants face great burdens when revisiting a conviction. We assume that all convictions are valid, and therefore defendants do not have a right to counsel or to a hearing to even consider a retrial. But in these cases where we have defendants serving time, potentially based on DNA evidence that has been intentionally tampered with, those burdens are unconscionable. This bill establishes a defendant's right to counsel in matters involving an employee's wrongful action and a right to investigate that wrongful action, including requesting discovery. We are hopeful that this legislation will allow us to fairly respond to the recent forensic lab scandal, and it is my sincere hope that it need not be used again, and that having these protections in place will deter bad actors. However, we also know that misconduct does happen. And so we have to be equipped to hold it accountable in those situations. When crime lab employees engage in misconduct, particularly through intentional deception, it threatens the integrity of our entire justice system. And at its core, this bill is about fairness. It's about protecting the innocent, it's about holding forensic institutions accountable, and it's about making sure that no one is convicted based on bad science. Justice is not about punishment, it's about truth. And today with this bill, we reaffirm our commitment to a criminal justice system that is honest, transparent, and just. And I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1275? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of HB 1275. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1017 is amended, 1026 is amended, 1149 is amended, 1167 is amended, 1183 is amended, 1275 is amended, 1291 is amended, 1314, 1321 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Ricks. Members, you've heard the motion. We have amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first and only DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1026.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee and not adopting the following DeGraff amendment, L9 to House Bill 1026, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1026 is amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the DeGraff amendment and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Bit of tradition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just making sure you hadn't swapped out. So this is just a bill to, like we talked about for quite a bit of time, that we just have some accountability for these appointments. And it's not a gradated scale. It's, for like more money for higher level of appointments. But the idea here is that there is some level of accountability for the inconveniences, for people being blocked. I mean, just like in the non-incarcerated world, since they're both real worlds, in the non-incarcerated world, we will quite often have, not always, some people have special privileges that they don't get late fees, but for most people, if you miss an appointment, you do have a fee. And so if you want to learn responsibility, learn accountability, that usually comes with consequences. This is a small consequence, although, as the sponsors mentioned, it's about an hour's worth of wages. So, but the sponsors also said this hardly ever happens. So since this hardly ever happens, then having this in place should hardly ever affect anybody, and it would just be that backstop against the abuse of the system. So I asked for an aye vote on this, just a level of accountability that we're trying to help the incarcerated individuals learn the responsibility and accountability necessary that will be expected of them when they are reintegrated in society.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise and ask for a no vote. Yeah, stay up here. I ask for a no. You're getting pretty good at that. I asked for a no vote, and I just want to reiterate that during committee we had discussed this issue, and that's why we have the actual repeal date in the bill, so that we have a motivation to actually investigate whether or not this is happening. And then we also included, just today, a SMART Act report to see what the numbers are actually having. And so I asked for a no vote, and if we determine that this is in fact getting abused, then we will come back and make some fixes. Thank you.
I still ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Okay. No. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 41 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1183.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the Report of Committee of the Whole to oversee action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Armagost Amendment, L7 to House Bill 1183, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1183 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, members, this is something that I think we should be looking into at least bringing our chiefs to a neutral position on this bill. This is something that just adds the members that would make it a little bit more of a relevant product we're going to be getting from the working group, to say that we have a subject matter expert that's being at least consulted with, and a line level police officer that would be appointed by the FOP. So the language that kind of it brings into a little bit more clarity for the mitigation that these tests are designed to do. They are not going to be 100% positive or negative. They're going to be proof positive or proof negative. So I would encourage an aye vote on this just so that we can bring the chiefs to a neutral on this bill, fix it here in the House before it gets to the Senate. Thank you.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We urge a no vote on this amendment. We have a broad range of participants that are that comprise the task force. We've done a lot of stakeholding. We have, and we feel really good about the current makeup, and we have a broad range of support within law enforcement for the task force, so we urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 39 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Puglisi Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1321.
Representative Puglisi moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Puglisi Amendment, L2 to House Bill 1321, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1321 is amended passed.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Puglisi Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not to belabor, but to belabor the point that I do believe this bill should be subject to annual appropriations, that the governor should not have rollover authority, and that there is a supplemental process that we have in place, like we all use, if we need to reappropriate funds. And so I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I would ask respectfully that we vote no on this amendment. We need every flexibility we can have to fight for the good people of Colorado and make sure we are bringing in a timely fashion those tax dollars we've paid to the federal government to bring them right back home.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Puglisi Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. No. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 40 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report for House Bill 1321.
Representative Soper moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment, L6 to House Bill 1321, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1321 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we had a bit of a robust conversation about this earlier, but this takes and it moves the $4 million appropriation from the governor's office to the Attorney General's office. And the reason for this is all throughout the bill it talks about lawsuits, litigation, protecting state sovereignty. All those are things that are the domains of the courts and the Attorney General. Also, it's important because our Attorney General is an independent elected officer who is charged with protecting Colorado and Colorado's sovereignty, and so being able to have the Attorney General take the lead in any sort of potential lawsuit is important rather than having it pass through the governor's office and then end up in the Attorney General's office anyways. So I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will just reiterate, after first telling you, please ask, I'm asking for a no vote on this amendment, but the bill is broader than that. We're not only contemplating litigation. To the extent litigation is contemplated, this bill allows the Office of the Governor to use these funds to pay for those services provided by the Attorney General's office. So that is built into this bill. We are contemplating exactly what our good colleague is advocating for, but also want to mention that that's too narrow. We also need these funds to be able to build capacity, make sure our agencies and various departments are able to respond to information requests, be able to work with the federal government in ways that might resolve disputes before they even land in litigation. So this allows us to have the resources we need to work with the federal government to bring those dollars down, as I've mentioned before. So please vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 42 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Mr. Shebel, please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excuse, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for conference committees to report.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for conference committees to report. Mr. Shebel. Ready? Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 212.
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Kirkmeyer Bridges, also Representatives Taggart and Byrd, concerning the temporary use of the Centennial Correctional Facility South Sea Tower to house inmates during the Sterling Correctional Facility Access Controls Project and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 212 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers. This will just allow us to compare the amendments made in the Senate versus what we did in the House and enable us to come up with the most thoughtful compromise to bring back to you for ultimate passage.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 212 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, and 1 excused, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 214.
Senate Bill 214 by Senators Burgess and Amabile, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning reimbursements for eligible meals provided through the Healthy School Meals for All program and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 214 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers. Again, members, this enables us to compare changes made in the Senate versus what we did in the House and come up with your most cost-effective compromise to bring back to you for ultimate approval. I ask for a yes vote.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 214 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 11 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 226.
Senate Bill 226 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning an extension of the renamed Complementary and Integrative Health Program for a person with a primary condition resulting in a total inability for independent ambulation and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 226 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers for the same reasons as I've stated before.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 226 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Leader, please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 228.
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Amabile and Burgess, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the creation of a cash fund within the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise for premiums paid by individuals to buy into the state medical assistance programs for low-income individuals with disabilities and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 228 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers. I ask for a yes vote.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 228 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, 1 excuse, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 229.
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning Medicaid reimbursement for community health workers and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 229 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee to go on Senate Bill 229 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 254.
Senate Bill 254 by Senators Bridges and Mobley, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the Stationary Sources Control Fund.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 254 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers for the reasons I have stated before.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 254 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. McCormick and Stewart are. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 4 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 257.
Senate Bill 257 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning modification of annual transfers from the General Fund to the State Highway Fund.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 257 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers, for the reasons I stated before.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 257 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 258.
Senate Bill 258 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning a temporary reduction in the road safety surcharge and in connection therewith, modifying the allocation of revenues from the surcharge to increase allocations to counties and municipalities during the temporary reduction.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 258 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers for the reasons I've stated before.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 258 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 261.
Senate Bill 261 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the administration of the Property Tax Deferral Program and in connection therewith, authorizing appropriations from specified cash funds for the 2025-26 state fiscal year only to fund such administration.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 261 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers for the reasons I stated previously.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 261 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Valdez. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 11 no, and 1 excused, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 262.
Senate Bill 262 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning changes to the amount of money in the Capital Construction Fund.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 262 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers for the reasons I've previously stated.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 262 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 5 no, and 1 excused, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 268.
Senate Bill 268 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning changes to money in the marijuana tax cash fund and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 268 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers for the reasons I have previously stated.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 268 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 270.
Senate Bill 270 by Senators Bridges and Amabile, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning nursing facility fees collected by the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise and in connection therewith authorizing the enterprise to provide additional services to nursing facilities in exchange for the fees collected and making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 270 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers for the reasons I have previously stated.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 270 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Rep. Bottoms. Please close the machine. With 54 aye, 10 no, and 1 excused, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 206?
Senate Bill 206 by Senator Bridges, also Representative Byrd, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, except as otherwise noted.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 206 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers for the reasons I have previously stated.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 206 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, and 1 excused, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1006.
House Bill 1006 by Representatives Lukens and Hartsook, also Senators Bridges and Kolker, concerning allowing a school district to lease district property for any term of years.
Representative Lukens?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House reject the Senate amendments to House Bill 1006 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Representative Hartsook, please explain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're going to fight.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1006 and go to conference committee. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 6 no, and 1 excuse, the motion is adopted. The conference committee for House Bill 1006 will be the following: Representative Lukens as chair, Representative Hartsook, and Representative Basenecker. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1147 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1147 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1031.
House Bill 1031 by Representatives Bacon and Clifford, also Senators Roberts and Pelton B, concerning a prohibition on whistleblower retaliation in law enforcement.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1031.
Please explain. Explain.
Please explain. The year was 1992. No, I'm kidding. So, members, in the Senate, they just made a few tweaks and particularly came to conclusions on the damages sections as well as sections on protocol and moving through the process. I believe that's correct. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1031. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, 1 excuse, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1031 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1031 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1031 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1108.
House Bill 1108 by Representatives Weinberg and Mabry, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, concerning limitations on residential rental agreement terms in the event of the death of an individual who is responsible for the payment of rent.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, fellow colleagues. First time in 3 years, I move to concur with Senate.
On House Bill. Representative Weinberg, can you state that motion again?
I move to concur with Senate amendments for House Bill 25-1108.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members in the Senate, they had a clarification amendment on how security deposits are dealt with in these situations where a tenant passes away, and we urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1108. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 14 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1108 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1108 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 12 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1108 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1175.
House Bill 1175 by Representatives Leader and Joseph, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning the establishment of an opt-in program for smart meters installed by a qualifying retail utility.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, it'll be twice in a day. So I move to concur to Senate amendments L005 to House Bill 1175.
Please explain.
So after continued stakeholdering, I requested to have one last amendment, and what it does is it just strikes the word dedicated for a dedicated phone line, so they could just use the existing phone line. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1175. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Wilford. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 5 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1175 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1175 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 8 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1175 is adopted. Wait, as repassed and amended. That was close, right? We'll restate it. House Bill 1175 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Okay. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House, please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1184.
House Bill 1184 by Representatives Pascal and Hartsick, also Senators Roberts and Carson, concerning community-based continuing care services for seniors awaiting admission to a life care institution.
Representative Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1184, continuing community-based continuing care facilities. Should I explain?
Would you like to
Okay,
explain,
yes,
please?
I'd love to explain. This amendment that was added in the Senate adds home health care services to the services that a community-based continuing care facility can offer to people who are on their wait list to get into the facility.
Representative Hartsick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It just makes it easier. We recommend a yes.
Great. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1184. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Leader. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1184 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1184 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Marshall. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 8 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to repass House Bill 1184 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1200.
House Bill 1200 by Representatives Ferre and Armagust, also Senators Cutter and Bright, concerning modifications to the Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman.
Representative Armagust.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1200.
Please explain. Representative Ferre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just adding some clarifying language to make sure that the board is independent, nonpartisan, and have child welfare policy experience. That's it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1200. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Brown, English, Ricks, Zokai. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1200 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1200 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Brown. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 8 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1200 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1211.
House Bill 1211 by Representative Stewart R. and Leader, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the provision of water service by special districts and in connection therewith requiring a special district to satisfy certain requirements when establishing the amount of a tap fee.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 251211.
There was some good gobbling. Everybody's waking up. Representative Leader.
And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Stewart.
All right. This is one of those bills that actually the Senate did a pretty nice job with some additional amendments that helped get some of our smaller and rural water districts more on board. So there were a couple of pieces of just clarifying language that were added, but kind of the biggest piece was to clarify that nothing in the bill would prohibit a water district from, if they did offer price reductions or discounts for certain water-wise and conservation-oriented fee reductions, and then the developer or the home did not actually kind of hold up its end of the bargain and actually use more water than was estimated, that nothing in the bill prohibits a water district from kind of recouping some of those costs on the back end, should that happen. So I have a poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. The Senate passed this bill with broad bipartisan support, and so should you.
I love it. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1211. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Brown, English, Winter. Representative English is excused with a $5 fine. Please close the machine. With 49 present, 49 aye, 14 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1211 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1211 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Joseph Marshall. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 20 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1211 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1248.
House Bill 1248 by Representatives Stewart K. and Zokai, also Senators Kippen, Michelson, Janae, concerning the administration of disciplinary measures in public schools.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments for House Bill 1248.
Please proceed. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There once was a bill called 1248. It had quite a heated debate. Senate merged requirements into one slate, like we predicted would be its fate. So we ask for a yes on this date.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1248. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Clifford. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 21 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1248 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1248 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1248, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 199.
Senate Bill 199 by Senators Lundin and Rodriguez, also Representatives McCluskey and Puglisi, concerning suspending legislative interim activities and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 199.
Please explain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was an issue with the amendment that we had done on Senate Bill 199 related to COYAC. We have fixed it, and I would urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first committee report on Senate Bill 199. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to adopt the first conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 199 as amended by the conference committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 199 as amended by the conference committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 199 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1043.
House Bill 1043 by Representatives Ricks and Bacon, also Senator Exum, concerning the protection of unit owners in relation to enforcement actions by unit owners associations.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adopt the first conference committee of HB 1023 and the committee report.
Thank you. Please explain.
Okay.
Representative Ricks.
So in the conference committee, we added another subsection to address foreclosure issues within HOA communities, and we agreed amongst the parties, and it made it a better bill. So we ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to adopt the first conference committee report on House Bill 1043. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Leader. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to adopt the first conference committee report passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1043 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1043 as amended by the First Committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1043, as amended by the First Committee report, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1056.
House Bill 1056 by Representatives Lukens and Bacon, also Senators Robertson and Hendrickson, concerning local government permitting of wireless telecommunications facilities.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1056.
Please explain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Conference Committee, we added a 45-day timeline to the tolling amendment that was added in the Senate, and we agreed on this unanimously in committee. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1056. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1056 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1056 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1056, as amended by the Conference Committee report, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Wednesday, April 16th, 2025.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, April 16th. Announcements and introductions. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee will meet at 6. LSBA, go on your way to your car. Please stop by, attend committee, and let's vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Having signed up today, I am proud to announce that in 5 minutes, we will be meeting in Health and Human Services. We'll meet in room 112. We will hear 1326 and 196. Sorry. We will hear 196 first and then 1326. See you there.
Thank you. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Judiciary Committee members, we are going to be meeting at 6 o'clock in room 107. We're going to hear House Bills 1329, House Bill 1322, and Senate Bill 20. We're going to lay Senate Bill 41 over till next week. See you at 6 o'clock.
Representative Soper and Representative Johnson. No.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, if you're on legal services, please raise your hand. Yeah, that's good. This announcement is for you. Tomorrow, April 16th at 8:30 in House Committee Room 112, we're hearing the Rule Review Bill, which is Senate Bill 125. It's the bill we heard when we were in the Senate Committee Room last, and any other business that we will consider. And there could be something, so stay tuned.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm here to recognize Colorado Hospital and Rural Health Day. Way earlier today, we did have representatives from hospitals and clinics across Colorado in the building to share their stories of providing health to their communities. Every day, Colorado's hospitals and rural health centers make exceptional contributions to the health and well-being of Coloradans and work collaboratively to meet the unique needs of Coloradans while addressing affordability and accessibility challenges. So make sure when you see a provider, be it rural or urban, tell them thank you, and also make sure, I left out a whole page, it's been a long day, but I am happy to get you rural health facts on demand if you would like them.
Thank you. Representative Martinez will replace Representative Carter on House Judiciary Committee for today only. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1310 is amended, and Senate Bill 1 is amended to be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1327 be amended as followed, and also amended to be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Printing, no. Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The Speaker has signed.
Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate
Message
has
from the
passed.
Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit.
Message from the Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 18 by Senators Bridges and Kipp, also Representative Taggart, concerning online searching for sales and use tax information.
Senate Bill 18 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 40 by Senators Roberts and Simpson, also Representatives McCormick and Martinez, concerning the creation of the future of severance taxes and water funding task force and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 40 will be assigned to the Committee on Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources.
Senate Bill 277 by Senators Judah and Cutter, also Representatives Ryden and Woodrow, concerning the repeal of the Title Insurance Commission and in connection therewith requiring the Commissioner of Insurance to meet with the Title Insurance Advisory Group and repealing the Title Insurance Advisory Group in 2029, subject to a sunset review.
Senate Bill 277 will be assigned to the Committee on Business Affairs and Labor.
Senate Bill 282 by Senators Ball and Pelton B, also Representatives Ferre and Armagost, concerning persons who provide services related to veterans benefits claims and in connection therewith establishing that certain actions by such persons are deceptive trade practices under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act.
Senate Bill 282 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in adjournment until Wednesday, April 16th at 9 a.m.
We are adjourned until tomorrow, April 16th at 9 a.m.